Inkyard Press and Harper Audio present I Like Me Better by Robby Weber, performed by Amin El-Gamal. For Dad, the fastest on the field until 1995. Thank you for always cheering me on. 1. The metaphorical cleats. Whoever said winning isn't everything must not have won very often. It's thanks to my winning goal at States last month that all the guys in the locker room cheer when I round the corner. My best friend Mayers slings an arm over my shoulders, and in a pretty convincing Peter Drury voice, crows, "This is summer break. Zach Martin, rising star of the Citrus Harbor High Hammerheads, has slammed home an impossible goal at States. The captain spot is nearly his, but it all comes down to this summer. One match to make or break." It's thanks to my many other winning goals that Ryan, our graduating captain, has taken me under his wing and gives me an approving nod from the end of the locker room. He thinks I'm a shoo-in to fill his metaphorical cleats next year. In fact, he already nominated me for it. We'll find out officially on the 4th of July, after the annual charity match, when the team has a pool party and votes for the new captain, a tradition I am especially looking forward to this year. It's also, ironically, thanks to my winning goals, that Noel Hawthorne is practically glaring at me as he shoves his shin guards into his duffel bag. He's the only guy on the team who isn't ever happy to see me. His dad has put him in elite soccer camps since he was 10, and I think he's always been salty about not being the best on our team. I've trained and worked hard, keeping my grades slightly above average, serving on homecoming court, a byproduct of being friends with Ryan, and helping with the team fundraisers, while also never missing a practice. And I now have the record number of goals for a Citrus Harbor High student since 1978. My cheeks go hot when all the guys clap for me like I'm some kind of celebrity. It's nice and all, but I still feel like it can't be for me. Like maybe there's somebody behind me everybody is actually excited to see. Once everyone's attention is off me and back to their separate conversations, I raise a brow, and Mayers grins. "I really can't believe we're going to Ryan's party." He knocks into my shoulder as I make my way towards my locker. He looks down at his phone, running one hand through his fiery red hair. "I wonder if they're going to do, foam in the pool, and Hope is going to be there, obviously, and we'll finally have our second kiss, obviously." "I don't think there will be foam in the pool," I say. To my right, Beckett, my other best friend since kindergarten, is neatly folding his jersey. "This isn't the 80s. Beckett grimaces and flicks a few strands of black hair from his face as he zips his bag and stands up straight. "I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if I'm in the mood for a party tonight. I'm wiped." Mayers rolls his eyes. "Dude, this is the last day of our junior year, and we've been invited to Ryan's party. Us!" He makes a grand gesture with open palms, then pitches his voice lower. "None of the other guys in our grade are going." "Zach got invited," Beckett points out. "But you guys are welcome to come," I say, balling up some socks I didn't even realize I'd shoved into my locker. "Ryan said so." "It's an honor to be popular adjacent," Beckett deadpans. "This is the culmination of everything," Mayers presses. "Zach scoring that goal at States, him becoming the next captain, plus me and Hope will finally get together. Beckett, you got your internship? This is going to be the best summer of our entire lives, and it's starting with the coolest party that we normally would only hear stories about." "I think it's weird he doesn't invite the whole team," Beckett says, eyes shifting around to make sure none of our teammates are listening. His mouth curves into a frown, and he fidgets with the wrapper of a granola bar. Around spring break, His mom's family visited from South Korea and brought these life-changing chips filled with chocolate. Between Mayers, Beckett, and me, and with much discipline, the supply lasted for a couple months, and it became a mini tradition to eat them before practice. Now that there are none left, he's been suffering through healthy, fiber-rich protein bars for a couple weeks. All that extra protein might be the reason he's bulked up more than Mayers, who side-eyes Beckett's bar now. Wait, dude. I close my locker and pick my backpack up off the floor, slinging it over one shoulder and turning to Beckett. You got an internship? Wow, talk about a delayed response time. Mayers rolls his eyes. Yeah, I told you. Beckett has a mouthful of protein bar, and he's uncapping a stick of deodorant and slipping it under his shirt. Summer internship with Irving Banks. His firm does, ridiculous multi-million-dollar houses. The email came through in final period. Making moves, Beck! I bumped the side of my fist to his. Get me one? Mayers beams. Beckett's mouth falls open. An internship? No, a multi-million-dollar house, he says. Right, of course. Coming right up. A few of the graduating senior guys burst in and start showing their affection for the younger teammates, putting the sophomores in headlocks, slinging a pair of briefs across the room, and rapping their fists against the lockers while howling and laughing. Beckett leans in and keeps his voice low. They're an inspiration. I'm so glad graduation means ascension to a more mature existence. You boys talking shit? Lawrence hums. Mayers laughs it off. We just missed you guys. Zach is really going to miss us next year, Lawrence says. Don't worry, 2.0. You guys will just need some extra practices. Don't tease him. You're going to make him cry, Tate snickers. I roll my eyes, though my chest gets tight and my skull burns. I play it off like it's not completely embarrassing. Just because I've cried a couple times after tough practices and had one minor incident when the seniors hazed us. Anyone could have gotten scared and cried. Anybody could have. But of course it was me. Guys, shut the fuck up. As Ryan appears next to Beckett, he's smiling, but he's also making a clear point and eyeing Tate and Lawrence, who stop laughing. He arches a brow and then gives me a pointed look. Zach, I need to talk to you. It makes sense why Ryan would be the most popular guy in his grade, and it makes sense why the team calls me 2.0, whether I like it or not. He's nominated me to take his place next year. Now I just have to prove I'm worthy by leading the team to victory at the 4th of July charity match and getting voted in. Anyway, on the outside, Ryan and I have our similarities, only he's taller, has better skin, a wider smile, brighter blonde hair, and more defined muscles. But on the inside, I'm convinced we're entirely different people. He's so sure of himself. He's commanding and unbothered. Everybody loves him, and he knows it. What are you guys doing here? Mayers grins. Ryan hasn't been to school in weeks. None of the graduating seniors have, really. He forces a smile. Cleaning out my locker, same as you. They just tagged along. He's jokingly referred to himself as the apex predator, and it's kind of true. If he's the lion or the great white shark, the other guys are more like zebras or mackerel. Ryan looks to me expectantly. Zach? Sure, I say. He then gestures for me to follow him a few steps away from everyone else, toward Coach's office door, and leans in to whisper. We have a little situation on our hands. Nothing major, but also not great. I swallow. Okay. Noel shoots me a look and gestures for Carlos and Murray to turn toward us too. I must visibly react to their sideways glances because Ryan whips his head around and then sighs once he's facing me again. Don't pay him any attention, dude. You can't show him that he bugs you. You need respect to be a good captain, so earn their respect. Confidence. No weak shit. Ryan absolutely taught us many lessons as captain. Tough times don't last, but tough guys do. We can feel sore tomorrow or sorry tomorrow. Our choice. We either have results or excuses, but not both. Ryan never showed weakness. He blinks, and I snap too. No weak shit. After a beat. I mean, that is, if the vote... You're my legacy here, Zach. Everybody knows I'm the one who plucked your ass from JV. And now you're the best player on the team. He gestures toward the newest trophy and then rolls his eyes. Well, after me, obviously. I nod. Of course. Own it, he says. You're captain. It's yours. And so is that next state's trophy. More nodding. There's just this hiccup, he says, clearing his throat and standing up straight before whispering even lower. You know, there's always some senior prank action. It's not a big deal. I thought it'd be funny, harmless even, to play a little joke on the Menendez Day School dorks. They were so salty after states, so... And I know how it sounds now that it's... He sighs. I found this dead hammerhead over by the pier, right? I mean, it's not like I killed it. It's washed up, and it gives me an idea. And so I snuck in this morning and put it in Johnny's locker at Menendez. Only now, Johnny's texting me that he knows I did it, and he ratted to their coach. My jaw involuntarily drops. What the hell, Ryan? It was just harmless, he says, as if reading my mind. Just a reminder that, I don't know, they can't escape the hammerheads. There's some kind of symbolism there. And as if on cue, the door bursts open, and there is the red-faced coach from Menendez Day School. Yeah, symbolism, I shrug. That the hammerheads are dead. 2. Take one for the team. The locker room goes dead silent as Coach Greenfield and the Menendez Day coach walk right past us into the office to have a closed-door discussion. There's a lot of tension in the room, but nobody seems to know why, based on the way whispers start out hushed and grow to a confused panic. So what's going to happen? I ask Ryan. He shushes me and looks around to make sure nobody is listening. Luckily, even Noel is preoccupied. It's just... He pinches the bridge of his nose and shuts his eyes tight, like he's really in pain. I'd love to tell them the truth, but you know Duke would axe my ass if I had some disciplinary shit like this. No, of course, you can't lose Duke. We all heard the entire saga of his recruitment. We all know how hard he worked for that scholarship. Ryan sighs. I know. But if I don't confess, then the whole team is going to be punished. And who knows what that looks like? Not playing on the 4th? Something way worse? What if the team is disqualified from competing for titles next year? I don't want to see that happen. He looks away and seems lost in thought before snapping his fingers together. Maybe we ask Mayers to do us a solid. He's a loyal dude. He can just say he did it, that he didn't mean it, and take whatever punishment they give him. It's summer, so I bet the whole thing blows over before the 4th. I consider this. You really think so? Definitely. This is just a dumb prank being blown way out of proportion. And if it's an incoming senior, Coach is going to want to angle for as little punishment as possible. Plus, Mayers is a striker, so he's definitely not going to let them kick him off the team or anything. I nod. But the team will think, once we're in the clear, I'll tell the team the truth. I just need to make sure I'm good with Duke and all that. Look, Ryan says, Mayers will be totally fine. You'll lead the team to the charity match on the 4th, and at the party, you'll be named the new captain. By the end of the summer, none of this will even matter. I nod again, more slowly this time. Someone has to take the fall. And like Ryan said, it's summer. How bad could the punishment be? I can't help but think Ryan is right. If someone doesn't take the blame, the whole team is going to be punished. And then this becomes a huge thing. And what does that mean for our future as a team? How does that affect literally everything we do moving forward? Not having soccer would ruin my life. Nobody makes fun of you when you're a soccer star and homecoming prince. They don't notice the little things about you that used to be funny when you're hanging out with the cool seniors, your TikToks are going viral, and the local news treats you like a celebrity. But if there's one thing I've learned about being the best, once you're on top, people stop noticing. They only ever seem to pay attention when you're doing better or worse. Which is why I need to make captain. Onward and upward. Ryan came up with a whole game plan for me. When I'm captain, I'll lead the team to another state championship win and score an NCAA D1 scholarship, which will lead to Stanford. Then the U.S. men's team before Chelsea. Then I'll be the second American to win the Ballon d'Or after him. We'll be a duo so popular, we make the cover of FIFA. I'll talk to him, I say. Ryan nods, grinning. This is an opportunity for him, Zach. A chance to really take one for the team. I walk back over to the guys and plaster a huge smile on my face. What did he say? Mayers looks over to make sure Ryan's not watching us. I shrug. Just that I should be more confident. You're so lucky. He's always looking out for you, man, Mayers says, rummaging through his locker. He's the only one with a bloodstain on his jersey, and it stands out against the orange and white material. But he says he likes it because it scares the other teams. He sprays an ungodly amount of Axe toward himself. Oops. Thought it was empty. Jesus! Beckett coughs, waving his hand through the deodorant cloud. I just cannot wait. Our best summer ever. Mayer sings with a smile brighter than I've seen in a while. There's only one way Mayers gets his amazing summer. Ryan gets to keep his spot on the Duke team, and the rest of the guys don't get punished. I take a deep breath and run my hand through my hair, shaking out a wave of nerves that has just come over me. Wish me luck. Mayers and Beckett both give me strange looks. With what? 3. Milkshakes fix everything. Well, damn, Mayers says as we slow to a stop. He taps on the steering wheel and points to the car ahead of us. Come on, Grandma. Honda Accord Sport? Really? What's the freaking sport? Badminton? We're riding through the residential streets right outside of the high school. It's only a couple of blocks from the ocean. But with all these four-way stops, it feels like it takes a million years to make it half a mile to Blues. The sky's a hazy golden potion of oranges and pinks, and at every stop sign, I stare past Mayers to the ocean. Just 30 minutes ago, I blew up my life to make sure my life didn't blow up. The logic is a little muddy, but Ryan said I absolutely saved his ass. That if there was ever any doubt about me being voted captain, once the team found out I took the fall for them, there was no way I wouldn't get it. Still, I'm not stoked that, for the time being, everyone thinks I'm the one who pulled that horrible prank. I can't believe you have community service, Mayer says to me. It's just gnarly. Beckett rubs his forehead in the back seat. And I can't believe you did that. Such a gnarly prank. This is one of the dumbest things you've ever done, Zach, and I say that as your best friend, but come on. This summer has become a nightmare, and it's barely getting started. I groan and throw my head back, shutting my eyes. What have I done? What I haven't done is text my parents. I'm not even sure what to say. I almost send a message to a group text that we only really use for emergencies, but I decide against it. I'll have to tell Mom and Dad individually, and it's going to suck. If you ask me, you got off light with just community service hours. But how are you going to fit in summer practices before the charity match? Beckett asks. It's all too much. Mayers frowns as the grandma in front of us slows to another stop. He rests his forehead on the steering wheel. Maybe we should still go to the party tonight? It'll be good for you. I sigh. Dude, my mom is not going to let me go to a party tonight. It's just, I was really hoping I'd get a chance to see Hope, Mayer says. But I'm not going without you. Why not? Mayer shrugs. You were invited, not us. Beckett punches him in the shoulder. Then he sighs. Zach, this is unbelievable. In what world was this prank a good idea? You did this when you had everything at your fingertips. I don't like bad cop Beckett, I say, sinking into my seat. Lying to the two of them is already shaping up to be one of the worst parts of this plan. It was dumb, okay? And it's just so not you. I shake my head. It was a mistake. I thought it'd be funny or something. Right. Whatever you do, don't tell me you did this to impress Ryan. Mayers groans. Okay. This is not the vibe for the last day of school. The prank is done. The punishment is set. Beckett, will you crank the tunes? Pump up the vibe in here. It's like doomsday. Beckett reaches up from the back seat and pulls the aux cord back, plugging his phone in. And moments later, young MC is thumping through the speakers. Mayers' older brother, Monty, listens to 90s music, so Mayers listens to 90s music, which means Beckett and I also listen to 90s music. Guys, I just want to forget any of this crap happened, I say over the music. Probably for the best, Beckett huffs. Though it's going to be hard to forget when you're spending your summer volunteering at the library, just thinking about how you got there. Kind of the whole point of community service. The library. I could have had a million punishments. There are so many places in Citrus Harbor I could be doing community service, but somehow I've been stuck with the library. What will you even do there? Mayer scratches the back of his neck. Beckett doesn't bother pretending he's not annoyed with the entire conversation. Probably shelving books, dusting, working events, reading to kids. Putting those little plastic sleeves on books. Mayers acts like this one is exciting. And again, thinking about how you got there, Beckett adds. Mayers turns the music down. Okay, Beck, we get it. But it's giving judgment, and we don't judge each other. I turn back to face Beckett, and he lifts a shoulder and blinks. I'm slightly judging you for this one. But then he rolls his eyes. It's just so profoundly dumb of you, Zach. So incredibly dumb. Do you think the rest of the guys feel the same? I don't think they care too much, Mayers assures me. Beckett shrugs. I can't believe Coach is still letting you lead the team until the charity match. Dude, Ryan chose him, Mayers says, with a clap on my shoulder. Even Coach can't undo tradition. Beckett says, I just don't think this is great. Optically. What do you mean? I ask. Something to do with glasses? He laughs. No, optically as in keeping up good appearance. From a PR perspective, you really could have done without this whole ordeal. Like, your reputation is going to be what now, exactly? Mayers claps. Zach is in his reputation era. I am not, I say. I'm not in any era. I've learned better than to push back too much on any Taylor Swift tangents Mayers goes on. Because if he thinks I'm at all dissing her, he's going to launch into a tirade about how talented she is as a songwriter and how she portrays emotions, and how it's totally normal for him to love her so much because he, too, is a romantic. Based on the number of times Mayers has sent a Taylor Swift song to our group text and related it to something we're going through, though let's be real, usually it's about hope, I think it's safe to say he's the Hammerhead's biggest Swiftie. You kind of did do something bad, Beckett says under his breath, which makes Mayers grin. This will all blow over, I exhale. Definitely before the 4th. It's fine. Pulling into the parking lot and turning the key, Mayers turns to me, face screwing up. So, you don't need a milkshake to distract you? Of course I do. I open the door and slide out. After an exaggerated set of stretches, I start up toward the door. The need for a milkshake is unwavering. Truth be told, I'm not planning on wallowing over the optics or this community service stuff. Even though I'm helping Ryan out, it feels like crap right now, and the best way to get over negative feelings is to become consumed with positive ones. So, I'm going to consume a fat-ass burger and a chocolate shake and then go skate, run, or swing at the punching bag in the garage until I'm filled up with endorphins. There's simply no time for bad vibes. When we walk into Blues, we're met with a familiar photo. Blown up extra large and plastered on the wall behind the to-go counter. There we are, the boys' soccer team a few days after we won the state championship this spring, an assortment of goofy grins and a table covered in fries, burgers, and shakes. Then there's Ryan and me, front and center, holding up the trophy. They ran that photo on the front page of the local paper that weekend, and the great Blue himself put it up in the diner. He joked about it being the start to his very own Hall of Fame. We slide into a booth in the corner where one window frames the Neptune Theater and the other a stretch of Main Road. Mayers sits next to me, and Beckett sprawls out across from us, pulling on a RISD sweatshirt he got from a campus tour. We always get cold at Blues, but only Beckett ever remembers to prepare. I'm slightly jealous he's been on college tours already. I've thought about touring Stanford, but I feel like most people would just laugh because I'm not smart enough to get in. Our guidance counselor, Ms. Wilson, says, though, that if I play well enough and keep my grades decent, I might have a shot. Still, I'm not going to advertise what school I want to go to until I have that scholarship, and there's no room for people to question my ability to get in. I look around the diner, wondering if any of the guys might be around. It wouldn't hurt to try and keep on everybody's good side. There are plenty of our classmates scattered around the mismatched chairs and the freestanding tables in the center of the diner that are fenced in by booths with ripped red and blue vinyl cushions. No teammates, though. Only the swordfish on the wood-paneled wall above the kitchen door staring at me with its beady plastic eyes. I tap my fingers on the glass table, which lies atop a collage of surf competition newspaper articles. All right. Beckett reaches across the table and lightly pretends to slap my cheek. Anybody in there? I hold up my hands. I'm fine. I was probably too harsh. Beckett tilts his head and purses his lips. A little too much tough love. It's all good. I'm thinking about the charity match. Going over the team's strengths and weaknesses, I say, which is actually a lie because I'm still replaying the moment I signed my life over to doing this community service. Do I want to know my weaknesses? Mayers frowns and pulls a sugar packet from the little ceramic dish at the end of the table. He flicks it across the table, and Beckett rolls his eyes, flicking it back at him. Lois comes over and takes our orders, 3 cheeseburgers with fries and a milkshake for each of us. She doesn't have to ask to know it's a strawberry for Mayers, cookies and cream for Beckett, and chocolate for me. Maybe focusing on strengths is better, I say. You're great at reading the opponents. They never get anything by you. Love that for me, Mayers says. Whoa, teachers. Beckett points as Mrs. Rushmore and a few other teachers sit down at one of the booths across the restaurant. My heart quickens at the sight of Mrs. Rushmore. Does she totally hate me now? Are teachers still teachers on summer break? Mayers squints. Philosophical. Beckett nods. Yes, they are. Mayers raises his shoulders. Trippy. He sighs. Man, I've been thinking. Beck, you have your internship, and Zach, you have your community service. So what am I supposed to do all summer? You could get a job. Beckett shrugs. Or, I don't know, take a class. This seems to trouble Mayers, and he scratches the back of his neck. Take a class? Yeah, Beckett says. Pottery, cooking, painting, parasailing, I don't know. Those are things my grandma does, he whines. I lift a brow. Your grandma takes parasailing classes? Okay, the other ones. Honestly, what even is parasailing? Mayers taps his chin. Maybe I'll take a poetry class. Is that a thing? You want to take a poetry class? I ask. Why? You know, Mayers says, to, express myself. No reason. No reason? Beckett asks. Mayers, come on, man. I don't want to be the one to ask this. He closes his eyes, wincing. Hope's graduated. What if things don't... No. Mayers wags a finger. Not even worth going there. Beckett sighs. I just don't want you to get your feelings hurt if... La la la. Mayers plugs his ears and shakes his head. Look, when she kissed me last summer, I learned what romance is. And I know she felt it too. Beckett nods slowly. Okay, just wondering. Hear me out. Logistically, have you considered if she will realistically want to start a new long-distance relationship while she's off at college and you're a senior in high school? I mean, you know how we are about the sophomores on the team. Imagine how college kids are about high schoolers. You need to learn to believe in love, Beck. Mayers swoons a little. It's like... it defies logic. I'm telling you. I don't think a kiss like that has ever happened. I know she hasn't ever had that with Tristan. It just cannot be possible. Why didn't she dump him then? Beckett is somewhat strained, tired of trying to reason with Mayers, to fight heart with head. Mayers doesn't budge. Come on, I get it. They've been together forever. It was her senior year. They had prom and all that stuff. Relationships are complicated. Well, now it's not complicated, I offer, right? They're officially broken up? Exactly, Mayers says. But I don't want to seem like I've been, waiting for her to be single. I just want to run into her at the party and let her remember the sparks on her own. He's lost in dream world again, imagining their beach bonfire kiss from last summer. I've kissed plenty of guys and never felt like one was more special than another. It's definitely never felt like love defied logic. Ryan always says there's plenty of time for relationships later in life. They're just distractions right now. I hang my head. I need to figure out my hours at the library so we can adjust our summer training schedule before the charity match. Slight complication, but no need to panic. When Mrs. Rushmore is getting up to fill her cup at the sweet tea dispenser, I weigh my options and realize I have no choice. Mrs. Rushmore is my favorite teacher, and I need to make sure she doesn't hate me for whatever she might think I've done. I turn to the boys. I'll be right back. I could use the 10 seconds it takes to cross the diner to think this through a little more, but I'm suddenly standing next to her and unsure of where exactly to begin. There's gotta be a right and a wrong way to approach this. Hey, Zach. Mrs. Rushmore's heels squeak against the floor as she turns to face me, and she raises a thin brow. I stand up straight, and my hands get a little clammy. She's been trying to get me involved ever since I wrote an essay about ocean conservation in her environmental science class sophomore year. And I did really well in marine science this year, too. All my other classes were such snooze fests. And Mrs. Rushmore makes school as fun as it could be, given the circumstances, and that the beach practically begs us to skip out on the back half of the day. Now she's gotta hate me. She probably thinks I'm some delinquent after the prank. Hey, Mrs. Rushmore, I say, immediately forgetting every other word in the English language. Any fun plans for the summer? She asks. Any fun plans? The look on her face isn't one of disappointment or anger or anything even remotely negative. In fact, she just seems like a teacher talking to her student, maybe even more excited to be out for the summer than said student in his present circumstances. Oh. Thank God. She doesn't know. We'll see, I say, relief washing over me. What about you? Mrs. Rushmore shrugs. The usual. I'm doing a bunch of beach cleanups this summer. Hopefully she won't hear. And by the time she does, everyone will know it was Ryan, not me, and I'll be in the clear. My favorite teacher will have no reason to totally hate me. I'm going to be working at the Marine Institute, she says. I know we're expecting a lot of new volunteers to help with the sea turtle nesting, too. She says it the way a parent tells their kid that if they yank out a tooth, the tooth fairy will come. She's trying to elicit an excited reaction, but I blink. You should come out and see if there are any roles that interest you. Real deal. I love the ocean. It's one of my favorite things ever. But I never have had time to do things like volunteer. And if I'm honest, I don't think I'm going to make that much of a difference by picking up a few pieces of trash anyway. I don't think Mrs. Rushmore needs to know that, though, so I nod. I've heard her conservation spiel enough times to know she's an optimist. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, good, Mrs. Rushmore says. It really is a great way to make a difference and learn about conservation and our community's efforts for the ocean. Think of the impact young people can have, especially these days, too. Look at Greta Thunberg. She pauses, and I nod slowly. You're familiar with Greta Thunberg? Sure, I say. She's the director of the Barbie movie. Mayers has such a crush on Margot Robbie. I know way more about Barbie than I ever wanted to. Mrs. Rushmore laughs. No. Look up Greta Thunberg. She's an activist. Yeah, okay, I'll look her up. Good. Mrs. Rushmore finally smiles and then looks past me, waving to Beckett and Mayers. Hope to see you at the beach, Zach. That means this conversation is over, so I nod and turn on my heel, hurrying back over to the guys. What was that? Mayers whispers, like Mrs. Rushmore has supersonic hearing. Dude, you know me and Mrs. Rushmore are like this. I cross my fingers as I slide into the booth. I was just saying hey. Beckett chews a fingernail. Hey, listen. I know how important the charity game is to you, and obviously I want to be there for you. But I don't know how much time I can spend practicing. With this internship, I'm going to be super busy. I put my palms on the table. There's no time for focusing on what can't work in life. Only what can. All right, look, Beck, it's only a month. I'm going to be able to practice, and I'm going to be a librarian. Beckett rolls his eyes, but at least this time he seems amused. You will not be a librarian by any means. There is so much school that would be involved with that. He shakes that away, and then, our team is already solid. Maybe we could come up with a weekend training schedule instead of the usual? You know that won't be enough, I say. I'll bet $100 Menendez hires some fancy coach, even for a charity match. They're so desperate to beat us, Mayers agrees. Beckett considers this. Then do we really even stand a Beck? We're going to win because we're better. Doesn't Coach always say that it doesn't matter what the other team does, just what we do? This is just a month. 1 month of practicing, improving, and we will crush the charity match, keep up our winning streak, and we'll have an awesome time at the party afterward. Where you will be named captain. Mayers nods. As long as the guys don't think this is bad. He looks to Beckett. Optimistically. Optically, Beckett corrects. I remind myself not to take that to heart. By the time we vote, the guys will know I did what I had to do to keep Ryan in good standing with Duke. They'll know I took one for the team. And that'll only work out in my favor. This is going to be fine. I drum my fingers on the table. Actually, not only fine, but Beckett is going to smash this internship. Mayers, you're going to find something to do. And I'm going to crush community service and make captain. Beckett narrows his eyes. Oh, I really think this is going to be quite the summer. The way Beckett's been taking this news is with more disgust and judgment than he's ever shown me. And I get why. I just wish I could tell him the truth. But there's no way Beckett would ever let Ryan get away with his prank while I took the fall. So I just nod quietly. It's only 1 summer, I say. Half a summer. Honestly, how much can even happen in half a summer? 4. Who's stuck with Z? It's been 2 days since I pulled a Hester Prynne and took the fall for something I didn't do. Okay, did I fully read the Scarlet Letter? Obviously not. But I did watch Easy A and pass the exam, which is what really counts. Point is, I'm basically a few wrong moves from marching through Citrus Harbor with a red J on my chest. For jackass, of course. The guys on the team are either acting like it didn't happen or giving a judgmental silent treatment like I need to stand before PETA for the prank. Of course, any chance I had of them forgetting about it was shot to hell when my new schedule affected their summer. Coach really believes the summer practices are a chance for the captain nominee to take charge and lead the team. And my first duty is to set the summer practice schedule. It might not sound like too much, but it's pretty much all up to me. Not only setting the schedule, but leading the practices without Coach. It's my responsibility to make sure the guys show up, train hard, and win at the charity match. So I was emailing back and forth with Coach and Ryan, trying to come up with a plan that worked for everybody on the team. Well, besides the near half of our lineup who are going on family vacations for the first part of the summer. And Ryan so generously pointed out that everyone was free at 6 a.m., since Lucas doesn't even work the coffee cart that early, and my community service days start at 8 or 9. Coach agreed and sent out the schedule. Cue radio silence. No confirmations that anybody is coming to our first early morning practice on Monday, and I even tried to send a motivational YouTube video which got no reactions. Not even from Mayers or Beckett. Still, I'm going to stay positive. This is a short-term problem. Everything that's happening right now is short-term. It's honestly not that hard. The trick is remembering that t-shirt Dad got me. Pain is temporary. Quitting lasts forever. I cut the sleeves off a while ago and I've been wearing it all the time. Like this week, I wore it to a boxing class, and then once Mom washed it, I wore it to a Pilates class with her and the ladies from book club. They go pretty hard. I just can't believe it's the first Friday morning of summer, and my brain is already exhausted. Odin? I look down at the foot of my bed at my dog, who has a full-on beard and eyebrows, because apparently schnauzers are actually low-key old men in dog bodies. Who blinks at me. Come on. Want to go for a run? Odin barks, inching away from me slowly. He hates runs, mostly because he thinks I run for too long. He's more into a few tongue-out, big bright dog smile sprints on the beach, and then chilling and watching the waves. I take a sip of water from the glass on my nightstand and give Odin the evil eye. Don't be a wimp, I say, sitting up. He jumps off the bed into a pile of dirty clothes and barks. He runs with such ferocity that he bumps into a soccer ball, which knocks my nightstand, causing the surfboard leaning up against it to teeter. He nudges his nose into the tiny crack between my door and the frame, pushing it open and sliding out into the hallway. Jumping out of bed, I don't even look in the mirror. I don't need to know how bad I look right now in an old-ass Citrus Harbor middle soccer t-shirt that is at least one size too small, and my blue plaid boxers. I pull open my drawers and grab a pair of Nike shorts and some socks. The house smells like Mom's lemon candle, and the pine flooring is cold on my feet. After brushing my teeth and changing, I wash my hands and can't avoid my reflection anymore. I tousle the blonde mess atop my head for a few seconds before giving up. I'll just get sweaty anyway. Mom is locked away in her office at the end of the hall, probably wearing her favorite blue quarter zip from Lululemon. She has an addiction. And her hair in an impossibly tight ponytail. I grab the orange juice carton from the fridge and pour a glass, looking at the calendar on the metal door. It's organized and tidy, yet completely overwhelming. Scheduling out life this way is my personal hell. And when it's this hour by hour, it means Mom is on a deadline. And when Mom gets caught up in deadlines, things get a little nuts. She handles stress very uniquely, going from 100 to 1,000, not 0 to 100 like most people, and becoming hyper-organized. She pencils in extra yoga or Pilates whenever she thinks she can spare 30 minutes. Her meals are planned to a T, lots of Black Forest ham and cheese sandwiches with kettle chips, and she adds vitamins to smoothies for an extra boost. This spills over into my life because she makes me deep clean my room, regiments my protein intake, and is never a second late to anything, meaning I'm never on time. Plus, Odin gets moody because she gets him groomed and makes him look all bougie, which he hates. Imagine how thrilled I was that she was in deadline stress mode when I had to tell her about my prank and the community service. In the moment, it didn't go over well. Very pointed looks and short, exasperated sentences. Though I think in the long run I got lucky that she's so distracted with her packed schedule. I look at the weekend. Zach at Dad's. I don't know why my parents act like I'm going to forget this. It's not rocket science. One weekend at Mom's, one weekend at Dad's. Repeat until 18, when I'm finally free of the laws of joint custody. Not sure where it'll leave me, honestly. But it's got to feel better than being in some game of who's stuck with Z. My mom's weekend, penciled in under my status update, looks like it's going to actually be fun. Book club, wine tasting, and virtual trivia. She always schedules her fun stuff when I'm gone, which is hard not to read as my son sucks the fun out of my life. The office door swings open, and there she is, holding her coffee cup and the blue quarter zip with the impossibly tight pony. I've been reading about brain-eating amoeba all morning, Zach. She rushes over to the Nespresso and pops the top, before I can even process this random information. So I think you need to cut back on the surfing. She looks to me. Why are you making that face? Mom, there are not brain-eating amoeba, I say. Consider if it's worth exposing yourself to brain-eating amoeba and flesh-eating bacteria to catch a few waves. Now there's flesh-eating bacteria. Do you think this is funny? Mom's mouth hangs open. What has gotten into you lately? First this horrible prank you pulled and now this attitude? And I'm not thrilled about these early practices. Driving exhausted is worse than driving drunk. And I already know you boys will be staying up all night, getting no sleep. Maybe I should email Coach. She's the only person in the world Coach is afraid of. I'm pretty sure. Sure, Mom is only 5'1", and she's all like perfectly toned blonde hair with pink high heels and her floral Kate Spade purses. But she's also probably a reincarnated officer from the Roman army. No, Mom, it's all good. She huffs and raises her brows. You've got to be on your best behavior this summer. No parties, no goofing off at the library. Do you want to lose everything you've worked so hard for? No, of course not. Good, she says, then softening. How are you feeling? Feeling? I wince. Her mouth forms a tight line. Yes. How are you feeling? I've been listening to Brené Brown all week, and I want us to be more vulnerable about our feelings. A laugh catches in my throat, which she notices. It's not funny. Mom, I exhale. I don't think I'd even know where to begin to talk about how I'm feeling. You and Dad aren't exactly... What? Receptive, open, emotional, flexible? Warm and fuzzy, I say, deciding not to play with fire. It's fine. We can be good at other things, right? Her brow quirks. We can be good at everything. Then realizing how that sounds out loud, she amends. Let's just work on it, okay? Work on feelings, I say, bobbing my head. Actually, here. I grab the dry erase marker and find the to-do section of the calendar, scribbling in, work on feelings. Mom sighs. The first step to identifying how I'm feeling is probably to realize I have no awareness of how I'm feeling, except that how I'm feeling is always second to showing up. Also, I know for sure feelings lead to crying and getting laughed at, so for now, pass. This is officially way too much for my brain on a summer Friday. Odin, I call out, ready for some fresh air after this conversation. Get your butt out here! Begrudgingly, his nose peeks out from under the curtains. Do you need me to make you breakfast? Mom says quickly as the coffee begins to brew loudly. Please let me know if you need me to make you breakfast. You're still on kitchen probation after the fire. It was a small fire, I say. Who knew homemade French fries could be so dangerous? I'm good. I'm trying to get Odin to go on a run with me. I clear my throat. Come on, O. I'll give you a treat if you come. This is enough to get Odin out of hiding and scampering across the house toward me. I outfit him in his camouflage harness and hook his leash onto it. He does zoomies as I grab a treat from the jar on the counter and toss it for him to catch. Be safe, Mom calls. Watch for cars. She says this every single time, like I don't go running regularly or know it would not be ideal to get hit by a car. On the porch, I slip on my running shoes and toss my shirt onto one of the rocking chairs, jogging down the steps and onto the sidewalk. We can walk to the beach, I say to Odin, who lifts his nose and wags his tail in thanks. The morning is balmy, and I'm already sticky from the humidity. Odin is unaffected, chasing every lizard and butterfly with equal enthusiasm before he finally hops onto a patch of grass and lifts a hind leg. Once he's finished, he prances ahead toward the beach. After several blocks of houses, with manatee statue mailboxes, surfboards lining the fences, and mermaid signs hanging from the front doors, we cross the final intersection to the end of the road, which is sandwiched between the driveways of oceanfront mansions. We pass the bike rack and shower before stepping onto the wooden stairway of the beach access. Odin is usually quick to tug down toward the ocean, but I get the sense he realizes we're about to exercise because as soon as we're past the dunes and onto the sand, he wants to sit. "No way," I say, tugging gently at his leash. The top of his harness tense as he remains seated on the hot white sand. "Come on, you're being a baby." Odin resents this, clearly, given the way his eyebrows furrow slightly, and he gives me a serious side-eye. Instead of getting up and following me down to the shoreline, he stretches out, paws in front of him, and rests on his stomach. He looks straight at the ocean, ears pulled back in spiteful relaxation. Fine, I say. I'll leave you here while I run." I set his leash down next to him and he doesn't move, so I take a single step down toward the water. "Just try to not get eaten by a seagull." This is how I know dogs can understand us, or at least Odin, who fears nothing more than birds, can. He leaps up and licks at my leg in apology, so I grab the leash and roll my eyes. For most of our run, I'm in the zone. I'm not even listening to music, just focused on my breathing and watching the pier getting bigger as we get closer. We reach it, turn around, and run all the way back. Someone's sailboat is always leaning up against the dunes, which I use as a visual cue to slow to a stop. I'm soaked in sweat and can feel my heart beating in my ears as I lift my arms over my head and Odin pants beside me. We've only run about 2.5 miles, so I'm not in any physical pain, but the heat has my head throbbing, and I'm ready to cool off. Runs are the best, because for those 2.5 miles, I'm not thinking about anything except running. Of course, some little kid takes this moment to throw a piece of food out onto the sand, and a flock of seagulls swarms the bait, causing Odin to yelp and yank away so hard the leash rips through my fingers. I try to catch it, but he's off, shooting up the beach away from the birds. I set off after him, but he's faster than any soccer player, legs blurred like a cartoon. I'm not controlling my breathing or concentrating on my form or where I'm going, which is probably why the toe of my shoe catches on the moat of an abandoned sandcastle. The dip hooks my foot just right, and I'm propelled forward, face first. I manage to catch a mouthful of sand. It's sticking to my sweaty chest, arms, and hair, like when you accidentally dip a wet spoon in sugar. As I spit out sand and wipe it from my eyes, every attempt only transfers more sand from the back of my hand to my upper lip or to my brow line. After all I've done for him, all the treats and the playtime and letting him sleep in my bed, Odin has left me to writhe in this wet, gritty torture because of a few harmless birds. Rolling over to sit and check on my ankles, I'm relieved I'm not actually hurt. I turn around to see where Odin has gone and notice him trotting toward me with an obvious grin, his leash dragging behind him and his tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth. Someone is following behind him. Running, even. Oh no. What have you done now, Odin? 5. I would have remembered you. Historically, Odin has had moments of questionable judgment. Snatching up a peanut butter and jelly from a distracted toddler, or leaving a gift somewhere it didn't belong, like on a neighbor's porch. The thing about these rare, unfortunate deeds is that they aren't accidental. He takes a sandwich from a kid who pulls the hair of the neighborhood cats, or targets the woman who wrote a letter to Mom about the shape of her shrubs. I brace myself, and it takes a few seconds for him to barrel roll into my arms, kicking even more sand up into my mouth, and wagging his tail and sniffing my jaw before turning back to see if he's still being chased. He is. The running guy slows down a few feet from me, and I'm suddenly hyper-aware of the fact that I look like a recently drowned sand monster. On the other hand, this guy's wearing a pair of cute swim shorts and a baggy Citrus Harbor Boys tennis tee, and is cut in all the right places, and glistening with sweat. His lips curl up into a smile, and the entire beach goes still. Are you, He brings his hands up to his chin, and he flexes his jaw. Are you okay? I can see how that might be the first question to pop into his mind. I nod, slightly defeated. I eye this guy's t-shirt and wonder how I've never seen him around school. Here. He holds out his hand. And when I take it, there's something there I'm not sure I felt before. A warmth. A jolt of something that quickens my heartbeat. I almost lose my balance just as quickly as I gain it back. Does he feel this too? Odin yips, as if he's grateful, and then he stretches out on his stomach again, and promptly falls asleep. I realize I'm still holding the guy's hand and quickly let go. Now we're standing there, face to face, and he's maybe a couple inches shorter than me, with a wide, bright smile. What did he do? I ask. What? He looks down at Odin. Oh, no, he didn't do anything. I just wanted to make sure he made it back to his owner. Cute little guy like that. Odin whimpers, eyes still closed. Oh, we don't say the O word, I wince. It offends him. The O word? Owner, I whisper. It's just that he's part of the family, so, he's just Odin. My mom calls him a fur baby, which is kind of cringe, but you get the idea. The guy laughs. Right, of course. He looks at Odin very seriously. Sorry about that. We stand there in silence for a moment, both awkwardly just staring at a napping Odin. Finally, the guy gestures down to the water. You want to wash some of that sand off, or... Right. I blink and tell Odin to stay, though I know he's not going anywhere. All right then. Glad you guys are all good. Cute guy starts to turn on his heel, and my heartbeat quickens. Wait! I blurt. He looks at me expectantly. Well, I could be concussed. I shouldn't go in the water alone just in case. Imagine how bad you'd feel if something happened. Cute guy rolls his eyes and laughs, gesturing for me to lead the way. He follows me down to the shoreline, where the water brushes up to our toes and retreats. I take a few steps in, my feet crunching against the bed of seashells, and he's still following me when we're shin deep. He crosses his arms and looks out at the horizon as I cup water in my hands and bring it up to rinse my face. I'm not usually covered in sand, I rinse and repeat, moving onto my arms. We were running, and then Odin got scared by a bunch of birds and ran off. I chased him and basically dove into the sand. Very smooth. Cute guy laughs again. It's a nice laugh. Well, it's a good thing you're okay. I can't imagine how Citrus High would survive if you twisted your ankle or something. I cock my head. Wait, what? You know? You do know there are 2 giant posters of you at school? He raises a brow. They're like stadium-sized posters. It'd be hard not to know who you are. You stared me down every day on the way to physics. I watch his eyes drift over my chest and arms now that they're free of sand and slicked with salt water. He quickly corrects, though, and looks back out at the water. But you don't know who I am, do you? I furiously rack my brain. I know you go to my school. Gave you that one. It's okay. I'll be a junior. Oh, well, that explains it, I offer. I knew I would have remembered you. His cheeks flush red at that. He points out to sea. Oh, look. A few misty gray dolphin fins majestically soar across the waves before disappearing. Out of the corner of my eye, I can't help but appreciate his profile as he marvels at the dolphins, his thin pink lips and straight nose, the way his brows lighten ever so slightly in the sun. His hair is a messy mixture of fluffy brown curls and waves, pushed back and mostly still in the wind. He's so cute, and he's standing here, talking to me, even though he could have walked away. But I suddenly have no game, which is totally unlike me. Why can't I think of a single good thing to say? I want to keep talking to him. I want to keep him here, with me, in the ocean on this perfect summer morning, as long as I can. You play tennis? Apparently that's the best I can come up with. When in doubt, sports. He glances over and nods. Yeah. You definitely look like you do, I say, immediately wishing I could stuff those words back in my mouth. No game, Zach. Thanks? He laughs and blushes again. Definitely. I bite my lip. Sorry, that was for sure a compliment. I just meant you look fit, that's all. Then thanks, he says more confidently. I nod. You guys won states too, didn't you? We went to states, he purses his lips. We didn't win, so I guess we don't get the big fancy posters. When I open my mouth, but I have nothing to say, yet again, he breaks into a laugh. I'm only messing with you. Honestly, I'm not sure I'd want to be on a poster that big myself. Why not? Because, well, I don't know, look at you. He's in a constant state of blushing at this point, but he's still laughing. And then look at me. Come on. I shrug and we lock eyes. And I get a surge of my confidence back. I am looking at you. He quickly looks down at the water splashing up against his legs. Does that work? What? Saying lines like that. I try not to show how thrown off I am. Well, it's not a line. Or maybe it kind of is, but it's not like I go around... Wait, did I do something wrong? No. He shrugs. Well, either way, I'm sorry, and sorry for bringing up states, too. Why? He squints and brings a hand up to shield his eyes from the sun as he looks over. Well, I just didn't realize. I searched for the words. I thought you guys won. My bad. This elicits a smile that seems earnest. That's okay. It's awesome to even make it that far. Our coach is always saying, it doesn't matter if you win if you do your best. That is some motto. I blink. I think my coach would flip it. It doesn't matter if we do our best, if we don't win. Cute guy shrugs. I'm just not that competitive, personally, but I respect it. Your coach is onto something anyway, right? Just ask 8-foot poster Zach. Yeah, I guess 8-foot poster Zach would agree. I nod. So you're not playing for, I don't know, what is it, Wimbledon? He barks a laugh. Oh, that's good. Me, Wimbledon? No, definitely not. My family would love that, but no. So why are you playing? It's an extracurricular. It's fun, yeah, but colleges want someone well-rounded. Right, I say. So if not tennis, what do you want to do? Astrophysics, he says. It rolls off the tongue so casually, like it's as ordinary a choice as any. I don't even know what astrophysics is, to be honest. I think he might be able to tell from my silence. There's a 30-year vision at NASA, studying exoplanets and cosmic origins. Oh, now I see. I fight a smile. That sounds cool. I think it'd be cool to research how the universe became the universe. Outer space is not my favorite subject. I'm good sticking to Earth. Aliens and black holes and things like that, he can take them. Well, I'm sure your family would be just as happy if you work for NASA as they'd be if you went to Wimbledon. He shrugs. One would think. But not my family. Isn't working for NASA, huge? Totally. He bites his lip. My family is just huge into sports. My dad and his brother were both big in football, played in the SEC and in the NFL. Damn, I say. 2 NFL players and... Then it hits me. Holy shit. Wait. You're telling me you're Ryan's cousin? He winces. I am. How come you didn't say that earlier? Because it's Ryan. I throw my hands up. What do you mean? Ryan's my friend. He's awesome. Judging by the way his face falls, I clearly said the wrong thing. I mean, isn't he? I guess so. Cute guy nods. Sure. I cannot believe this cute guy is Ryan's cousin. Would he mind that I'm flirting with him? Is that what I'm doing? Ryan has just taught me a lot, I offer. And he's been there for me. Of course, cute guy says. No doubt he's one hell of a soccer player. But he waves me off. Nothing. Nothing at all. I'm going to go back, actually. The vibe has clearly shifted now that he knows I'm friends with Ryan. The waves crash before us, and the gulls chime and squawk as kids giggle, creating a soundtrack to fill the gap in our conversation, if it can even be called that. It's more of a display of my newfound awkwardness and ability to say all the wrong things. Okay, right. What were you up to? I gesture back up the beach where he was running from. Before Odin, I mean. He glances up the beach. Oh, I'm here for the beach cleanup. Me too. Oh, for fuck's sake, Zach. You are? Yep, I say, apparently doubling down on the split-second reply. I thought you were running? He tilts his head. Right, I say. We were running to grab this big piece of trash. Cute guy nods slowly. Oh, okay. And so, what do you do at the Institute? You know, since everyone at the cleanup is a volunteer or intern. I nod. Right, I'm volunteering this summer, with Mrs. Rushmore. You're volunteering? I am. Dig yourself a little deeper, Zach. Why not say you own the Institute? He starts to turn around. Nice. Okay, well, I should probably get back. Oh, yeah, me too. We both start back up toward the shore. Hey, I exhale. Is there any chance you'd want to, hang out? Are you asking me out? Cute guy raises a brow. Sure, I say. Yeah, do you want to go out sometime? Cute guy presses his lips into a tight smile. I don't think that's a good idea. And this is the second time he's seriously surprised me. I swallow. Oh, sorry, but I'm sure I'll see you around, he offers. At the Institute. Well, I hope so, I say, unsure of this mixture of emotions swirling around in my stomach. When we're back on the warm sand, we stand there for a second, and I can tell neither of us quite knows what to say or do. What I can't tell, though, is if he's feeling whatever this is, the butterflies that I'd only ever heard about in songs, and a sense that we've met before, or that we've known each other forever, even. I thought he was feeling it too, but then why did he just turn me down? Looks like Odin is ready to go get that big piece of trash, cute guy says with a smile. I look down and see Odin is standing up and facing the way home. He gives me his infamous side eye. Right. I grab his leash. Try not to dive in the sand this time, cute guy says, taking a few steps back. Just a suggestion, though. I'll see you at the Marine Institute this summer, I blurt, though I certainly don't mean to. Cute guy lifts a brow. You said that. I mean, I really will, I say, my voice going up before I clear my throat. Community service at the Marine Institute sounds drastically less miserable than community service at the library, and I've now told Ryan's cute cousin I'm going to be there. Instead of the musty, boring summer I had ahead of me, I could be by the ocean, in the fresh air, playing with dolphins and hanging out with cute Guy. I have to make it true, somehow. So, if you change your mind about hanging out, that is where I'll be. Got it, he says, nodding with a slight smile and taking another step back. Then I blink. Wait. He stops. I never got your name. Chip. He waves as Odin tugs at the leash. Cool. Chip. Cool. He doesn't fight the smile that forms. Okay, Zach. By the way, have you seen Mrs. Rushmore? I gesture behind me. I need her to sign some of my paperwork for my volunteering. I think she's back toward the Institute, he says and nods. Awesome. Sweet. Okay. Thanks, Chip. See you around. Attackers only. Me. Okay, I just met the cutest guy on the beach. Beckett. What? Who? Mayers. How did you meet? Me. Odin ran off and he brought him back. Me. His name's Chip. He's a junior. Mayers. Ooh, a younger man. Beckett. LOL, wait, Chip Cannon? Ryan's cousin? He's in NHS. Me. Yeah, haha. Mayers. Ryan's cousin? Mayers. Did you get his number? Me. No, I was so awkward and I actually asked him out and he said no. Mayers. It's okay, don't worry. Second chances are a thing. Mayers. Ryan could put in a good word. Beckett. Just follow him on Instagram. Mayers. And slide into the DMs. Beckett. But maybe wait a couple hours or something. Mayers. No way. Love can't wait. Beckett. Nobody said anything about love. Mayers. Yet. Beckett. Just give it a little time. And let us help you craft the message. Mayers. No way. Write something from the heart and just send it. Me. I could just send a GIF. Me. Or a selfie of me with a piece of trash. Mayers. Okay, Beck was right. Let us help you. Me. BRB. Going to find Mrs. Rushmore. Beckett. What is even happening right now? Mrs. Rushmore? I run down the sidewalk onto the Institute parking lot where I finally found her, leaning up against a palm tree and fastening the buckle on her sandal strap. Mrs. Rushmore? Zach Martin. Mrs. Rushmore's eyebrows shoot up like I'm an alien or something. Geez, is it that unlikely for me to be at the Marine Institute? Hey, I grin. Happy summer. I'm here for the cleanup. She frowns. We're already done. She gestures to a small group heading back inside with full trash bags and those mechanical arms people use to pick up garbage on the side of highways and stuff. They're mostly older people, wearing visors and the sunglasses that look like you just went to the eye doctor. They must be the senior volunteers. My shoulders slump. Well, I decided I'll do it. Great. Mrs. Rushmore's forehead wrinkles a little, and she just nods, starting to walk away. I mean, I'll volunteer, I say, at the Marine Institute, like you said. Oh. No. Zach, there's a process. She stands up all straight. Applications opened in November, and we had interviews in March and April. There aren't any spots left. I stand there, hoping she'll change her mind due to a combination of the genuine dumbstruck look on my face and the puppy eyes I just activated. You can always just help with things like the beach cleanups. Mrs. Rushmore eyes Odin, who has flopped onto his stomach. It's usually for volunteers only, but I don't think they'll turn down some extra hands. People constantly destroy the planet. It's the whole thing. That's great and all. I wince, realizing what I just said. Not that people destroy the planet. I just mean it's great I can do beach cleanups. But I was hoping to do something more long-term. Maybe something a little more involved. I want to make a difference. Mrs. Rushmore raises a brow. Where is all this coming from? What do you mean? I say, acting shocked. I think it's important we all do our part, you know? Save the environment. She frowns. Zach, I'm sorry. You know you're one of my favorite students, and I didn't just say that. But I can't give you special treatment. I understand. I frown. I'll admit it's a weird sensation. Getting, rejected? Again? But I'm not giving up that easily. This is my one shot to recover my summer. It's just, you're the only teacher who looks at me and takes me seriously. She raises a brow. This seems very sudden, Zach. I chew on a nail. I've been thinking about how you saw potential in me, and you said I could change the world like that Greta girl. Her face melts at that, so I continue. I know it's working on her. But it's also the truth. If only part of it. You believed in me, I offer, saw more than just some dumb athlete. I just would really appreciate if you could help me out here. Please? I could make a difference. You know how much I loved marine science class. Zach, please? I'll be the best volunteer the Institute has ever seen. I just can't. I scuff my toe against the asphalt and imagine Chip finding out I lied about volunteering. Talk about embarrassing. You'll just have to tell her, Zach. I take a breath. What if I told you I needed this, Mrs. Rushmore? She studies me. Why would you need this? Can you swear you won't repeat it if I tell you something? Mrs. Rushmore hesitates. I need your word that you can keep a secret. No takebacks. Zach, I can't really make a promise like that. I'm still a teacher, even during summer. Noted. Beckett and Mayers will appreciate that information. Please? Zach. It's important, I urge. I take a chance. Look, I'm in a little bit of hot water this summer. There was this prank, and everyone thinks I did it, but I didn't. I just said I did because I needed to protect someone. I needed to protect the whole team. And the person who pulled the prank is going to come forward, but in the meantime, I'm taking the punishment. Mrs. Rushmore doesn't say anything. I have to do community service. And right now, it's going to be at the library. I say, this must be the nail in the coffin, right? The library. You took the blame? She asks, knowing you'd get in trouble? Like I said, I had to. For the guys. Mrs. Rushmore frowns. Please, I say. I would be so much better here at the Institute. It'd be such a good way for me to do my community service hours and make a real difference. She considers this for a moment, before, finally, she exhales, rolling her eyes and nodding. All right. I'll do what I can. Send me an email today with who I need to contact for your community service hours, and I'll work on it. I nod, the knot in my chest loosening. No more library. Seeing Chip at community service. Maybe. Today, she says pointedly. I can already tell you're eyeing the surf. Don't put off this email, Zach. I shake my head. I won't, promise. And anyway, haven't you heard? There are brain-eating amoeba. 6. Dolphin poop. Have you ever seen a dolphin poop? Because I can assure you it's not pretty. Yesterday, I got Mrs. Rushmore that email, and within 2 hours she responded with some paperwork to print out and bring to the orientation this morning. Talk about cutting it close. She said she got it cleared with the school, so, thankfully, my library era has ended before it started. May it rest in peace. I'll gladly trade dusty books for dolphin poop any day, and this way I'm guaranteed to see Chip smile again. I'm now sitting on the bench outside the Marine Institute's administrative office, folding the corner of my paperwork and pushing it back flat with my thumb. The wall across from me shows an underwater view into the dolphin tank, where one of them has a long, cloudy stream of poop trailing behind it. I notice a few of the trainers upstairs rushing over with nets and waiting for the dolphin crap to rise to the top of the water. It's symbolic of my summer so far. A long, cloudy stream of unexpected shit. But hey, it'll get cleaned up. On the other side of the tank, there are kids laughing and pointing. They don't see me sitting here, sweating in a button-down and khakis. They're only paying attention to the dolphins, all 3 rescues with wounded fins or tails. It's dark in this hallway. I never even realized the offices were behind the tanks. The Marine Institute is essentially 3 huge parts, with a boardwalk up against the dunes and stairs leading down to the beach from either end. It must be built from top-tier industrial materials because it hasn't been damaged in a hurricane yet. There's the Conservation and Environmental Wing, which is entirely closed to the public except for field trips and private tours. There's an aquarium, which only features rescued animals either temporarily in rehabilitation or unable to survive in the wild. It's not very big. We could always see the whole thing in an afternoon, even when I was a little kid. But the layout and design are all modern and high-tech. And then there's the outdoor area, a huge lawn overlooking the ocean between the boardwalk and the mini horseshoe of food stands, gift shop carts, and a play zone separated into a regular dry area and a splash zone. According to this paperwork, my shifts are in the Paradise Point Boutique at the entrance of the aquarium. Even though this is community service, I thought it'd be fun stuff like teaching dolphins to do tricks, not pushing stuffed animals. Though this could be a blessing since their poop is clearly no joke. Regardless of what I thought I'd be doing, I'm here on a Saturday at 9:57 a.m., and orientation starts in 3 minutes. I don't know any of the other people here, all volunteers or new hires, which I find strange because in a small town like Citrus Harbor, you tend to mostly see familiar faces. There's a red-headed girl with bright aqua braces who's going to be working with the vets, and then there are 4 blonde girls, 3 other guys who must be a couple years younger than me, and a few college-aged kids. Everyone's chatting with each other, and it feels super weird to not be in on their jokes. To not even be noticed, sitting here like some kind of outcast. Zach? I look up from the corner of my papers, which I folded so many times it's almost falling off. I stand up and smooth my sweaty palms on the front of my khakis. A petite blonde girl in a pink polo is leaning against the office door frame. She motions for me to come in with a giant smile, and I feel a little more at ease. "I'm Holly," she says as I reach her. We shake hands and I notice the thick white socks over her ankles and the bright chunky tennis shoes. If you can look past the uniform, she's stunning. I'm just hoping I won't be dressed like that. I should have looked at what the gift shop workers were wearing when I came in. We pass the reception desk with a smiling old woman. There's a fish tank that looks like it'd be one of those upside-down water jug dispensers, which is as quirky as I'd expect. All the doors in the long hallway are open, but nobody is at their desks. When we get to Holly's office, she lets me in and takes a seat. She's the recreation coordinator, which is kind of cool since she's not much older than me. On her desk, there are some cute photos of her with a guy. They're in wetsuits in one and wearing formal wear in another. She has a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida framed, and I decide that's my in. I thought about going to UF, I say. Not entirely false. I'm pretty open to whatever school will give me the best scholarship, honestly. Abby Wambach played there. I know, Holly smiles. She's a Gator great. I was on the team when I went. No way, I clap my hands together. I play on the Citrus Boys team. Nice, Holly says. I think there's another soccer player in our volunteer program. And yeah, soccer was fun during college. As I'm sure you know, going pro is basically impossible. Mom and Dad say if I shrink my dreams, I shrink my potential. I know this is true, because I've been able to accomplish pretty much every goal I've ever had. But I don't want to pick an argument with this girl, so I just silently wonder if she might have shrinked her potential. Or maybe it's shrunk her potential? Holly nods, bringing her hands up and gathering some papers. She clicks a pen and then sets it down, studying me for a minute. We take every rule very seriously here. Of course, I'll take it very seriously. And I really do love, the ocean and stuff, I say. Right. Holly eyes me. Do you have any idea what you want to study when you go off to college? I'm not 100% sure, I say. Who knows, maybe I'll want to be a marine biologist after this summer. Holly just smiles softly and nods. Maybe. She gives me this look I've seen before. The look Mrs. Bridges in Student Services gives me when I get in trouble for being late to first period, or the look Mr. Yates gives me when we have to do our college research projects. Even Marigold Thomas has given me that look, the one she gives anyone who isn't pushing a 4.5 GPA, like I'm pathetic. I like a bunch of things, I say, trying to make up for what she must see as an obvious lack of direction. Mostly sports. I'm up for captain, and our team recently won the state championship, so minor flex. Holly's eyes fall to the paperwork on her desk, her lips pursed. Well, good. Good, she repeats. Anyway, just checking in before you start. Outside the window, I see Chip walk by with a couple of other volunteers. He doesn't seem to be one of them, though. By the way he's a little more dressed up and holding an iPad, he seems to be leading them. He looks really good in a button-down. All right? Holly's asking when I turn back to her. Yeah, I say, half listening. Sounds good. I wonder where Chip's headed. I wonder if we'll bump into each other. Okay, go grab one of the polos from the supply closet down the hall from the break room. You're going to train with Jordan. I have absolutely no clue what's going on, but I smile and get up, making my way out of her office and back to the hallway where the rest of the volunteers and new hires are waiting. Thankfully, I know just where the break room is, since I already had my eye on a Coke and a dark chocolate Milky Way in the vending machines right next to it. Stopping by the supply closet, I'm overwhelmed with the options. A white polo might get dirty too fast and show gross pit sweat, and the black would definitely be too hot. I choose the aqua over the pink. Either way, I'm taking an L, and grab a medium, closing the supply door. I duck into the men's room and pull off my shirt, sliding the Marine Institute polo over my head. The huge logo with the smiling dolphin is right over my heart. It's half a size too big and I look like a loser, but whatever. At least the aqua matches the little blue buttons on my purple surf watch. Bright side, Zach. Find the bright side. I drape my shirt over my arm and walk out, wandering into the break room, and it feels like forever that I wait for Jordan, who turns out to be a tall Asian guy with a tentacle tattoo on his arm and sick retro Vans. You guys are going to love the gift shop, Jordan says as I round the corner. Oh, is someone else? Z! Mayers runs up behind me, wearing one of the pink polos, which he's sloppily tucked into a pair of khakis. He squeezes my shoulders. Guess who's volunteering with you all summer? Am I hallucinating? Maybe I'm dehydrated. Mayers is the absolute last person I expected to see here. Wait, what? I don't even have a second to process. Jordan just laughs, punching a code into a keypad, and leads us into what looks like a stockroom. It smells of plastic and cheese puffs, which isn't the most enticing, But we only breeze through before we arrive at one final corner and slip through a facade that looks like a giant rock. The gift shop is completely ocean-themed, and actually is really nice. These slightly tacky polos stand out, honestly. There's a straight-up Disney World level of detail in the fake rocks that line the round room, and the ambient lighting that makes the ceiling look like waves and blurred sunlight above. There are little displays throughout the store with giant pieces of coral on top of them or a fake anemone that even sways like it's under the sea. Lit, Mayers says, turning to the LED screen on one of the walls, which seems to have various loops of fish and sea creatures swimming by. Jordan nods. Gift shop sales are huge for the Institute, so they put a lot of money into this shop over the winter and worked with Irving Banks. It's pretty sick, huh? For sure, Mayer says, smiling at a little girl who is running around with a manta ray plush. Dude, I bump Mayer's arm. That's the firm Beckett is interning with. Mayers gives a nod of approval as he looks around. Big money. Jordan gives us a grand tour of the entire institute next. He walks us through the aquarium, which I know well, and through the cafe and the administrative offices. He briefly walks us over to the conservation wing, a separate 3-story glass building that's all state-of-the-art, a newer addition. It's shaped like a horseshoe wrapped around a huge tank, where Jordan says they rehabilitate the marine mammals. We pass a plaque stating it was a donation from Irving Banks. Jordan tells us basically we're dead meat if we ever go in any of the restricted areas over here. We have labs, education centers, restricted archives, and venture capitalist touchdown spaces, Jordan says as we stand in the lobby. This is the only building with a concierge and turnstiles. In this wing, there are a number of very expensive and high-profile research projects ongoing at any given time. Like Jurassic Park stuff? Mayers jokes. Jordan cracks a smile, but it's obviously forced. These areas are off-limits. After that fun little detour, we swing through the kiddie play area outside and then find ourselves back in the gift shop, where a staff member has been begrudgingly keeping watch. You guys get to hang out here and keep things stocked and running smoothly, Jordan says. It's easy. Just keep an eye on what's running low and then pull it from the back. Just make sure you scan it out with a mobile device. I'll teach you both registers today and we'll get you all set with a login. You won't get keys, so neither of you can open or close alone. But your shifts are shorter than the paid staff shifts anyway. Mayers and I get stuck doing restock because Jordan and the other girl have to figure out how to get us signed on to the registers. We hover around the stuffed animals and scribble notes on Post-its so we can grab the right products from the back. Mayers and I both laugh about the creepy oyster plush with the wide smile and Pennywise eyes. Okay, Mayers, what is going on? I say when we're finally alone, with no customers around. You signed up to volunteer? There's like an application process and interviews, and he raises a finger. I was not about to sit around alone all summer while Beckett designs fancy billion-dollar houses and you become the next Jacques Cousteau. I press my lips together and blink. I don't think either of those... You know who Jacques Cousteau is? Mayers looks around, pulling out his phone. I told Mrs. Rushmore I wanted to earn some volunteer hours to look good for colleges. And that worked? No. Mayers scoffs. My mom had to email Coach. Well, I emailed him on my mom's iPad. And then my mom got the reply and was all like, it's illegal to send an email from my account, you know? And I was like, it's literally not. And that went on for a while, and then Coach said I should be volunteering this summer, and boom, here I am. He pulls up Instagram and slides over to take a story. Applying a filter, he forces me into the frame for a selfie. Both of our polos' logos are visible, and he quickly types out, hashtag save the sea turtles, hashtag protect our oceans, hashtag care for your beach, before posting. Giving him a look, I sigh and turn back to my Post-its. What? Hope is going to see this, and she is going to be majorly impressed by my philanthropy, he says. Are you not happy we're working together? I shake my head. There is no way I'll make it through the summer being stuck with Mayers for hours at a time with a secret this big. Of course I am. Way better than with some rando or by myself. Mayers, look, I need to tell you something. I don't think you realize what you signed up for here. I think I signed up for unlimited chocolate bars and sodas with my best friend all summer, Mayer says. Not unlimited, I correct. 1 per shift. It's like the Holy Grail, he says. Dude, you don't get it. I really need to tell you this, but you have to swear you won't tell anyone. Mayers holds his pinky out. Swear on all the free chocolate and sodas. I reluctantly bring my pinky up. He smiles and squeezes his finger against mine. Now tell me. I didn't pull the prank, I say, and the way his gaze stays steady, I can tell he isn't following. Ryan put the shark in the Menendez locker room, but he can't come clean because he'll lose his spot at Duke. So just until he's in the clear, I'm covering for him. Mayers glances off. Wait, what? The math isn't mathing here. When is he going to be in the clear? Probably once some paperwork is done or something. He's starting summer classes, so maybe then? It'll be before the 4th, so I'll be in everyone's good graces by the time we vote for captain. Right, he says. Well, I guess this makes a little more sense than you disappearing in the night and hauling a shark across town without even telling us. It's starting to click now. Okay, it's fine. We have a little fun in the gift shop. Ryan fesses up, but he's already enrolled AF and immune to high school punishment. You get captain. I get Hope to fall in love with me, TBD on the game plan there. I nod as he grins. I think we basically can still have the best summer ever. Right on cue, a kid down the aisle from us upchucks breakfast all over the display of seahorse plushies. 7. It's delicate. After our shift, Mayers and I find ourselves inhaling tacos at the courtyard by the pier, backed up against the Marine Institute on one side and opening up to a wide and wonderful array of lunch options. It's like the food court at the mall, except even better because there are food trucks and dessert stands and sunshine. It's such a nice day, and if this is how my summer's gonna go, I can definitely deal. The palm trees are swaying and it smells like coconuts outside. One of the greatest things about summer is how it seems to always smell like the best parts of the beach and having fun outside. We're walking back toward the Institute to our cars when the front door swings open and Chip hurries out, looking down at an iPad before sizing us up behind his thin-framed black glasses. God, he is so cute. Maybe now that I'm here in my Marine Institute polo, he'll give me a chance. Maybe he'll see we have some stuff in common. Or, instead of nodding hello to me, he says, Mayers? Offering his hand, Mayers booms. Nice to meet you. He eyes the name tag as they shake hands. Chip. Then he looks at me. Oh. I ignore Mayers and try to gauge the vibe. Chip doesn't seem to be happy. He hasn't offered that smile I may or may not have thought about all last night, and his eyes are slightly narrowed on us. How come you don't have to wear one of these super cool polos? I ask. Chip straightens up a bit. I'm an intern. He catches himself. Head intern, actually. I'm approving your hours this summer. He looks down at the screen, resting on his forearm, before glancing up at Mayers. You were late? On your first day? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. There was this whole thing with gravy this morning. Such a disaster. I get the sense Chip isn't looking for an excuse, so I nudge Mayers. sorry, he repeats. Look, Chip sighs, eyes landing on me. Mrs. Rushmore had to stick her neck out because, her words, she knows you're a good kid and a bright student. So we're just going to move forward, right? I nod, gulping. Just how much does Chip know? So much for impressing him. Chip looks to Mayers. And then she had to stick her neck out again for you, because your mom is so concerned. You should see the email she got. I bite the inside of my cheek. So, here's the deal. Mrs. Rushmore does research here. She has friends here, and she's well respected here. This institute isn't just some cute aquarium. It's highly recognized in research, education, and conservation. I think we all would love, in an ideal world, for you both to learn something this summer. Maybe find something you're passionate about. This has really taken a turn. But what we're not going to do is show up late, or ditch a shift, or eat the free candy bars and make Mrs. Rushmore or your fellow Citrus Harbor High students look bad. Mayers looks at me. But they said we get a free candy bar. Nobody takes the free candy bar. This is a non-profit organization, Mayers. Come on. He looks to me. Zach, you didn't take the trash out at the end of your shift like Jordan asked. You didn't clock out. And you are wearing a bracelet that says do rad shit, which is not exactly professional. I gulp. How is this turning into the exact opposite of what I thought our next conversation would be like? You're going to have to try a little harder, he says. Mayers rocks back on his heels. Well, I know you need the community service hours. Chip frowns. And I'm not going to sign off on them if they're just spent standing around talking to each other. We won't. I swallow down the shame that feels like it's blocking my throat. Chip, I don't want you to think I'm whatever you think I am. I think you're Ryan's friend. He says it like it's the most incriminating thing someone could be. And I think you have quite the sense of humor. I'd recommend visiting the shark exhibit. They're pretty gentle. And while we don't have hammerheads, we do have plenty of other species you can learn about. He knows everything. My stomach drops. But the best defense is a great offense, right? Chip, we are definitely on the same page about our hours and everything here. We completely understand. And we're really thankful Mrs. Rushmore got us this opportunity. We won't take the candy bar or be late or anything. We'll work hard during our shifts. He looks straight at us. If either of you have any slip-ups, I have to deal with it. So please, just don't. We are both going to be the best volunteers, I say. Mayers grins. Save the sea turtles. Chip forces a smile and turns on his heel, heading back inside. After standing in silence for what feels like an eternity, Mayers finally exhales. I think you should just tell him the truth. I mean, he clearly thinks you're someone you're not, and you obviously don't want that. I just think he's cute, I counter. And him thinking I put a shark in a locker room might be worse than when Dad watched us nearly lose that regionals game. Maybe. Right. He's Ryan's cousin and clearly not his biggest fan, not to mention he's somehow in charge of our community service. Mayers hums. But wouldn't you rather he know the real you? I nod. Of course, dude. But maybe I can still help him get to know the real me without telling him about the whole Ryan thing? I can't let that get around. Maybe I can just show him who I really am, and then by the time the truth comes out, it'll all make sense. Yes, love it. Or you could tell him the truth, but either way, totally sounds good. I just have to be myself. My real self. Your reputation's never been worse, so... Mayer says this to himself, but looks to me with a satisfied smile when he's proud of how well the reference clicks. Sorry, I'm just saying. After all of that, I need to decompress. I say goodbye to Mayers and sit in my car for a second before I even start it. It's gotta be over 100 degrees after baking in the sun all morning and afternoon. But I just sit there, sweat starting to slick my forehead and chest getting tight. I can't screw this up. Not only do I have to get through this summer of community service and win a charity match and get named captain, so I don't let down literally everyone. Now I have to make sure Mayers doesn't get us into any trouble when accidental mischief happens to be one of his greatest strengths. I start the car and roll down the window, inhaling as the breeze sweeps through. When I get to Dad's, there's no sounds of Odin's paws against the wood floor, and no stress-induced Type A calendar of death on the refrigerator. It's a 3-bedroom house 10 blocks from the beach, described as a bungalow in the listing, which I still vividly remember since Dad kept asking me what I thought about it. Nice backyard and a small pool, close enough to skate or bike down to the beach, and a room for me to shut myself in while I got over the divorce. That's what I thought. Now it's actually not so bad. Surfboards hang in the garage, and it's slowly coming along in terms of decorating. Vintage framed photos, worn cognac leather, and boho pillows from the shop down the street. Dad definitely doesn't have a crush on the woman who owns it. Along with a built-in wall of oak bookshelves filled with World War II novels and shadow boxes of things from Dad's army days, a folded flag and a medal, things like that. It's a strange feeling when a place feels half like a home and half like a hotel, not just because of the cookie-cutter coastal modern furniture and accents, but because I check in and check out, and it's almost transactional. I used to think it was Mom and Dad's fault, and I guess if we really want to boil it down, it is. But now I know that doesn't matter. Thanks to the child psychologist I had to see, I understand fully that they're people too, and we all three have to work on being happy, together, but not together. Or whatever. It's going well, really. After changing into swim trunks, I'm determined to salvage the rest of my Saturday afternoon, so I'm going to grab a surfboard and walk down to the beach. I almost check to make sure Odin is following me out of my room, but I catch myself and grab my keyring and phone from my dresser. Where are you headed? Dad calls out, his head buried in the fridge. He's sweaty and covered in grease from working on the boat or the motorcycle or the car, I'm not sure. Pointing out the door, I take another step. Beach. Going to surf for a little bit, but I'll be back in time to eat. Dad tilts his head, closing the door and taking a sip of water before looking at the time on the oven. It's low tide. It's okay. I just want to get out there. Clear my head. He nods slowly. You could go clear your head and do some drills. Silence floats between us. I sigh. It's one day. He raises his hands. All right, your call. Just, do you think the boys at Menendez are taking a day? You guys only have a few weeks. I don't know if they're taking a day, I say, even though he's right. You still want to be captain? Dad asks. Right? Just making sure. You still want to stand out to scouts next year? Chelsea still the goal? My instinct is to wait and hear if Ryan chimes in, confirming that is still the goal. But I say, of course it is. Okay. Go ahead and surf if you want. Dad nods. But I'm going to lose if I do? He shakes his head. You have to put in 110%, Zach. You know that. You've worked so hard, and you're this close to being captain. And you're already stuck doing this community service. Don't even get me started on that. But you have to make sure you're using your time wisely. That's all. I always do put in 110%, I say. That's how I've gotten this far, isn't it? That's right. He shrugs. Just remember, you'll have plenty of time to surf after you win the charity match and make captain. I sigh. And then I nod. Dad gets me a training-sized skill ball, and as I take it in the backyard, I know he's right. 8. Let the games begin. 6 a.m. drills on a Monday morning. Not the most fun way to kick off summer, I have to say. It's the first day of our practices, and the guys are royally pissed, as I'd expected. I'm honestly grateful Noel doesn't try to cleat me. Beckett isn't here, which mildly annoys me, but I know it's his first day at his big internship, so I'm doing my best to be understanding. He's a good intuitive player, so at least I don't need to worry about him too much. Lucas and Stefan are nursing hangovers from some party they went to, on a Sunday night, no less, crushing Gatorades and groaning every 5 minutes. Mayers and Dennis are in fine moods, which I'm thankful for, since Theo is giving me attitude as we start jogging warm-up laps. If I wanted to spend my summer getting up before the sun, he mutters. Noel nods in agreement, his thick, dark brows furrowed in annoyance. He falls into step with Carlos, Leo, and Murray, who all chuckle with him while looking over at me. Overall, a winning start for our team, I'd say. We all want the same thing, I try when we take a water break. Noel scoffs. To go back to bed? The guys all laugh at this. My chest tightens. They're not laughing at you, they're just tired. This doesn't mean you're a bad leader. No. We want to keep up our winning streak. We want to win that charity match. And if I can get us that victory, I'll secure the captain vote. I set up a scrimmage, and we skate and slide around the dewy field and kick up grass. I skin my forearm at one point, trying to save a goal. I never claimed to be a good keeper, but there's a tinge of embarrassment when my teammates clap and I'm on the ground. When we finish with our first scrimmage, the sky is bright, and I'm thoroughly tuckered out. Since Coach wasn't here to bring out the cooler, I'm left with an empty water bottle, dying of thirst in the Florida morning heat. The rest of the guys were smart enough to bring additional Gatorades. I'm drenched in sweat by the time my phone timer goes off. Honestly, Z, I was going easy on you. Mayer's pants. Face tomato red as he brings his squeeze bottle up to his lips. Right, I smile. I can tell by how out of breath you are. Mayers runs his hand through his dripping maroon hair and flicks sweat at me. I fake gag and shove him. He grabs his bag under the bench, shuffling around for his phone. Oh, I say and wince. Dude, my back seriously hurts. Oh, damn. He straightens up and steps closer to me. You okay? I reach my arms over my head, wincing, and as I lift up onto my tiptoes, I'm just barely eye level with him. I don't know. What the hell happened? Mayers picks up his squeeze bottle and offers me a worried look. Want me to... I stretch my arm across my chest and exhale sharply. I think I'll be fine. It's probably just from carrying the entire team all year. Asshole. Mayers groans, falling back onto the grass and sprawling out. Okay, guys, I say, turning to everybody. Great practice today. Everyone looks to me expectantly, and my mouth is open, ready for words to come out, but none do. My mind goes blank. Come on, Z, come on. What would Ryan say? Let's just make sure we're not holding back on offense, I say, looking to Carlos, Leo, and Noel. And when we're defending, let's not forget to play a few mind games with our opponents. Don't give up your next move too easily. It just takes a glance to the left before you go right, or a false start up the field. Noel nods. Nothing we don't know. Mayer shoots him a look. I know Ryan would put Noel in his place, but I'm already on thin ice, and I don't want to start any more fights, so I don't respond. I get it. We're all tired, and it's summer. I'm sorry we have to practice this early, but I think it'll be really good for us. Dennis raises a hand. I read early morning workouts are good for our metabolisms. All right, Dennis. Theo chuffs. I'm sure this is all going to be great, Dennis offers, finally a bit of positivity. Growth is good, guys. Whatever. I can't wait to do this again tomorrow. Noel mumbles as he walks past me to put our equipment into bags. Lucas is silent. I stand up and fold my arms. I am sure we're going to kick ass. You guys are going to be even better than you already are, which is saying something since you're already awesome. That's what a good captain should say, something motivational. It's a little less confident of a delivery than Ryan would give, but it works. Bet. Theo laughs sarcastically and turns to Dennis. The best team in the state really needs 6 a.m. drills to win a charity match. We need to get some practice in without Ryan or the other seniors. But anyway, it's not all about winning. I catch myself. What am I saying? The guys seem to notice. I only mean the charity match is for a good cause, so let's just all do our best this summer. Noel smirks. Some mixed messaging going on. Maybe you should call Ryan to see what he thinks. The little tinge of annoyance Noel has sparked in my chest burns hotter now. I don't need to call Ryan. We have to do these early practices because of you, Noel groans. First it was the Ryan show, now it's going to be the Zach show. Why don't we just let Zach play Menendez? Stefan holds his hands up. Noel, let's take a breath. No, it's ridiculous, Noel says. Dude, chill, Mayer says. Noel's right. Why do we all have to do these stupid early practices? Leo crosses his arms. Murray and Carlos nod in agreement. Lucas and Stefan exchange looks. We're part of a team, guys, I say. Noel lifts his brows. Really? Honestly? Maybe I don't want to be part of this team. This is a little much, even for you, Theo says, rolling his eyes. Let's all just call it a fucking day. You can't quit, Noel, Dennis says quietly. Noel, I say, let's talk this through. I don't need any of this, Noel says. I step forward and reach for his arm. Come on, let's go talk. He jogs away and I try to muster up some look of encouragement for the team. I want them to believe I'm going to fix this, because maybe if they do, I actually will. A few paces away, Noel's standing there, tapping his foot like I'm some random inconvenience he can hardly be bothered with. There's a stray soccer ball in the penalty arc, which I tap over to him. It's only for like a month, I say, and anyway, we'll all only get better. Extra training is never a bad thing. Ryan thinks some of the guys really need it. Ryan's always right, he scoffs. Hey, Ryan led us to another state championship. He's done a lot for us, I say. Noel, it's just some summer training. Noel just grunts, rolling his eyes and sending the ball back over to me. It's not. I'm just tired of all of this. What do you mean? I kick it back. I think I'm the only one who knows the truth. He takes a few steps closer. Why did you take the blame for Ryan? I didn't. I take a breath. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Is he going to make sure the captain vote goes your way? Noel looks so satisfied with himself. You take the blame and in return, you get what you want? Shaking my head, I take a step back. Ryan had nothing to do with the prank, and honestly, I don't know what this has to do with... Everything is about you, Zach. It was all about Ryan, and now it's all about you. Maybe it is a little bit, Noel, I want to say, but you don't understand why I can't lose. Kids at school see a winner. They see someone who's confident and part of something. I've earned my spot. I've earned not feeling like a loser, not feeling like I'm weak or an outcast. I've earned feeling like I belong somewhere. When my parents got divorced, neither of them wanted me. They didn't fight over custody or anything. They just told me it was up to me. I could go wherever I wanted. I didn't know what the hell to do, and Beckett suggested alternating weekends, so that's what I do now. When I won the state championship, though, my parents both wanted me. They both said they'd order pizza, and I could have all the guys over. They both took pictures of me with the trophy, and they both offered to blow off whatever they had scheduled for the rest of the weekend. I couldn't believe they were playing tug-of-war over me. Now I'm not looking for a place to sit at lunch or trying to convince my parents I'm worth their time. Ryan's locker was already cleared out 2 weeks ago, Noel says. He looks away. I was wondering why he showed up on the last day of school, but the timing of it all was a dead giveaway. The silence between us is constricting. This is all par for the course, he says. I guess it's just, I would expect this from Ryan, not as much from you. I know you look up to him and you're buddies, but do you really want Captain bad enough to cheat for it? I'm not cheating for it, I say. Ryan can't rig the vote or make me captain. You have this all wrong. Noel scoffs. I'm not an idiot, Zach. Come on, Noel. You can tell Coach and the guys, or I can, he says. I stand up as straight as I can. Noel, wait. It would be really bad if it got out right now. If you can just wait. Until you're captain? Yeah, right. Panicking, I try to imagine what Ryan would say right now. What would he do? It's risky to go up against Ryan, I say, with no proof. You think everyone will believe you? What if they don't? Noel studies me. Maybe it's a risk I'm willing to take. Let it go, I press. Nobody wins there, Noel. This isn't a game, especially not for Ryan. He's not going to let anything screw up Duke. You know that. This seems to register. Noel lifts his chin slightly. I swear, Noel, the captain thing, it's not what you think. I wouldn't do that. And then he just laughs before turning on his heel and walking away. 9. Actually, I'm a shark. I barely have time to shower, and I have to eat a yogurt while skating to the Marine Institute. I should stop to grab a Gatorade from Walgreens, but I'm in such a rush and I'm feeling beyond loopy. The world around me seems to be teetering and wavy. I take a sip at the water fountain before checking in with Jordan, and soon enough, I'm dressed in a polyester polo and cleaning vomit off the floor of the gift shop. Is this an omen? Mayor says, bringing over the mop bucket. We just opened, and a kid already blew chunks. We can still make it a good day, I say. Then I stand up. My foot slides through the vomit, and I land on my ass, sliding right into the steaming, chunky mixture that looks like Kool-Aid, potatoes, and corn. Christ, Mayor sighs, taking a step back. He holds the back of his hand over his mouth and shakes his head. See, we're not even getting paid for this shit. I always aim to see the bright side, but right now, I'm struggling. I stand up slowly, my back soaking wet. The overwhelming smell, like vinegar and old hot milk, is too much. I hurry behind the cave facade, past the back room, and into the bathroom. Pulling off the shirt and shoving it into the sink, I fight a gag. I run into the handicap stall and start that sink, scrubbing furiously and eventually sticking my whole head under the faucet to get the smell off. When it's safe, I turn off the water and stand up, looking at myself in the mirror. I look like a drowned dog, which is awesome, since my shift just started. Jordan walks in the bathroom and grimaces. Mayers let me know what happened. There is good news. Jordan's definition of good news might differ from most people's. The good news is I don't have to put back on my disgusting vomit-soaked polo. More good news, I don't have to clean up the vomit. Sorry, Mayers. Except, as I pull on the giant shark mascot costume, I start to question just how bad vomit really is. Maybe I'd rather stew in one of those little kiddie pools filled with vomit than be forced to dance around outside the aquarium to bring in guests. Being a shark mascot, outside in Florida during June, is like being in a sauna, except you can't open the door and get out. Seriously, I'm kicking myself for not properly hydrating during practice and being in too big a hurry to buy a damn Gatorade. It'll be fine, though. The shift isn't too long, and all I have to do is wave and shake my ass and happily react when people make the connection that I'm next to a sign announcing a discount for kids today. My boxers are quickly soaked in sweat, and I begin to question the hygiene and sanitation of this costume. A few moms push strollers up to me and unbuckle their kids, pulling out their phones to take photos. "Dolphin!" one of the little girls says, leaning against my leg. "Actually, I'm a shark," I say, patting her on the head. At this point, two things happen. One of the moms looks at me like I just called her daughter a moron, and then one of the youngest boys begins to scream at the top of his lungs before punching me. All the kids follow suit, screaming, "Shark!" and attacking. It doesn't take much for the 4 little hellspawn to knock me over. The suit is clunky. The moms usher them back to their strollers, giving me a look like I deserve to get beat up for trying to teach them the difference between a shark and a dolphin. Maybe today is just a bad day. Maybe every day can't have a positive spin. As I'm rolling over to try and stand up, the head pops off and rolls a few feet away, which makes the kids scream even more. The only thing worse than a shark is a decapitated shark. As I question all my life choices, suddenly there's Noel. He's sipping a lemonade, and he's about to walk past, but he sees me and bursts out laughing. Of course, he's just sipping a lemonade, enjoying life when he knows I'm stressed about his threat to tell the truth about the prank. He gets to live his best life, and I'm now even more of a laughingstock. "What are you doing?" he chuckles. I get up and shuffle over to the shark head. "Just filling in for the guy who plays Sharky," I say. I probably look so rough, and my hair is for sure dripping with sweat. Noel's smile brightens. "Have fun." "No," I assure him. "It's work. It's how we generate more ticket sales, which is how we fund research." "Ah, of course," he replies and nods. "Sorry you couldn't come to brunch." "It's okay," I say, wiping sweat off my forehead. Jesus, it's hot. Wait, brunch? Might have been another group chat. Noel smirks. I know what he's doing, trying to psych me out about being excluded. It's working, too. It makes me dizzy how disconnected from the team Noel makes me feel. He's doing it on purpose, though, and I can't let him see how it bothers me. Dizzy to... He's doing it on purpose. Zach? I open my eyes and realize I'm propped up against a palm tree outside the Marine Institute, and Leo is pouring a lemonade into my mouth. I sputter and cough. God, are you okay? He asks. I take a deep breath and squint up at Leo and the blurry figure crouching down behind him. Noel. That's right. I was just talking to Noel. Leo must have just shown up. You passed out. Leo sets his lemonade down, and behind him, Noel studies me with pursed lips. Should we call an ambulance? No, I'm fine, I say, sitting up a little straighter. I can't believe I passed out. Noel raises a brow. I couldn't believe it. Not every day you see a guy in a shark costume hit the floor like that. I cringe. I'm just dehydrated. Well, we better go. The other guys are waiting. Noel says to Leo before looking to me. And Zach needs to get some electrolytes so he can get back to... I'm Sharky, I say, unable to say anything more. Right, Noel nods. Adorable. Drink some water, man, Leo says, patting my shoulder and standing up. Oh, wait, Noel says, pulling his phone out and snapping a photo. My cheeks go hot. I cannot have everyone seeing me like this. Noel, please don't post that anywhere. He and Leo exchange amused looks before he pockets his phone and they walk away. I sit there for a second. Is today Friday the 13th? Or just the worst day ever? After my longest shift yet, spiritually anyway, I swing by the offices to check in with Chip. I want him to know I am working hard and showing up for all my hours, and maybe also hoping to have a more positive conversation than our last. One of the office managers says he's taking a break, and that I can probably find him outside, which is good news since I do much better, generally speaking, outside than in an office. I exit through the gift shop and find a huge crowd of kids playing in the splash zone. One of the little demons from earlier has an ice cream cone she's holding upside down, and another is shaking a stuffed shark around with his teeth like a dog. So far, the Marine Institute has taught me I should love being an only child since kids vomit, scream, and beat people up on the regular. I'm careful to dodge old children, skirting past some rogue bubble-blowing toddlers on the sidewalk before finding myself on the boardwalk. As promised, Chip is sitting on a bench, concentrating on a book that looks to be about 500 pages too long for me. Chip looks up at me and takes a sip of his sun-kissed. Zach? Hey, I say, and tease. Is that the dictionary? The Priory of the Orange Tree, Chip says, closing the book, using his finger as a placeholder, but he might be fighting a laugh. Are you okay? Yeah, why? I blink. You just look a little... out of it? I'm exhausted, I admit, and point behind me to the Marine Institute. Today blows. Hard. I'm sorry to hear that. It's all good. I just wanted to check in with you before I left, but you're on break, and I suck my teeth. Now I'm bothering you on your break. I'm sorry, I'm just going to head out. That's okay. I'll approve your hours. He tilts his head. Are you sure you're feeling okay? What happened today? After he chewed me out before, I'm surprised he even asks. I exhale. I slipped and vomited this morning. I don't even make money. Chip winces. Okay, that's pretty bad. But you are doing community service. Yeah, but... I lean my skimboard against the bench and sit next to Chip. I had to dress up as Sharky, and I got beat up by a bunch of kids, then passed out because I have these intense soccer conditioning sessions at 6 a.m. every day, because Ryan suggested it, and it's like the only time I can get the guys together. Plus, Noel Hawthorne seriously wants to ruin my life. I catch myself. I know that sounds dramatic, but he actually wants to ruin my life. Chip takes a deep breath. It definitely sounds like a bad day. I'm sorry. Honestly? Normally I'd skip the vulnerability session, but this guy has already rejected me, so I don't know how much lower I can go. Chip lifts his chin as if to ask me to go on. It's more than just a bad day, I say. I'm going to be captain, finally. But I'm realizing it's hard to be captain. And I'm worried we may not win the summer charity match without the guys who just graduated. But we never lose. And that's the first game where I'm supposed to be leading the team. Slowly, Chip nods, and I think the look in his eyes is a little softer. So, I'm stressed and tired, and everything sucks so much worse right now, I add. And if we lose, it's going to be a whole thing. My gaze drifts. As long as the team wins, the nominee gets voted in. Easy. We haven't lost in, at least a decade. Last time it happened, the team voted someone else as captain. Ryan would flip, and I'd be such a loser. The legacy is at stake. Well, damn, Chip finally says. Where's that confident guy who won the state championship? Where's 8-foot poster Zach? He got his ego bruised a little. I pinch my mouth together to try not to smile. Because this cute Marine Institute intern said it'd be a bad idea if they hung out. Chip busts out laughing, but narrows his eyes. I'm sure he'll be okay. I study him for a second. He has a point. Not that I'll be fine after his rejection, and him doubling down on that rejection. But I'm Zach. I'm a winner. You're right. But I'm never wearing that damn shark costume again, I say, trying to puff up my chest a little. The kids are relentless. With the kids, the key is trying to put yourself in their shoes. Relate to them. Get on their level. And I gotta be honest, maybe think about why you're doing this community service in the first place. I may not be doing it for the reason he thinks, but I am doing it for a reason. For Ryan. For the team. For my future. I nod. His watch beeps and he pulls a receipt out of his pocket, replacing his finger with it between the book's pages. Shit. Sorry, I have to go, but are you gonna be okay? For sure. I stand up and grab my skimboard. 8-foot poster Zach. Thanks for the pep talk. Just this once. He offers a smile and waves as he heads off. I wish I could tell him I'm not who he thinks I am. I wish he knew he didn't have to have his guard up around me. I realized I didn't even ask how he was. Looking out at the ocean, I realize I have to harness that confidence I felt before this whole thing. There is a reason I took the fall for Ryan. There is a reason I'm going to be captain. I'm determined. I'm a winner. I just have to try a little harder. 10. Never was a story of more woe. After some shooting practice and a frozen pizza, I text Mayers and Beckett and ask if they want to hang out. We end up meeting at the park that overlooks the ocean, right by the Marine Institute, for a few games of basketball. I can't tell if I'm more preoccupied with the fact that Noel is threatening to expose me, that I got rejected twice, or how overwhelmingly cute Chip is. Either way, my mind is not focused on the game. Zach's a sore loser, Beckett sings as we towel off our sweat. He's got a certain spring in his step and makes a point of flashing a huge grin as he takes a sip of his Gatorade. Someone had a great first day at his internship. I hand a group of kids the basketball and shove Beckett into Mayers. We walk down the sidewalk from the courts toward the boardwalk. The ocean is super chill and glassy, and the sun is setting behind us. The park is buzzing with middle schoolers and stroller-pushing moms. I can hear the grating of skateboard trucks in the bowl on the other side of the basketball court. I'm not a sore loser, I say. I just suck at basketball, and I wanted to go rock climbing. Rock climbing is so boring, Mayers says. Where's the danger? Dude, Beckett hits his arm. Just Google rock climbing injuries. I will. Anyway, my balls get squished in those harnesses, Mayers notes. Everyone's balls get squished in those harnesses, I say, still catching my breath. Beckett's a little right. I am salty about losing so miserably, even when it was Mayers and me against Beckett. We had the advantage and still ate it. Well, sorry I don't voluntarily squish my balls, Mayers says, snapping his headband, bright white with that black Nike swoosh. It stands out against his hair, which is sopping with sweat and has turned a dark maroon. We're barely to the ocean when Mayers looks around and then hits us both on the arms. All right, I have a surprise. I frown. Not again. No, it's a good surprise. Mayers grins. I stole some of Monty's weed. Beckett shakes his head. No way. Last time I tried it, I thought I was time traveling. Yeah, Beckett's paranoia levels are... I'm not paranoid. Come on, guys. Mayer stops us. Just a little fun. Beckett rolls his eyes but nods. Yeah, okay. Let me see it. I want to make sure it doesn't look sketchy. Mayer scoffs, opening his bag as we stop by a public restroom. He digs inside, eyes darting around the park to make sure he's in the clear, and then holds the bag open toward Beckett. You guys, I don't think we should really be smoking at all, I say, especially now. You know it's bad for your lungs, and we need to be at peak performance before the 4th. This isn't what Mayers wants to hear, and he closes the bag. Like, I'm going to be at peak performance with our 6 a.m. practices. I'm a zombie. There it is. I've been waiting for one of them to bring it up. Beckett and Mayers just remain silent as we walk toward the Jeep. We pile in, and Mayers moves to a spot that perfectly overlooks the pier and the ice cream stand. 6 a.m., Mayers whines. So much for summer, Beckett agrees. You didn't even come to the first practice. Today was a big day, he says. I just meant I was really looking forward to a bit more fun. My winter break was basically consumed with the National Honor Society fundraising, and spring break was all soccer. Mayers nods and then cocks his head. I knew it wasn't all bad I'm not in NHS. You loved that, I say to Beckett. Didn't you raise like the most money NHS ever raised or something? Beckett shakes his head. Only the most for the Citrus Harbor chapter. And yes, I did technically enjoy it, but the point I was making, with the internship and now this, I'll barely have any downtime this summer, and I don't want to be too tired to actually have fun too. Come on. Do you think I want to wake up that early to practice and then go to the institute all day? It'll be worth it, I offer. Beckett shrugs, grinning. Okay. But also, hear me out. We're the best team in Florida. Maybe we can just chill a little on the practices? We have plenty of other stuff to stress about. I don't think soccer needs to be one of them. I blink. Dude, we still need to practice. Yeah. Beckett seems to consider this. No, totally. I just really was hoping we could have one of our summers of, like, ridiculous adventures and goofing off. Even with our other responsibilities. Beck wants to goof off. Mayers beams, puffing his chest up like a proud brother. I do too, I say, cheeks going hot. But I also have a lot on the line. Beckett nods. I get it. Just also want to point out that this could be our last summer of fun together. There it is. If I can get into a summer program after we graduate, I have to take it. Beckett lifts his shoulders. I just want to make sure we make the most of the time we have together. There's Beckett. It's not only about having fun. It's about us. He's always thinking ahead. And as always, he's right. I take a deep breath. I can't hide the way this revelation has blown up in my face like an airbag. My last summer to goof off with Beckett and Mayers. Life has always been consistently goofing off with Beckett and Mayers. As constant as the soccer ball against my foot, we've always been together. What happens when we aren't? I shake my head, shake away that thought. We're still going to have fun, for sure. You won't be too tired. We'll drink Red Bull and make it happen. Look, we just played some basketball. We can go to the arcade more, or we can go to the skate park. But we also do have to focus and practice. You're gonna get captain, Zach. Even if we lose, everybody would vote for you. Mayer squints. I shake my head. That might have been true before the prank. Now I can't tell where I stand with half of the guys. Anyway, captain stuff aside, This is our first game as seniors, without Ryan and those guys. We have to establish our legacy. This is our future. Only one of us here wants to go pro, Beckett points out, before his face softens. But you're my best friend, so obviously I'm going to support you. This morning I showed up 30 minutes before I was supposed to, and 2 other interns were already working. I was early and still felt late. It's going to take a lot of Red Bull, man. I wince. That sounds intense. Beckett nods. And it turns out I'll be even busier than I realized because I'm interning for the creative director. It's basically like the top intern. No big deal. Just like Chip. I say it without meaning to. I clear my throat. That's amazing. Our Beck, top intern. Mayers and I exchange glances before shouting and rocking the Jeep from side to side. He reaches back to punch Beckett's arm. Why didn't you mention that earlier? I found out today, he says. And Zach is doing community service, so I don't know. I didn't want to, rub in any good news. Mayers rolls his eyes. Dude, always rub in your good news. That's what we're here for. Yeah, what Mayer said. I agree. I'm super stoked for you. This is so awesome. Beckett nods. If either of you have any great ideas for my capstone project, let me know. The theme is literally just innovation. 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 Mayers opens the center console. I'll have to get back to you on a brilliant idea for your capstone. But in the meantime, I think this calls for a celebration. Wreck-It Beckett, would you do the honors? Surely. Beckett grabs Mayer's phone from the cup holder, and soon, Only Time by Enya spills from the speakers. Mayers has always thought this song was the perfect overdramatic ceremonial background music. It's next level. Mayer slowly pops the lid of a tin intended for Pokemon cards and lifts the swirly green and blue glass pipe up, marveling at it like the 8th wonder of the world. Beckett presents the Ziploc on the palms of his hands, and I grab the lighter from the glove box, holding it face up so the bright blue butterfly is completely visible. Monty gets the good stuff. Mayers holds the pipe up for Beckett, imitating a chef's kiss with his other hand as Enya's voice fills the car. Wait. Beckett pauses the music. Beck, an architectural firm isn't going to make you drug test. They're creatives. No, look. Beckett smacks Mayers, and I look out to see Hope and her friends laughing and walking toward us. Hide it! Mayers hisses, jamming the pipe back into the tin. Hide it! Hide it! I stuff the lighter in the glove box. Jesus. I thought you said girls like pot. Beckett winces, sitting back and hiding the bag. Mayers gives him a look in the rearview mirror. Not Hope. You know her. She's classy. And now she has graduated. She's a college girl. She's going to want someone who's put together, not a pothead. You're not a pothead, I remind him. You smoked 3 times. Before he can say anything back, Hope sees us and walks over to the driver's side door, as confident as ever, her wavy black hair framing her face with that deep pink lip gloss and those bright blue eyes. Mayers rolls the window down, and Hope leans in. Her friends on either side with scrunchies on their wrists and super expensive-looking matching gold initial necklaces. What's up, guys? Hope smiles. We were just about to go down to get ice cream. She looks past Mayers at Beckett. Oh, you guys are hotboxing? Mayers looks back and sighs. I hear Beckett fumbling around, accompanied by the distinct rustling of a plastic bag. It's not what it... Mayers trails off. How's your summer so far? Smooth, Mayers. I cringe a little. Hope awkwardly glances around. It's good. I'm glad, Mayers says. That's great. Your hair looks great, by the way. That length is, awesome. Just Great. Hope blushes and thanks him. Mayers has been waiting for that one ever since Hope posted an Instagram story about guys who notice girls' haircuts. So, Mayers taps his hands against the steering wheel. I'm going to shrink into this seat. I've got to help him out. Do you guys want to? I gesture toward Beckett and the baggie. We can't. Hope smiles softly, tucking her hair behind her ear. I think she's lost in thought for a moment, as it's silent and her gaze seems to wander while her friends all awkwardly stare at Mayers. Hope finally tilts her head and squints. I've actually never tried it. She says it like a confession, whispering almost. Mayers blinks and looks to me. Come on, dude, say something, anything. And you don't want to, Mayers blurts. Right? I wouldn't mind. She looks around. It's just like a Monday evening at the park? I don't know. All right, Mayers, you owe me. Well, you and your friends are welcome to come to my party, I say. Friday. My dad's going to be out of town. It'll be good to invite all the guys and make sure morale is good. Plus, this is a total win for Mayers. I'm sure it'll be a welcome change of pace to have some fun after a week of early practice and whatever I'll be doing at the Marine Institute. Party? Hope suddenly perks up, tilting her head. Oh, right, the party. Mayers jerks up, looking to me with a wide smile. Sounds awesome. Hope grins. I see Ryan has taught you well. Text me details? Mayers will text you, I offer, trying to keep my grin from being too obvious. She nods, locking eyes with Mayers for a moment and smiling before walking away with her giggling friends. Mayers rolls up the window before clapping like a madman. Did you just see that? His eyes go wide. Who knew? Who knew? All it would take would be for me to bring pot to your party. I should have been a drug dealer this whole time. Okay. Beckett holds his hands up. First, you're not a drug dealer. And second, what party? Your dad would be so pissed if he found out. It'll be low-key, I offer. This is perfect. We'll invite the guys and they can bring some of their friends from outside the team. Just a nice, summer pool party. Yeah, Mayers says, punching Beckett's arm. Hope is going to go off to college, and this is my last chance for a full send. Come on. We could fall in love and be star-crossed, like Romeo and Juliet, but like a college girl and a high school senior. Okay, fine, Beckett says, which elicits cheers and a drum roll from Mayers. You should really read Romeo and Juliet, though. 11. A big goal. I'm typically a big proponent of Wednesdays, because I don't think they get enough love, and they mean the weekend is getting closer. Wednesdays are like that deep exhale after you finally make it to the last page of your chem test. Even if you have no idea what you're doing, at least you're almost done. Wednesdays are underrated. Except this one. Today has sucked majorly. Nobody showed up to practice this morning, which is really cool since they're not at all optional, but I'm in no position to play the bad guy. It doesn't bode well for the vote that the guys aren't acting like I'm their captain. And to make things even worse, Noel won't text me back, so I have no idea if he's going to rat me out at any moment. I texted Ryan, whose only advice was, whip those little bitches into shape. No excuses. Not exactly practical advice. So, I practiced alone, completely stressed and anxious. Even Mayers had some excuse about a pinball machine and peanut butter on a stack of envelopes and a tangle of rubber bands. It was way too hard to follow. He made it to our shift at the gift shop, but proceeded to sneak in reading Shakespeare under the counter whenever he could. He even ignored me when I tried to show him a hilarious TikTok. While Mayers was distracted, I dropped a power drill when I was up on a ladder. Why was I up on a ladder with a drill? Great question. And in full panic mode, like an idiot, I kicked my foot out to catch it. which only led to the drill bit digging into my calf and scraping down for a solid 1.5 inches. Cue blood, queasy kid who passes out, other children screaming their heads off, and a whole hour-long virtual course on safety and preparedness. I also managed to fall asleep as I was watching said virtual course on safety and preparedness, and had a nightmare about an alien invasion, which caused me to jerk awake and knock my vending machine orange Fanta all over the break room computer keyboard. Chip was not happy with me. Now, as I leave the Marine Institute, I check my messages just to be sure Noel hasn't decided to grace me with a reply. I know he's been on his phone since he posted an Instagram story of a matcha latte. Seeing it makes me want some caffeine that isn't green and doesn't taste like grass. So I walk down the boardwalk and take a right turn toward the main strip of shops and restaurants. I consider Shelley's but decide to go for some espresso at Sucre. The combo market and cafe is pretty busy, but there are way worse places to stand in line. The smell of coffee beckons me as notes of sugar and freshly baked bread waft through the air. After I order and grab my flat white and a cookie, I spot Chip sitting at one of the tables with an iPad and a wireless keyboard. He looks as adorable as ever, wearing his glasses and some over-the-ear headphones, furiously typing and chewing on his lip. Next to a giant coffee mug, there's a plate with a bit of muffin left over. Do I walk over and interrupt him? I've already annoyed him so much today. Or should I... Oh, he sees me. Shit! We're making eye contact. He smiles softly, and as I finally figure out how to make my legs start walking toward him, he lifts his headphones off his ears. How's your leg? I glance down at the bandage over my shin. Oh, it's fine. A scratch. Bit more than a scratch, Chip shrugs. More of a gash. I'm all good, I say. I've honestly had worse from being cleated. Right, he says, and it's like I reminded him of who I am, because he stiffens a bit. For what it's worth, I hesitate. I'm glad you're head intern. His eyes widen a bit. You are? Yeah, I mean, I like seeing you at the Institute, I say. It was nice that you checked on me, and it's nice of you to ask again now. Chip shrugs. I figured it couldn't hurt to make sure you were okay. That's all. And I appreciate it, I say. It's thoughtful. I clear my throat. What are you working on? Please tell me it isn't something school-related. I gesture to the empty seat. Do you mind? He nods. Sure. Laying the iPad flat between us, he zooms in on what he's working on. It looks just like the digital journaling Beckett does. Fancy handwriting, color coding, and illustrations on a grid made up of dots. Only it's not about school. Ramifications of single-use plastic, I read. Are you doing research for the Institute? Kind of, Chip says. He moves to another section. The goal is to eliminate single-use plastic in Citrus Harbor by the end of the summer. That's a big goal, I say. Then, not that you can't do it, I sputter. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound... It's just, I could never do something like that. The corner of Chip's mouth lifts. No, it's okay. I know what you mean. It's a big goal, but you probably could. He zooms in on a timeline. Started off with research, which I've been doing since Christmas break. He glances up at me. You know Oceana says a whole garbage truck full of plastic ends up in the ocean every minute? Every minute? People think it's a joke. Like, what's one straw going to do? And I guess in a society that's so self-centered, we can only really conceptualize our contribution. We don't see the bigger picture. Exactly. Chip swipes over to a bulleted list of facts. Look, almost 2,000 marine mammals and turtles swallowed or got tangled up in plastic in the last decade. And that's only in American waters. To make it even worse, 88% were endangered or threatened species. That's terrible, I say. Even though he's talking about depressing stuff, Chip lights up. The little frown line between his eyebrows has smoothed away. Seriously, just imagine how horrible it is for a sea turtle to suffocate from those plastic rings or choke on a plastic bag, or even to swallow a balloon or something. And it avoids choking, but then its body thinks it's full and it slowly starves to death. I exhale. Jesus. Exactly, he says, and then he sighs, lowering his gaze. Glad you asked? I nod. Yeah. He's so cute when he's serious about something. He looks up and the corner of his mouth lifts. And you know what's so wild? It isn't even that hard to make small changes. Like, try not to buy things that are pre-packaged in plastic. A lot of single-use plastic is from packaging. Or bring reusable straws and silverware in your backpack. Have a couple of tote bags in your car for groceries or running into Target or something. But what about the fact that all that plastic stuff is already made? The prepackaged fruit and the plastic bags, they're already being produced. They're here. I hold up my to-go coffee cup with a wince. Chip nods. At the very least, people can try to get multiple uses out of those things and recycle them. But if we use less, they'll make less. Single-use plastics are finally being phased out of national parks, he says. It's funny how that's a no-brainer. These are beautiful places, but then people won't do it for their own homes. Like, there isn't beauty everywhere worth preserving. There's beauty here, in Citrus Harbor, worth preserving. Yeah. What made you start doing all of this? Someone has to, he says. He shrugs. My parents think it's a load of shit and a waste of time. But I don't think it is. I don't think any change happens unless we make an effort. Worrying about plausibility isn't going to get me anywhere. I just have to do what I can. That's awesome, Chip. He swipes around on the document for a few moments. The goal is to get a petition passed, one that will ban single-use plastic in town. I don't know exactly how far we'll actually be able to go with it, but I'm optimistic. It's possible anyway. Nice, I say. How many signatures do you have? Chip sits up straighter. Well, none yet. I haven't actually made the petition, but I'm going to. Why haven't you? I have a little bit more planning to do. Considering all the details already in front of him, I shrug. I think you should just jump right in. Start collecting signatures. But I need a plan, he says. A strategy. I need a pitch, like a presentation, and a way to get it in front of people. I need to practice, too, because I'm not exactly the best with presenting, and... You're great at presenting, I say. You just presented to me. I'm in. I'll be your first signature. He brightens. Really? For sure. I sip my coffee. I bet my mom could get you a ton of signatures. She's very social, and she has a lot of followers on her Instagram. And obviously, I'll get the soccer team to sign, and, everyone at the Institute will. For a minute, Chip looks like he's seen a ghost. Okay. Jumping right in. Jumping right in, I say, flashing a grin. No planning required. What could go wrong? He laughs. I wave it off. If anything did, I'm sure you could handle it. I've never heard someone be so passionate about something that would genuinely help other people. Chip looks right at me. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised you're friends with Ryan. Are you teeing up a joke? Chip taps his finger against his mug. No, I'm confused because I think you seem... Like what? Different from what I'd imagine. Just based off what I've heard, I guess. I mean, that prank screams Ryan, so I thought you'd be like all his other friends. My stomach dips. That prank screams Ryan? Of course he thinks I'm like Ryan, since I claimed credit for something Ryan actually did. And those giant posters, he continues, closing his eyes and wincing. I don't mean for that to sound like the posters are... I'm only trying to say... God, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I decide to help him out. I totally know what you mean. Don't worry. The posters make us look like tools. No, that isn't what I meant at all. It's a little bit what you meant, I chuckle. It's okay, really. He shrugs. You just have a little bit of a reputation. The whole soccer team, really. Well, I appreciate that you think there's more. Sometimes even I'm not so sure. So that's kind of nice to hear. Chip frowns. What do you mean you're not so sure? Not so sure I'm actually more than those posters, I admit. It's strange to say that out loud, no matter how many times the thought has crossed my mind. I'm so good at distracting myself from feelings like that. I've never once given it enough attention to talk about it. I don't even know if it's actually a bad thing or not, but I'm basically a soccer player, and that's it. Eat, sleep, and breathe it. You're homecoming king, Chip points out. Homecoming prince, I correct, trying not to laugh. And that's just because of the soccer team. Nobody would care about me otherwise. Chip tosses a crumb at me. Don't say that. I toss one back. It's just the truth. Well, I like you, and it has nothing to do with soccer. My face heats up, and Chip breaks eye contact. And I bet Mayers and Beckett would still care about you. Plenty of people would. I bite my lip. Not only at the mention of Beckett, but because a guy has never said anything like this to me. I wasn't even sure Chip thought I was an okay person, never mind this. It's so casually intense, the way he's talking to me, not the idea of me or the image of me, not the me who goes to cool parties or sets records or goes viral on the soccer team's TikTok. He's talking to me. There's no way this is all in my head. I try to think of a way to ask him. Just don't tell yourself that, he says softly. It isn't true. Yeah, I guess you're right. I toss the last bite of my cookie in my mouth, smirking as I puff up my chest. What am I talking about? Everybody loves me. Chip rolls his eyes. You know what? I take it back. You can't take it back. I lean closer and grin. You already said you like me. I thought you were having a self-esteem crisis. He sips his coffee. I know better now. You like me enough to want to help me with my self-esteem. He stifles a laugh. You're making it very difficult right now. But that's what friends do. Right. Friends, I say. Just friends. Chip narrows his eyes like he's thinking, and then nods. Friends. Well, I'm having a party on Friday night for all of my friends, I say. In case you want to come by? He smiles. I appreciate that. I'm just not majorly into parties. No, for sure. I get it. It's not personal or anything. Oh, of course not. Just wanted to invite you since all my friends will be there. So, since apparently it's true I'm only imagining that there's something there, we spend a little while laughing and talking like friends do. I make sure not to flirt, and I'm careful not to read too deep into anything else he says. And of course, I keep any embarrassing or ridiculous thoughts to myself. When I talk him into splitting a piece of lemon cake, when our eyes lock for a moment too long, when we're saying goodbye on the sidewalk and there's a moment of quiet stillness, and I think he might hesitate when he looks over at me, I don't say anything weird at all. Especially not something silly like, I like you too. 12. Dolphins are a guy's best friend. This morning, I get to hear all about how Mayers is broadening his horizons and becoming a true Renaissance man. He's planning on painting, writing poetry, and journaling in an effort to open his heart chakra. An entire night of a YouTube rabbit hole has led him to believe his heart is just waiting to be activated, and once it is, he and Hope will finally be together. He goes over some of the exercises with me, saying I should do them before the party tomorrow night because it might bring Chip and me together if I activate my heart too. I'm not honestly sure about any of this heart activation stuff, but I do know I want Chip to come to my party. When our shift ends, I consider asking Mayers to come with me to go find him. but I think he is in too romantic of a mood. I'm not sure what he might say or do, and I don't want Chip to get turned off. Or more turned off, since he did reject me multiple times already. Love that for me. Mayers grabs his stuff from his locker, and I follow him out into the hallway, where he is still going on about the power of positive thinking and setting his vibrations, when I see Chip walk by with a couple other interns. They stop at the end of the hallway, and I keep him in my peripheral while Mayers wonders what he should wear to the party. I think you should just wear something normal, I say. Hope is gonna like you exactly the way you are. Don't overthink it. Right, he nods. Don't overthink it. I lose Chip in the few moments Mayers spends repeating this before we say our goodbyes. But I head down the hallway and out the double doors. The outdoor area is packed, kids doing their demon stuff as usual. I stop on the grass between the cotton candy stand and the bracelet-making station. I don't see Chip to my left, in the courtyard with the food trucks, or to my right, at the gift shop exit. I realize that at some point in the last couple weeks, just being around the Institute started to give me a strange feeling in my chest. Maybe, now that I'm actively looking around for Chip, they're butterflies. Wait, there he is. He's climbing the stairs behind the gift shop, crossing toward the conservation wing. I hurry after him, waving to a few other volunteers as I push through the employee entrance to the upper level. Zach! Mrs. Rushmore stops me as I'm halfway through the door. How's it going? I've been meaning to check in with you. I hear you and Mayers are doing well. I shrug. It's all good. Still kind of getting the hang of things. And Chip told me about the, incident? The Sharky incident? She pulls a face. It sounded pretty... I wave it off. It's all right. In the past. I've learned my lesson. Hydration is non-optional. Good. Well, we have a few beach cleanups coming up. If you want to join any, just let Jordan or Chip know, and they can work with you on your schedule. Beach cleanups sound awesome, I say. I look behind me, and Chip's gone again. One other thing. I remember your presentation on boating regulation for the manatees. Mrs. Rushmore eyes me. We have summer camps with elementary-level kids. They'd probably love to learn more. Oh, I don't know, I say, shaking my head. I'm sure somebody else is better? Mrs. Rushmore doesn't say anything for a moment, just nods. Well, think about it. I tell her I will, and then hurry up the stairs, looking down at the lawn. Mrs. Rushmore is already telling a little girl not to throw something. And there's someone emerging in the Sharky costume. I say a silent prayer for them. I guess I can do that presentation. After the 4th of July, I think to myself, walking along the deck of the conservation wing. I finally reach to the end of the deck, and 2 glass doors slide open, letting me into the freezing cold, stark white lobby. Hi. The receptionist eyes me, and I realize I'm exceptionally out of place. The rest of the Institute is more casual, and we all know each other, but I'm not as familiar with this area. And she's dressed way fancier than the girls at the aquarium welcome desks. Can I help you? Between 2 desks, there are 3 super futuristic-looking turnstiles, like at Universal Studios, except they have these waist-high glass doors instead of the 3 metal bars. I'm looking for my, friend. It doesn't sound very professional. Chip? Did you see where he went? Oh, sure. I can give him a call. And you are... I can just go find him, I say. I volunteer here. Do you have access to this building? She taps the badge hanging from her collar, and I shake my head. I can't let you in without a badge, unfortunately. Hey, Zach. Chip appears from a hallway behind her. What are you doing here? He's here for you, the receptionist says, giving Chip a way bigger smile than she gave me. Chip grins. Oh, he's good. She nods and waves me through a set of glass half doors. I hurry past, thanking her before following Chip down an escalator. Okay, big shot. I say appreciatively. Head intern, Chip says and grins. I came over to see if you might have changed your mind about my party tomorrow night, I say. I know it's not your usual scene, but this one will be fun. Chip smiles. I really do appreciate the invitation, but... Right, I say. No worries. Cue awkward silence. Good going, Zach. Hydroponics, he says, nodding toward a huge wall of plants rotating on white pipes as we descend on the escalator. State of the art. I'm confused, I admit. Does this have to do with your internship? Plants? He shakes his head. It's not the plants I'm here for, Chip says, gesturing toward a bench between the men's and women's restrooms. Wait here? I sit and stare out at the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, past the escalator, and the walls of hydroponics. There's the lower deck, and one section of the mammal tank that's at the heart of the building. A few scientists nod to me and step onto the escalators, looking over something on an iPad. This place is ridiculously cool. I'm half expecting a drone to fly around and offer me a refreshment or something. All set. Chip emerges from the bathroom in a navy and aqua shorty wetsuit with black water shoes. Come on. He looks completely out of place right now, in such a professional setting, with all of the very serious, polished researchers walking around on their iPads. What are you doing? I stand up and follow Chip to a door tucked away between two screens that are showing all these numbers and statistics. Chip smirks and holds his badge up. We're let in and we're in a refrigerator. I think. It's absolutely freezing and it reeks of fish. There are white coolers lining the wall. Here you go, Chip says, pulling a cooler down and handing it to me. He walks out and I follow, past the escalator and out onto the deck. The sun feels nice, and Chip pats me on the shoulder. Zach, meet Daisy, he says, leading me to the edge of the deck. A dolphin glides to the top of the water and seems to look right at Chip until he strokes her head. I swear she smiles and leans into the palm of his hand. Daisy, this is my friend Zach. Daisy doesn't acknowledge me. And there's that damn word again. Friend. Okay, I'm very confused about what your internship entails. I volunteered with the marine mammal vets in the spring, Chip laughs. I did have to take 2 courses, and technically I should be supervised, but Daisy is docile. She's slowly gaining weight, but she's not super strong. I don't, swim with her anyway. Just feed her and keep her company. I crouch down, setting the cooler to the side. Daisy's marked up pretty bad on one side. Is that a shark bite? Yeah, Chip frowns. She was nearly dead when they brought her here. Does he just come here for fun? Since when is Chip feeding dolphins? Chip slides down onto a ledge, waist high in the water. He gestures for the cooler and then pauses. Wait, you should give her one. She'll warm up to you. I open the cooler, curious what he means by one, and I'm met with the very strong odor of dead fish. I grab one, and Daisy's already swimming past Chip to the edge of the deck and staring at me. All right, just toss it to her gently, Chip says. Will she bite me? Yes. I nod and flick the fish out toward her. She catches it in her mouth. Well done, Daisy, Chip says. And well done, Zach. I watch the way Chip looks at her, almost like a pet. Normally, they'd rehab an injured animal like her, Chip says, voice lower. But dolphins are really expensive to rehab, so they're sending her off somewhere else. It sucks. I know it sounds weird, but Daisy became like family this spring. She has more personality than most of the rescues. We're not supposed to get attached, but look at her. Daisy swims around for a bit, and as I look at Chip, seeing the way he loves animals so much, I realize just how bad it is that he thinks I pulled that hammerhead prank at Menendez. I want to help you with your petition, I say. Chip looks up at me, surprised. You don't have to. Sure, partly I want to just show Chip I'm on his side, but I really do think this could be something awesome for the town. Maybe I was wrong about not being able to make much of a difference. The way Chip cares, anything is possible. No, I really do want to help. Okay. Well, I'll put together a Google Doc with some ideas and we can go from there. Cool. I can tell he's unsure about me still. I wish I could just tell him I love these animals too, and I'd never do something like that prank. I wish I could show him I actually am the kind of guy he wants to date, that we are a good idea. When Daisy bounces a ball up to us and Chip flashes me a smile, my heart races, and I realize I am left with no choice. I can't keep doing this. It's time for Ryan to come clean. 13. Hey, mister? You need to learn. Ryan pushes the gear shift into park and turns to me, smacking his gum. He's lit up orange and purple by the neon signs. It's like a rite of passage, bro. This is your first party. This kind of thing defines you. This wasn't part of the deal. But why do I have to do this? I groan. Can you just, please? Zachary. Ryan smiles and turns down the music. I'm doing you a favor. In life, we must take control of our own destinies. You do one, then I'll buy the rest. I'm your elder. It's my responsibility to gently nudge you into adulthood. This isn't adulthood, I grumble. We've all done it. It's just the way of things. You have to be able to man up and get shit done. Ryan sweeps a hand wide. Go forth. Conquer. I wasn't planning on this at all, and I wish Mayers had come because I feel like he'd have much better results. I push the car door open and start toward the liquor store. I stand next to the ice machine and pull out my phone, pretending to play on it, though I'm just watching the clock and realizing how close we're getting to party go time. Getting alcohol has never been a problem. Monty has provided beer, or one of the seniors had a connection. It's always just been there. I've never had a reason to think too much into it. Talking to people isn't even hard for me. I'm good at it. I just feel my heart beating way too fast. For a moment, I wonder why I'm doing this. But maybe if I can pass this test, I can talk Ryan into telling everyone the truth already. I have to try. I see an old woman walking toward me, wearing a faded floral t-shirt and sweatpants with lilac Crocs. Fluffy white hair like a golden girl and a cute little yellow handbag. I doubt she'd be willing to help a 17-year-old get booze. I decide not to say anything to her. Too risky. I wait for a few minutes, and she comes back out with a 6-pack and a bottle of tequila under her arm. Damn, Grandma. Okay, maybe she's cool after all. Excuse me? I say, as politely and non-aggressively as possible. Grandma turns to me, an adorable blur of pastels and daisies, before sneering, "Fuck off, blondie!" That went about as well as could be expected, I guess. She scurries to her car and speeds off. I look to Ryan, who shrugs and points to a built guy getting out of a pickup truck. He looks like he's in his early 20s, probably in college. Maybe he'll understand my struggles. I don't have much time, so this guy has to help me. Excuse me? I say, my voice cracking like I just started puberty. I clear my throat. The guy stops in front of me. He's kind of intimidating up close. Tall, very muscular, with a square jaw. He pulls off his sunglasses. What's up, buddy? I was just wondering if you'd mind, getting me some drinks? It sounds so weak. I hope Ryan can't hear me because I sound pathetic. The guy laughs. No way, man. Damn it. As he walks in, I'm left alone and increasingly anxious. The way my chest feels like it's going to absolutely explode. I think this is the most nervous I've been literally ever. I don't break rules like this. I don't put everything at risk like this. Then, of course, it occurs to me that I'm actually already in huge trouble right now. I head back over to Ryan's car and get in the passenger seat. Ryan, I can't do it. He sighs. Dude, you only tried 2 people. It might take a second. Ryan doesn't understand. He can't fathom failure. He can't imagine not being able to do something. Under the glow of a neon light hanging in the window, Ryan's strong jaw and brow lines are more confident and commanding than ever. His eyes are piercing, narrowed, and he never feels the need to avoid eye contact. I try to hold his gaze, but I glance out the window instinctively. I just think, that's your problem, Ryan chuckles before his mouth forms a tight line. Don't think. It isn't that easy for me, I say finally. Being vulnerable with Ryan isn't easy, but right now it feels like my only out. He sighs. Why not? Because it just isn't. He runs his hand through his hair. The way I see it, we either show people our weaknesses or we show people strength, confidence. I know this speech. Somehow in this moment in this car after failing some stupid test, this talk feels particularly humiliating. You're just always confident, I offer. I try to be, but why wouldn't you be? He looks at me like I'm talking about AP calculus or something. You make it sound so simple. It is. Why wouldn't you be confident? You're good-looking, going to be captain of the best soccer team in Florida. You're on homecoming court. You could hook up with whoever you want, go to any parties. Like, what's wrong? What's wrong, Zach? What's wrong is my confidence is, dependent on Ryan. Which he doesn't understand, of course, since he only depends on himself. But I'm only 2.0, and I don't know how to ignore the way people give me a nod of approval once they realize I'm with Ryan. I don't know how to forget I get invited to things because of Ryan and his friends, or that the only reason nobody makes fun of me anymore is because Ryan is so intimidating. Somehow, my confidence being so rooted in something that isn't actually mine only makes me feel more insecure. You have it all going for you, Ryan says. I don't know how to help you. All I know is you're never going to get over this if you give up. Fake it till you make it. He gestures up to the door. First step. Confidence aside, there is just no way I'm doing this today. My hands are clammy, and my heart is racing just thinking about trying again. Come on. Haven't I been hazed enough? I ask. Besides, if I get in trouble again, I'm screwed. What would even happen? I already have community service. Juvie? At the mention of juvie, Ryan rolls his eyes. Let's not be too dramatic. I just don't want to risk anything. Okay? He huffs and sits back. Fine. In the quiet, my nerves nearly get the best of me, but I know I have to at least try while I have a chance. Look, about the prank, I've been thinking, what if I told... You can't tell anybody, Ryan says, cutting me off. Do you get how fucked I would be, Zach? The last thing I want to do is get into a fight with Ryan. But I think of Chip, and the fact that this stupid lie is ruining everything. So I try again. There's just one person. It's probably best to leave out that it's his cousin, since I have no idea how he'd react to that. One step at a time. You can't tell anybody, Ryan repeats, anger growing in his voice. I don't want to have to be the bad guy here, Zach, but you took responsibility for this prank all on your own. I wanted Mayers to do it. He had less to lose, but you did it. And you know what? I think it was pretty badass and loyal of you. I appreciate the fact that you did that. I don't know how to respond. But the thing is, because you decided to step up instead of Mayers, you have to own it. You can't just decide to screw up my whole life, Zach. I don't say anything. He's right. Look, when the time is right, I told you, I will tell everybody it was me. But I'm not even registered for classes yet. The time is not right. And I really, really don't want to have to be an asshole here. But if you try to tell anybody, I'm going to have to deny it. And that isn't going to look good for you, man. What have I done? Are we cool? He raises his brows. Since I have no real choice, I just nod quickly. Yeah, we're cool. I get it. Sorry. Then because for some reason I can't stand the idea of Ryan being mad at me, I sigh. I just was being stupid. Really. I'm sorry. It's all good. Ryan grabs my shoulder. All right, Z. I'll get your drinks this time. As he gets out and walks up to the door, I'm left with a hollow feeling in my chest. On the ride home, Ryan goes on and on about how funny the look on my face was when the old lady told me to fuck off. I nod along with him, though I catch a glimpse of myself in the side view mirror, and I don't notice any of the things I usually do. My first instinct isn't to fix my hair or check for a zit. I only notice the dark bags under my eyes, and the way my lips form a frown. It doesn't even look like me. By the time he drops me and the alcohol off, I'm technically 5 minutes late to my own party, though I'm not surprised my dad's house is still empty. Nobody gets to a party right when it starts. Before the awkward conversation in the parking lot, I thought Ryan might want to come, but now I guess I'm not surprised he took off so quickly. I flop onto the couch and sit in silence for a few minutes. Why am I sitting here hoping Ryan isn't mad at me? And why is nobody at my party? I text Beckett and Mayers asking where they are. This is so not the time for a prank. But I don't get a reply. 10 minutes becomes 45, and then it's almost an hour and a half later and nobody's here. What the hell is going on? I feel tears forming in my eyes and blink desperately. Memories of being laughed at only make the tears come back, but I swallow, looking up at the ceiling before they best me. It's my first party as a rising senior. The beginning of the best year of my life, when I'm supposed to be the new captain of the state's winning soccer team, prom and homecoming king, with none of this anxiety or overthinking. So why am I alone right now? Is everybody in on some big joke? Am I the punchline? Finally, my phone lights up. Attackers only. Me. Where are you guys? Me. Not funny. Beckett. What are you talking about? Mayers. We're at Noel's party. 14. I don't trust nobody. As a rule, I don't do enemies. Even our rivals at Menendez Day School, you'd think we wanted to kill each other if you only saw us play. But off the field, we're friendly. Hammerhead pranks aside. We wave to each other at Publix and play beer pong together. If I can be friendly with the guys who have given me bloody noses and sprained joints, I'd imagine I could be friendly with anyone. But the guys at Menendez Day School aren't actually assholes. They just play aggressively. It's an eye for an eye on the field. We all earn a red card every now and then. That's part of being passionate about the game and playing hard for your team. But Noel is playing dirty, and there's no referee to keep him in line. As I walk into Noel's house with a group of juniors, I wish Noel and I were playing each other on the field right now, instead of this weird social warfare. Then I wouldn't feel so out of control. I wouldn't be blindsided by his tactics. Noel's dad is a super important city councilman, and the Hawthorne house is more like a castle, brick and towering and crawling with ivy. It's tucked in the back of this gated neighborhood called Casa Madre, which is situated between the ocean and a huge private golf club, and known by everybody as the Manor. I've never been inside before, but it turns out the Manor is appropriately named. It's ridiculous. There are literally suits of armor in the foyer, and a family crest looms over the giant white twin staircases, each draped in navy velvet carpeting. A few guys in black button-downs and ties walk across the room balancing silver trays of tall glasses. A girl dressed as a disco ball grabs one and chugs the sparkling liquid before setting it down on the wooden table in the middle of the foyer. She hurries off with her friends, laughing, and the waiter grabs the glass and moves along. This party is overflowing with people. I have so many questions. Like, doesn't Noel worry about it getting out of hand? Won't his parents kill him if one of those expensive vases gets knocked over? Where is he? I knew Noel's house would be different from what I'm used to, but I didn't expect to be navigating the castle from Beauty and the Beast. All that's missing is a talking candlestick. Around every corner, I catch myself looking for Chip, which is maybe ridiculous given how pissed off I am at the moment. How is this guy taking up so much of my brain at all times and under any circumstance? Zach! A couple of kids I had physics with last year are mixing cocktails in the kitchen when I round the corner. They're messing with all these glass bottles that look super expensive. Care for a libation? A what? A drink, Sam laughs, his hand hovering over a row of white plastic cups before landing on one and handing it to me. Sorry we missed your party. I just had to get in on the door prizes. Door prizes? What in the... It's cool, I say. I'll have another one. Do you guys know where Noel is? Yeah, he's in the study. Sam laughs to his friends. The study? Doesn't it sound like I'm in Downton Abbey or some shit? I sniff the drink, tell a little white lie that it smells good and not like battery acid, and turn on my heel like I know where the study is. I walk down the hallway in awe. Everyone's playing make-believe at this party. If it were at Stivender's or Ryan's house, which are both super nice houses, by the way, so I don't know what gives, everyone would be plastered and sloppy, and there would be spilled drinks and someone skinny dipping. But change the setting to something that feels more Ivy League and daunting, and suddenly everyone's much classier. This drink smells horrific, like dark liquor and orange Tootsie Pop. Luckily, I'm not here to drink, and I ditch the cup on a random table where others have accumulated. Holy shit. Beckett's voice echoes in the hallway, and Mayers is following quick behind him. We had no idea. He sent it in a group chat you weren't in. Mayers pulls up his phone. There are so many people in it, and I didn't think to check. Noel. Hey guys. Z and I decided to have the party at my place. He's OTW here now, so show up whenever. He's so shady, I say. He knows I'm not going to be the one to tell the team what he did. I look between them. And you guys can't either, obviously, because you're my best friends, and it'll just look like it's coming from me. Because we don't have our own voices. Beckett furrows his brow. No, not what I meant, I say, holding up my hands. I just mean, Noel knows I can't afford to start any more fights, so he's just showing me he has the upper hand with the guys. That's what this is. Beckett doesn't seem convinced. Why would he go through the trouble? Mayers holds up a finger like he has a bright idea and says, Because he's a douche. Frowning, Beckett pats me on the shoulder. My advice? Leave it alone. If he wants to win this weird power struggle, let him. It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This is immature. But it is a low blow, Mayers says. Beckett gives Mayers a look. I know this is hard, Zach, but I really think if you can try to think of it less as you versus Noel, it'll make things easier. But it is me versus Noel, I say. I mean, this party was a big deal to me. It was the first one I was throwing as a senior without any of the older guys pulling the weight. It was going to be my thing, and he's trying to play mind games. Are you sure there's more to this? I really don't think this is some huge conspiracy, Beckett says, dropping his shoulders. I mean, yeah, it was a dick move. I tilt my head. Whose side are you even on here? Mayer's eyes dart between us. See? Beckett rubs his temple. You keep making it. Noel sabotaged my party, I say. I can see the annoyance turn severe in Beckett's expression. Zach, you did the exact same thing. How did I mentioned your party to him yesterday, and he had no idea what I was talking about. My mouth snaps shut. That's different. I didn't sabotage. Dude, you invited the whole team except Noel. Mayer's mouth falls open. Oh, man, we didn't... I meant to. I was going to invite him, but I was just unsure at first. I know he's pissed at me because I'm going to be captain. Because you're going to be captain? Beckett says. Wow, Zach. Keep it up. I narrow my eyes. He's jealous, and he just wants to ruin everything. Dude, you're lying right to my face, Beckett says. What are you talking about? Beckett gets up in my personal space. Maybe he's pissed because you took the fall for Ryan. Zach Martin is the favorite and gets to be the Citrus Harbor Lionel Messi, while he works hard and you don't even invite him to the party. I take a tiny instinctive step back, and Mayers holds his hands out like he's going to pull us together. Wait, how did you... I slowly turn to Mayers. Did you... He didn't have to, Beckett cries. Anyone with half a brain could have figured it out. This is unbelievable. I was going to tell you, I say. It's not exactly what you think. Ryan didn't promise me anything for doing it. This whole thing is ridiculous, Beckett counters. Why would you do it if you weren't going to get captain out of it or something? Who even are you, Zach? Since when are you so desperate to be Ryan's little mini-me? Throwing parties and withholding invites from your teammates isn't you. None of this is. Do you agree? I ask, looking to Mayers as he stands there, silent. Well, Mayers says. He gives Beckett a look. I mean, no, but I would say... I'm going home. Beckett holds up his hands. I shouldn't have even come tonight. I thought maybe you'd want to tell me, like how you told Mayers, but I guess I was wrong about our friendship. I shake my head. Beck, come on! I only told Mayers because he volunteered at the Marine Institute, and it'll impact him once everybody knows the truth, and I don't have to do community service anymore. Do you think that's going to happen? I don't think I've ever seen Beckett look this upset. But it isn't only anger. There's disappointment in his frown. Ryan isn't ever going to tell the truth, Zach. Yes, he is, I exhale. It's just because of Duke. He's using you, Beckett squints. What is so hard to see about that? I laugh. We're friends, Beckett. I'm helping him out. This isn't a big deal at all, and you're really blowing it out of proportion. I just don't know when you became so pathetic, he says. Now I'm pathetic? He nods. You're so obsessed with people liking you that you don't even realize you're trying to impress the wrong people. Who cares if you're popular if this is your life? Doing community service, lying to your best friend, and treating your team like shit? Yeah, I definitely should have known better than to come tonight. As he turns and begins to walk away, a ball of fire ignites in my chest, and I just want to yell. I don't know what to do with this sudden rage and sharp, burning disappointment. Mayers frowns as Beckett keeps walking. Zach, I'm sorry. How long has he known? The sadness washing over Mayer's face calms my anger. I think he's known all along. I tried to pretend I didn't know, I swear, I did. But he figured it out. Has he told anyone? Mayers looks shocked. No way. That's good, I say, unable to process what just happened. Look, I'm going to go find Noel. Why don't you go see if Hope is around? No way. I'll go with you, Mayers offers. I pat him on the shoulder. It's okay. You go. I'm good, and I don't want it to look like you're coming with me to gang up on him or anything, you know? I just want to... I don't actually know what I want to do right now. I kind of want to punch him in the face. But I kind of also want to punch Beckett in the face, which feels super weird. Mayers grimaces. Just text me if you need me. And as for Beck, I think if you guys give it some time, you can forgive each... I shoot him a look. Did you hear what he said to me? Right, he says. True. He heads off, and I'm left in the hallway, alone. Truly, I've never felt more alone. I pick up my feet and keep replaying that conversation over and over and over. How could I not have seen the resentment building up in Beckett? And how could he have kept it from me? 2 heavy-looking wooden doors are opened up to reveal what must be the study. A smoky room with 2 chandeliers and a fireplace bookended by velvet couches. I walk in, not surprised Noel and some other kids are sipping fancy whiskey drinks and playing pool. I recognize Murray, Carlos, and Leo, but the rest of the guys must be friends from outside of school. What the hell, Noel? Anger is burning against my skull, and I should approach him delicately, considering he knows the truth about the prank. I should keep my cool in front of the guys, but I'm too pissed. Why can't he behave like a teammate? Why does he have to do this shit? Leo immediately steps forward. Zach? What's going on? Carlos asks, looking between Noel and me. I take a deep breath. I just need to talk to Noel for a second. You can't talk in front of us? Leo asks. Murray nods. Yeah, what's up? I blink, turning to stare at Noel, while his non-soccer friends in their rugby shirts and polos smirk and look down at the ground. They're all standing in front of this huge, ancient-looking tapestry with unicorns and a knight carrying a shield. Murray, Carlos, and Leo watch him, waiting for his next move with bated breath. It's all good, guys, he says. For a split second, I'm grateful for his response. It hits me how quickly he could turn these guys on me completely if he wanted to. We step away, and Noel shoots me a death glare. You really want to start a fight right now? Noel's hushed, less than a foot from me. Is that in your best interest? I don't want to start a fight, I sputter. This is all petty. Petty? Noel quirks a brow. This little confrontation, maybe. But I'm just throwing a party, same as you. The guys chose to. The guys are all only here because you lied, I say. I saw the text. Noel smirks. Tell them the truth, then. Unbelievable. Or I can, if you want. His other friends seem disinterested, but the guys from the team are eyeing us pretty intensely. I suddenly want to just make this all go away. Look, dude, I was going to text you about tonight, I say. There's a cracking sound as the cue ball drills a stripe into the corner, and Noel stands up straight. Of course, my invitation got lost in the mail. Noel scowls. I'm sorry your first big party was a flop. I roll my eyes. It's whatever, I don't even care. You do, Noel says. And that's kind of the sad part, since it actually doesn't matter. But you do care. And I have to be honest, he looks around and offers a stifled laugh. I'm starting to realize I actually kind of don't. What do you mean? Noel just shrugs. Who cares about any of this? It's all so pointless. None of it even matters at all. Are you drunk? Nope, he says. I just think this is all so fucking stupid. His brows draw together. I thought this would bring me some kind of satisfaction or, I don't know. But you're right. It's petty. It's all petty. Can't you see that none of it means anything? Look, Noel, I get that you want to be captain. Oh, well, don't worry. You guys rigged that. I promise we didn't. If you'll just give me a chance to... I can't believe you even think that's what this is about. Noel gives a dry laugh, eyes still narrowed before he gestures around. God, why am I even doing all of this? Why am I even still on the team? My anger flashes into fear. Noel is one of the best players we have, and without him, everything changes. I can't even imagine a losing season, but I have to admit, without Ryan, the other seniors, and Noel, that becomes a possibility. I'm so torn between wanting to be a good leader and feeling humiliated that he ruined my party. But I remind myself to take a deep breath. Noel, you love soccer. I say, you're good at it. You did that summer camp at IMG, and your dad has contacts from the men's team. He would want... Noel throws his head back laughing. My father has nothing to do with this. I'm just done trying so damn hard for... Noel, the team is counting on you. We need you. He takes a few steps closer and turns up his nose. Don't give me one of your little pep talks, Zach. I'm not like most of those guys. I'm not going to kiss your ass because you're homecoming prince or score lucky goals or are Ryan's favorite. Don't start with some bullshit about the team. You don't want me to quit because you need me. You. I swallow. None of my goals have ever been lucky. You're making this very difficult. Just admit it. Noel cocks his head. You want me to stay on the team so I can help you win, make you look good. Everyone has shortcomings. Everyone. But I'm not going to dignify Noel's criticism with validation, so I just shake my head. You want to win, and you want to have everybody cheer for you. It all comes down to you, he adds. You being the best, you staying popular. Look, Noel, you've worked so hard. The charity match is a good cause. People depend on us. Noel snorts. Listen to yourself, Zach. How many times have you thought about the cause? And anyway, you only care if people depend on you. What is with you, Noel? We're teammates. That's the best. Noel laughs. Well, I'm not wasting my summer on this shit. I'm not competing on the 4th. I'm not competing at all. I'm done. Just take a deep breath. It's fine, Z. He's just pissed about not being captain. It's Noel. He's always pissed, but he'll come around. He has to come around. I stand up as straight as I can, and Noel turns on his heel and steps away. This is just sad, I say, and the anger toward Beckett is back, paired with the rage Noel brings on with his mind games and condescending tone, as he screws us all over just because he didn't get his way. Are you really this insecure? You aren't going to get captain, so you just quit? The words are meant to hurt Noel, but as they come out of my mouth, while the anger doesn't subside, the words seem to hurt me. This isn't who I am, at least who I think I am. And though right now I'm mad and hurt and confused, it doesn't make me feel any better to see a flash of pain mark Noel's face for a brief moment before he hardens again. You know what? This party is invite only, he says, turning back to our concerned teammates, like I don't even exist. 15. Respect and fear. I park in the driveway at Dad's and turn off the car, sitting in silence for a second. I'm still processing the fact that Noel is such a dick, and I'm honestly not sure what to do with myself right now. Me. I saw you talking to Hope. I had just left. Me. You can come over later if you want. Mayers. Things are going so well with Hope. Mayers. Are you okay? I hesitate. Should I tell him that Noel just quit the team? Or do I wait until the morning to see if he really quits? Fuck. We can't do it without Noel. As pissed off at him as I am right now, we need him so badly. He's right, actually. I need him. I need him to help us win, because I'm honestly scared of what happens if we lose. I take a deep breath. Maybe I should text Noel and ask him if we can talk? Or maybe I should text Ryan and tell him what happened. Except if I do that, Ryan is going to chew Noel out, which is absolutely not going to help right now. I'm about to tell Mayers what happened when I look up and realize Chip is standing on my dad's porch, hands in his pockets, and sort of awkwardly looking around. Getting out of the car, I wave to him. Hey! Hey! He pulls his hand out to wave back. This isn't what it looks like, really. It looks like you were waiting for me to get home, I say, walking up the path to him. He rocks back on his heels, nodding slowly. Okay, yeah, kind of. You mentioned your party and some of the tennis team guys were going, but then I heard you were suddenly co-hosting with Noel 30 minutes before the party, and I don't know, I just had a feeling, figured I'd wait a little bit to see if you came back. You had a feeling? Well, you did say Noel wanted to ruin your life. You remembered that? He tilts his head. Of course I did. Oh, I say. I can't believe he remembered a small detail like that. Well, I hope you weren't waiting too long. No, he shakes his head. Only like 30 minutes. Maybe an hour, max. I laugh, but it isn't funny at all. It's sweet that he'd wait that long, even if it is a little confusing. I thought he didn't want to hang out with me after all, and here he is, standing on my dad's porch to make sure I'm okay. Do you want to hang out? He asks. He wants to hang out? Okay, but play it cool, Zach. Sure. Do you have any ideas for anything super low-key and quiet? I'm kind of in one of those moods where you want to lie in a dark room and stare at the nothingness. Chip fights a laugh. Sorry. God, not funny. I just wasn't expecting that from you. I get in those kinds of moods, too. Well, I do have an idea. We'd have to break a rule or two. Not quite your level of rule breaking, but still. Clutching my heart, I step back like I've been hit. Ouch. I just want to tell you the truth, Chip. I hit the key to unlock the car doors again and lift my shoulders. Okay, sure. That sounds fun. I catch myself glancing over at Chip every time we slow to a stop and his smile is illuminated, warmer than the red glow in orange streetlights. I don't know what it feels like to fall for someone, but I imagine it's something like this, when my heart pauses with every simple wiggle of his nose and shy laugh as he turns away. He has me parked by the Marine Institute, and I quickly put two and two together. The night air is hot, and as Chip and I get out of the car, I can hear cicadas in the ocean, a summer philharmonic. Have you always liked dolphins? I ask as we lock the door behind us. Or did you just bond with Daisy? I've always loved the Marine Institute, so it's second nature. The animals and all that, Chip says. As we're walking away, Chip throws his hand across my chest and stops me. I nearly trip, but he holds a finger up to his lips, and we lightly step back to hide between a pair of trees. A few of the employees from the office walk out. They stop in front of their cars, an older Jeep Cherokee and a shiny white SUV, and laugh about something before getting in and turning on their headlights. We duck back. This seems like maybe it's a bad idea, I say, and it seems very unlike you. I'm allowed to be here, he says, a bit of defensiveness rising in his voice. You'll see. As the cars back out, Chip gestures for me to follow him, emphasizing the need to be quiet. We sneak along the wall toward the gift shop and the employee entrance. Cloaked in darkness and silent except for the slight scuffing of sneaker soles against the pavement, I try not to even breathe. Motion detectors. Chip points to white boxes nestled up in the corners of the building. Okay, this absolutely seems like a bad idea, I repeat, though Chip doesn't listen. He holds his badge up to the door, and when it unlocks, we hurry in, shutting it behind us. Won't they see we're here? I say. They don't look at the access log unless they have a reason to, Chip says, and we won't give them one. I only have after-hours access to the conservation wing. Chip pulls a face. We can take the service hallway to the aquarium, though. When I shoot him a look, he huffs. I promise this isn't a huge deal. Well, we're sneaking around, I say. He shakes his head. I mean, technically I have after-hours access, but you absolutely don't. Oh, so I'm the one sneaking in? It's totally fine, he says with a big smile. Come on. The exterior employee walkway smells like chlorine and cleaning supplies, like one of the rides at the Mount Olympus water park a while south of here. I can't get caught here, Chip, I say. Seriously. If I get caught sneaking around the place where I'm already serving community service, it's game over. Get back, Chip whispers and pulls me into the shadows, next to a giant trash can. On the other side of the gate, the farthest motion-sensing light switches on. Then another. This time closer. I swallow and notice Chip looks less confident than before. We duck farther behind the trash can, practically playing Twister. Another light comes on, then one more. And finally, the one closest to the gate floods the walkway. A scientist in a lab coat pushes open the door, a milkshake in hand and headphones on top of her head. She bops along, apparently with no sense of Chip and me hiding and watching as she climbs the stairs and crosses towards the conservation wing. Don't these people sleep? I whisper. I've pulled exactly one all-nighter for a chemistry test, and that's a mistake I'll never make again. Chip shrugs, and we wait for the lights to turn back off before slowly starting up the stairs ourselves. The glass ocean-facing side of the conservation wing is especially cool at night. It's mostly dark, empty hallways, but there are a couple of rooms with tanks or computers that are visible. The scientist from before is walking along one of the corridors, pulling her headphones off and greeting two other young girls in white coats. I think they might be students based on the backpacks and water bottles they have set up on the high-top tables. Chip leads me along the walkway, too far from the edge to look over for Daisy, and we eventually end up at the automatic doors. This part seems easy. The conservation wing lobby is nearly pitch black, except for the dim white lights coming from the sleeping computers and the turnstiles' badge scanners. No more motion sensors? I say as we inch inside. Chip holds his finger to his lips again. I'm not sure why until he pulls me down to hide behind the turnstiles. A man pushing a mop bucket hums to himself before stopping on the other side of the lobby and looking around, suspicion in the way his brow turns downward. He sticks his nose up and continues walking. If we get caught... Chip pulls a face. Well, we're dead meat. It's in poor taste, I think, since there's an entire room just down the escalator filled with dead fish. Chip swipes his badge, and the turnstile opens. He walks through, and I go to place my palms on the column, ready to just jump and swing my legs over the doors. But Chip stops me. No way. It'll know you jumped it without authorization, he says, handing me his badge. Then an alarm will sound. I swipe and follow Chip to the edge of the escalator. We duck behind a potted palm plant, and he points to the janitor, who's entering a room down the hallway to our right. Chip gestures for me to follow him, hurrying past the janitor's cart and down the hallway past the elevator and into the stairwell. This is beyond sketchy, I say, as Chip pulls the door behind us as quietly as possible. The stairwell is dark, save for the light from Chip's phone as he holds it up and guides me up 2 flights. Are you sure? A man's voice echoes in the stairwell from below. Chip kills his phone light and grabs my arm. I'm sure I heard it shut, another guy says. I don't see anyone, the first man huffs. All right, come on, up we go. Heavy footsteps start up the stairs. They're fast, and they're getting closer. Chip pushes the door open and leads me out, trying to close it as gently as possible. It clicks, though, and I know those guys must have heard it. Come on, Chip whispers, turning on his heel and opening the next available door. He pushes my chest, forcing me into the darkness, where I bump into shelving. It's a freaking supply closet. Joining me in the extremely narrow space, Chip turns the handle just right. the door closing silently just as the two guys burst through the stairwell exit. I swear to God, if it's one of the interns playing a prank on us. Chip's breath is hot on my neck, and I accidentally touch his butt as I shift a little to the left, knocking into the shelving behind me. Did you hear that? No, what was it? I swallow as quietly as I can. My heart thumps against my chest too fast. The footsteps get closer, slow and searching. A slight squeak echoes through the closet. They're right outside. I can't see Chip. Can't hear his breathing or his heartbeat. The doorknob rattles, and I shut my eyes, squeezing them tight as I hear the man yank the door open. Only it's not this door. Nothing, he says, just a ways past us. Huh. The footsteps linger for a moment, as if unsure about the supply closet. Could someone fit in there? Dunno. The voices are far off down the hallway now. I'm going down to check that everyone's in the lab. Ace loves to joke around. I swear to God, if he pops out with a Halloween mask or something, I'm swinging at him. Silence. I honestly did hear something both times. I'm sure you did. We wait to hear the elevator arrive and close before Chip opens the door and lets us out. My hand grazes his butt again, and I can feel my face go red. I hope he doesn't think that was on purpose. I exhale and follow him down the hallway and around a corner, where he pushes open a door. And then it's like the world slows down, and everything is draped in shades of blue. There's a stillness, a calmness I've never seen as we walk into an exhibit hall of the aquarium. A 2-story glass tank lines the entire wall to our left, and it's totally quiet. There are no kids running around, no strollers bumping into ankles, no one lying on the benches taking a nap, no random iPhone camera flashes. Without the buzz of chatter and giggles, I can hear the water flowing through the filters, and nothing else. Inside the large tank, towers of coral are populated with shrimp, sea stars, eels, and little fish bobbing in and out. The 2 rehabbed sea turtles float by majestically, and the black-nosed shark drifts around toward the back as the mantas slide down the glass. Cerulean light filters onto the floor of the aquarium, and across from the tank there are smaller habitats, jellyfish illuminated by a lilac light, a lionfish who seems very interested in Chip and me, and a dozen small seahorses with their tails wrapped around the plants. This is... I told you, Chip says. He walks over and stands with his toes nearly touching the glass. When one of the sand tiger sharks emerges from above us, I realize this tank is way bigger than I even realized. Also, sorry. As soon as I open my mouth, I know I shouldn't have said anything. Should have let it lie. Now it's even more awkward. Well, for, touching your butt back there. It's okay. Chip chuckles. It was just an accident. I nod. At night, when nobody is here, this is a great place to just think about everything, Chip says, pointing to the coral. Thankfully, my accidental ass-grazing is in the past. I mean, Chip does have a nice ass, objectively. It's not weird to think that. He's a tennis player, for crying out loud. His legs are toned, and it's perfectly normal and fine to... how big the ocean is? Right, I say, eyeing the sharks. Don't they worry the sharks are going to eat one of those fish? He shrugs. They're fed consistently. When they're taken in and rehabilitated, they get trained to eat at certain times and stuff. Sharks are really smart, and it's not like they're all jaws or anything. I mean, out in the wild, they might mistakenly bite us if they're hungry, but usually it's just that, a mistake. The black-nosed shark looks slightly scary, I can't lie. I don't think I'd want him bumping up against me when my legs are dangling from my surfboard. The thought actually sends a shiver down my back. Would be a terrifying and painful mistake, I note. Chip puts his hand in his pockets. They're really not as terrifying as people make them out to be. He looks over at me and I try not to squirm, hyper-aware of why he's giving me the sharks are nice spiel. No, really, I mean, they are predators, sure. Apex predators, I say. Yeah, Chip smiles. And I think we, being humans, should make a mental note of that and be aware when we go into their homes. But, we can respect them without fear. I watch the sharp fins skate through the water. Can't I respect them and fear them? I laugh. But it's an earnest question. Absolutely, he says. I think respect can be earned through admiration or fear. So we can respect sharks because we admire their power and their role in the ecosystem, and we can be aware of the potential risks of being in their environment. Or we can fear them. I think the first is better. A shark bit Daisy, I say. Doesn't that affect how you see them at all? His attention seems focused on one of the sand tiger sharks now. Not really. Am I happy about it? Of course not. But it's nature. I know it sounds totally ridiculous, but I can't help but feel a little bad for sharks. They have this reputation that they never even asked for. That sounds like quite the predicament. When you put it that way, I wish I could tell him the truth. I think he might understand. He might get why I did what I did, and he might even be happy that I'm not the guy he thought I was when we met. But what if he doesn't understand? What if he isn't happy when he finds out? What if I make things even more complicated between him and Ryan? What if nothing changes? Because I can't tell him the truth, I settle for the best thing I can say right now. I feel bad about the prank. Chip turns to face me. It wasn't funny, I say. Sharks should be respected, even if they're already dead, which it was. I raise my hands. They deserve respect. He lifts his chin and looks very serious for a moment, before one side of his mouth turns up just a little, and then he turns back toward the tank. Well, good. Good. I agree. Technically, I didn't lie. I do feel bad about the prank, and it wasn't funny. While the sharks swim, seemingly aimlessly, I can't help but relate to them. If I'm a shark, I'm one of these guys. Here I am, confined by this lie, limited and tamed and trained, while Ryan is out in the ocean, living his best life, being a great white. Though as I stand here in the silence, engulfed in a vibrant blue with the cutest boy I know, I wonder for the first time if I even want to be an apex predator at all. 16. The infamous Zach. Mayers and I have just finished a decent run, starting at the Marine Institute after our shift and running south, past the pier and all the shops, and then doing a few exercises at the park. Then we raced back up to the pier, where we stopped in search of a snack. Okay, you said we would talk about it after our run. Mayers pants. Right, I say. I just don't really know what to say. This dumps Mayers, who stretches his leg out in front of him and eyes the food trucks lining up by City Hall. So, Beck didn't text you? And you didn't text him? He looks to me very seriously. Cheese fries? Duh, cheese fries, I say, as we head toward the truck. Nope, no texting. I would have apologized before he said all of that shit about me. But maybe it's good he did. I should know how he's feeling. I mean, how could I not have known something was up? Mayer sucks in a breath. I don't know. I think he means well at the end of the day, but he sees things differently than you do. He only wants the best for you. I go to speak, but Mayers holds up his hand. No, really, Z. You know that. He thinks I somehow betrayed him. It isn't even like that. Saying it out loud is physically painful. Having my best friend think that about me isn't great, and the things he said hurt just as much. So now what? Mayers asks. We get to the cheese fry truck, fittingly called the cheese fry truck, and get in line. He fidgets. I mean, it's the three of us. And what about summer? What about playing together? What about... I shake my head to make him stop. I don't know, Mayers. I honestly don't. We've been friends most of our lives, and we've never had something like this. It's deep. I need a second to take in everything he said, so I don't know. I honestly think this is a pivotal moment, Mayers says. You've kind of been teetering between an I did something bad era and a look what you made me do era. Poking my tongue in my cheek, I fight a laugh. Or maybe I'm just in my flop era. No, definitely not. He stares off before snapping. Okay, so the thing is, what will all of this make you do? Not cry, I say, leaning into the joke. How am I supposed to know? I'm trying to keep the guys all on my side because I still want to be captain. I can admit that. Help Chip with his petition, which is like a lot of research and brainstorming and learning about things called ordinances. And then, oh, dude, the whole point of the party. How did things go with Hope? He fixes his hair and stands up straight, looking at the menu. Well, thank you for asking. There is some good news from all of this. Hope is quite the nurturer. She was very comforting last night after all the drama went down. Oh? No way. Did you guys have that second kiss? No. Mayer's eyes dart away. No, we didn't. Why not, Mayers? It wasn't the right time, he says quickly. I cock my head. Not the right time? You've been waiting a whole year. I know, he says, nodding. So what could possibly... It just wouldn't have been right, he says, because of all the... crying. My jaw hangs open. Wait, what? Punching me in the arm, Mayers rolls his eyes. I was very emotional, okay? You know how I get. I give him an exaggerated shoulder squeeze, and he shoves me off, reduced to laughter. After we've eaten our cheese fries on the lawn, Mayers and I head past the Marine Institute, and I see Chip reading on that same bench. He gets up and heads toward the Institute. I think Mayers squeals before he holds up his phone. Hope. Hey, how are you feeling? Let me know if you want to get a coffee or something. Heart emoji. He grins and jumps up and down in place. This is the best thing to ever come out of the worst thing happening. He quickly says goodbye and buries his nose in his phone, and I follow after Chip, calling out his name until he turns around. He pulls off his glasses and puts them in the pocket of his shirt. A lilac and blue checkered button-up he's tucked into navy pants. Hey, he says coolly. Soccer practice? No, just squeezing in a little workout with Mayers. I point to the Institute. Going back to work? He shakes his head, frowning. No, I'm actually... Then he brightens. Are you busy? Chip is lucky I'm an extrovert who loves sports, because meeting his parents to play doubles tennis with no warning at all could easily have freaked me out if I wasn't somewhat excited to get my sweat on. We stand by one of the benches, waiting for Chip's dad. So, Zach, Chip tells me you volunteer at the Institute? Mrs. Cannon looks sort of ethereal, with her bright blonde hair and blue eyes. She speaks almost wistfully. I do, I say, wondering when he mentioned that. Chip, now changed into shorts and a tank top, pulls a face at her. How do you like it? She pulls a stainless steel water bottle from her purse and sips it. Do you feel it's a good use of your time? I'm in the gift shop, I say. I think it's fun. Chip bites his lip. Fun, she says, offering a smile. Chip turned down an elite tennis camp this summer so he could keep his internship. Chip taps his foot. Zach is helping with the petition. You have time with soccer? Mrs. Cannon frowns and looks to me. We go to a lot of Ryan's games, so we've seen you play. Very impressive. Oh, totally, I say. It's a pretty busy summer, but I'm having fun and learning a lot. Plus, I'm really excited about the petition. We're going to really make a difference. Well, Chip is. I'm just helping out. It would need quite a lot of signatures, she says before offering Chip a sympathetic smile. But it is a really nice idea. Mom thinks I need to spend all my time focused on tennis. Chip rolls his eyes. Mrs. Cannon's face softens. You have a gift, Chip. We just want to see you succeed. Chip's dad hurries onto the court and kisses Mrs. Cannon on the cheek, then sits down on the bench across from me. His hair is messy and haphazard, like he just stood behind an airplane's propeller, and he's wearing a t-shirt with a marinara stain on the chest. I almost forget I'm in the presence of a former NFL player, which would be intimidating, except he seems like a totally normal guy. Sorry I'm late, he says, taking a sip from his water bottle. A few of the stakeholders at the middle school were hounding me about naming some archway. You know anything about that? Honey, Mrs. Cannon pats him on the shoulder, and I can't tell what the expression on her face is. Annoyance? This is Chip's friend Zach. Hi, Mr. Cannon. Hey, call me Brad, he says, reaching up to shake my hand. Great to meet the infamous Zach. Infamous? I laugh. Well, Chip just... He raises his brows, and I notice Chip giving him a look. Chip talks about me to his parents. How do you get involved with the Institute? Mr. Cannon asks, tightening his laces and accepting the racket Mrs. Cannon hands him. I decide on simple but true. My teacher, I say, Mrs. Rushmore. Oh, Carol? He grins as I nod. We met in 6th grade, I think it was. She's a great teacher. You like the Institute? Chip and I exchange glances, and he offers a look that totally reads, Sorry, my parents are asking you the same thing over and over. I love it, I say. Brad really loves the Marine Institute, Mrs. Cannon says, and there's no mistaking how it sounds like an insult. It's how Chip got to be so interested. Then she looks to me. I know you're going to be captain next year. I think that's wonderful. Chip looks at his feet. Yeah, I mean, maybe. It sounds like you've got it in the bag. She smiles. Ryan speaks very highly of you. I imagine Ryan talking about me to his aunt and uncle at a family function. Judging by the way Chip is avoiding eye contact, it's not something he particularly loves hearing. He takes his role as your mentor very seriously, Mrs. Cannon says. And of course, Ryan is so talented. We're all really proud of him. Going to play for Duke? Are you planning to play in college? The urge to change the subject grows as I watch Chip chew the inside of his cheek. I might, I say. If it happens, it happens. Saying that out loud actually sends a shiver down my spine. Did I just say something I actually feel, without worrying about how it sounds? Mrs. Cannon looks surprised, but Mr. Cannon just nods. There's a lot more to life, he says, standing up and patting me on the shoulder. Good perspective. Well, you're young, so you just want to make sure you make the most of any opportunities you have, she says, her voice going up as she turns to Chip. That's what we've been trying to explain to Richard. Richard? Chip narrows his eyes like he can read my mind. Mr. Cannon grabs a tennis ball. All right, Chip, you're with Zach. We look at each other. Damn, I really like the sound of that. Playing tennis with the Cannons is stressful AF. I feel like I'm participating in a televised high-stakes sporting event. Mrs. Cannon has the meanest serve, and Chip seems to stretch across the field like Mr. Fantastic to keep the ball in play. Mr. Cannon and I are slightly less competitive than the two of them, even laughing awkwardly a few times when Chip or Mrs. Cannon get overly frustrated by a miss. When we finally finished playing and I am absolutely drenched with sweat and ready for a nap, Mrs. Cannon is quick to chug some water and pull out her phone. She doesn't look up. "Brad, don't forget you have the—" "Right," Mr. Cannon says, "and you have that—" "Yes," she says, and they both nod. At this point, Chip hangs his head before handing me a squeeze bottle. I down the lemon-lime Gatorade and pant for a second while Mr. and Mrs. Cannon pack their bags and towel off their arms and faces. They barely say it was nice to meet you before rushing off. Freaking strange. Chip and I walk down the sidewalk toward the pools and the beach access. "Your parents are nice," I offer as we walk. "Yeah," Chip says slowly. "Was it weird to you?" "Weird?" He shrugs. "Just them together. What did they seem like to you?" "I don't think they were weird," I offer. I'm not sure I have a choice but to tell a little white lie, because I don't know what's appropriate to say when meeting parents as strange as Chip's. Not that I'm judging, since my own parents are total weirdos. "Why? Did you think they were weird?" "I never see them together." "Oh, I'm sorry," I say, taken aback. Chip's lips press together. Dad used to travel a lot when he played, like, a lot. So I think that set a precedent. Like, they got used to being distant, maybe? But I don't know, because I'm sure plenty of couples deal with stuff like that in a completely different way. But now he's been busy working on a book, and he's taking a break from coaching, so he actually has been home more. I bet any kid with divorced parents could recognize the way his voice went up a little at the end. That little change in inflection. Hope. Whether it's for him to feel better or to make things sound better, I know that specific tone all too well, and I know just how dangerous it can be. "What about your parents?" he asks, opening the gate to the sidewalk that will lead us down to the boardwalk. "Dysfunctional," I nod, "but not too bad. They split when I was in 7th grade, and it was definitely for the best. I'm not, wounded from it. I've said that so many times to so many people that it just rattles off the tongue, even though I realize I could probably be honest with Chip if I wanted to." "Your parents seem like they get along." Chip smiles. "Yeah, I think they get along, but..." "It's okay." I instinctively go to touch his arm, but I hold back. The last thing I want is for Chip to think I'm hitting on him during this conversation. "I get it." "Yeah." "You can always talk to me," I offer. "Parent stuff can be tricky." He looks down at the ground, but then he nods quickly, and his eyes meet mine. "Thank you." As we step onto the wide planks of the boardwalk, I look to him. "I get the tennis stuff." "Are you sure about that?" he asks. "I mean, I know you understand the pressure, for sure. But my dad and my uncle are these, big deal athletes. And now Ryan. And I think the worst part is that you could be," I say. He goes quiet. "You have the talent, and you know that's worth something." I exhale. "So many kids would kill to be as good as you are. And everybody just wants to see how far you can go. Everybody would be proud of you if you just used that talent. Everybody would like you." His eyes fall to the ground again. "Who knows, Chip? Maybe it's not the most important thing." This causes his eyes to meet mine. "What do you mean?" "Maybe just because you are good at tennis and everybody wants you to be a tennis player." I struggle to find the right words, but he just knocks his shoulder against mine. "It's okay," he assures me. "Trust me, I get it." We walk for a couple more minutes until we're at the pier, looking out at the ocean. The water is calm, and the sky is a light periwinkle with gauzy ivory clouds. As the waves meet the shore, I have to fight the urge to look over at Chip and just take in how perfect he is. How has he turned my world upside down like this? And he's not even into me. So, I break the silence. You talked to your parents about me? Richard? Chip flushes, trying to hide it as his lips pull into a grin. Shut up. 17. Snow cones and secrets. Is this a JoJo Siwa song? Mayer stops and tilts his head. What in the Finding Nemo on Ice is going on here? As upbeat pop music gets louder as we walk closer to the Marine Institute, it appears today is not an ordinary day. Sharky is out and about taking photos with families, and he's joined by a new mascot I have yet to meet, a sea turtle with big purple eyes. A blow-up bouncy house that looks like a giant blue recycling bin overtakes the lawn, and between the palm trees lining the entrance, there are tables set up with various displays and posters about conservation and sustainability. It's still early, and the Institute has just opened, but this crowd is at theme park level. The hordes of summer camp kids are lining up for the bouncy house, and a corral of strollers has already nearly filled up beside a food truck serving crepes. The song is clearly not lying. There is sugar in the air. These kids are already playing carnival games on the lawn and reaching into the bowl of organic gummy candies. At first, I'm laughing at Mayer's joke. But then I'm laughing more nervously at the fact that we have to work here today with so many demonic children during all of this. I try to remember if Chip mentioned something special was happening today. This is going to be a shit show. Mayers looks to me and sighs dramatically before wading into the crowd toward the front door. As we take each step, it's like we're in a slow-motion war movie montage, only instead of dodging bullets and exploding dirt mounds, we're skirting around toddlers on leashes, red fruit punch juice droplets, and slobber-covered dolphin stuffed animals being slung around like volleyballs. Oh good, you're here. Once we crash inside, Mrs. Rushmore calls to us from behind the counter with a few staff members. She pulls a face as something slams into the glass door behind us, but quickly corrects with a wide smile. Welcome to Sustainability Day! I glance back outside, where hordes of miniature Sugar Rush fairies are either stomping angrily or skipping excitedly. It's hard to tell for sure in the chaos. We're about to turn on the splash zone, Mrs. Rushmore says, faking excitement. Her smile says, hooray, but her eyes say, help me. Mayers takes a step forward. Cool. Well, we're going to go clock in. Right, I say, following his lead and stepping sideways like a crab, avoiding what I fear is coming next. Those shelves aren't going to stock themselves, Mayers adds. He smiles and looks off. Oh, the joy of stocking those shelves and keeping that gift shop clean, it really... Mrs. Rushmore grins and holds up a finger. Actually... And that's how Mayers and I get signed up to work Sustainability Day. I don't know how to make snow cones. I only know how to eat them. Mayers whines, wheeling a cart out from a storage closet. You know my thing about proportions. I sigh and grab an extra-large drawstring bag labeled Ring Toss. Yeah, I know, but you'll be fine. Just like a little bit goes a long way. They'll be too sweet, and the parents will all blame me for corrupting their kids, rotting their teeth, and giving them a sugar rush, Mayers says before his eyes widen. Or they won't be sweet enough, and I'll be the super uncool fun police. I'll be the guy who makes unsweet snow cones. Which is worse, Zach? Which is more shameful? What legacy will I leave behind? As we roll out to the lawn and avoid splash zone mayhem and a flock of seagulls going for discarded chips, I listen to Mayers go on and on about Monty's legacy. Wild parties and more fun than anyone could ever even handle. Mayers can't bring dishonor to his family by ruining the fun with unsweet snow cones. Surely no snow cones in history have ever carried so much weight. I'm setting up the ring toss on an empty table next to the snow cone cart to be when I feel fingers tap on my shoulder. Happy Sustainability Day! Chip is beaming in a Marine Institute t-shirt and baseball cap, rocking back and forth on his heels. I might not be as well-spoken as Shakespeare, but I do know Chip is the cutest boy to ever exist and only gets cuter every time I see him. Happy Sustainability Day, I say, stacking plastic rings on the table. You got a good activity, he says. You could be like me. I'm going to be in the dunk tank. I feel my face split into a grin. I'll have to buy a ticket to that then. Chip smiles and rolls his eyes, and I can tell he feels Mayers staring at us just as I do. Mayers is on snow cone duty, I say. Mayers nods. Happy Sustainability Day. God, I'm so glad you guys are finally like... He shoots me a quick look. Anyhow, do you know the perfect ratio of syrup to snow cone? This all must be very funny to Chip, who's fighting a laugh as he moves closer to examine the snow cone stand. As he does, I look around at the chaos. It seems all the parents are blissfully enjoying the nice weather and crepes, while the kids go absolutely wild. I imagine this has raised a fair amount of money, judging by the amount of tickets wrapped around most of the adults' wrists. So, what exactly is Sustainability Day? I cross my arms. Chip answers. We partner with local companies who have green initiatives, and some larger national organizations who do things like beach cleanups, water testing, plastic alternatives, gardening, and infrastructure. Gardening? Yeah. It's more about making sure we have an ocean-friendly community, he says, focusing on retaining rainwater and reducing flooding or pollution. Mayers nods, and the way he grins, I can tell I'm making big heart eyes at Chip, so I quickly blink them away. Today we'll have a lot of fun activities, paired with digestible educational sessions and resources, with all ticket proceeds going to a pool for the organizations. Chip stands up tall. Memorize that from the newsletter. Wow, that's... Before I can decide what word is going to come next, the day is ruined. Standing in line for tickets with his younger sister in a pink polka dot dress is Noel Hawthorne. Noel cannot be here. He can't be at the Marine Institute. It was one thing for him to walk by when I was standing outside as Sharky, but it's another entirely for him to actually be here, getting tickets and participating in Sustainability Day. This is like the basic rules of separation of church and state. Noel is part of soccer, which is basically a religion. And the Marine Institute is the state, since I am essentially serving mandated time. It might not be my best metaphor, but the point is that Noel shouldn't be here. I thought Noel quit the team anyway. Why should I have to see him anywhere? It's what? I look to Chip. Oh my God. Chip. Uh-huh, I say, starting to panic. What? Noel and Chip must be separate. Because it will take Noel about 10 seconds to say something that will make sure Chip never goes on a date with me. That's the power of Noel. I can't even imagine what he'd say in front of a guy I like. Of course, I could try to tone down the obviousness of me liking Chip. It would be tough, but it must be possible. I could pretend I dislike Chip, but that may not work in my favor either. All I have to do is keep them in separate places and make sure the three of us are not in the same place at the same time, which should be relatively simple because I'll be at this table and Chip will be at the dunk tank. Hey, Chip! One of the Marine Institute employees calls out from a few yards away. Be right back, he says, giving me a strange look before hurrying off. Once we're in the clear, I knock Mayers on the arm. Code red. Is this some kind of ginger joke? He furrows his brow. No. I hit him again and point over to the ticket table. Noel is here. What am I going to do? Mayers sucks his teeth. Ooh, not good. Not good at all. Thanks, I say. I need to make sure he and Chip don't end up over here at the same time. Right. Mayers nods. Because you definitely don't want Noel to be all like, did you know your cousin was the one who actually pulled the shark prank? My eyes pop and my jaw basically hits the floor. I didn't even think of that. Okay, the urgency here is next level. Absolutely, completely must make sure Chip stays at the dunk tank for as long as Noel is here. Good news, Chip says, hurrying over. The dunk tank is being retired this year. Oh no, I groan. No, it's good, he shrugs. It's fun, but it wastes a lot of water, so it's sort of counterintuitive, honestly. Anyway, this means I get to hang out with you guys. Mayors, I can help with the snow cone ratio. I fake enthusiasm as best I can, but Noel and his sister are making their way up in line and they're going to walk onto the lawn any moment now. Chip tells us he's going to the restroom, and I take a deep breath. I need you to come up with something, dude. Mayers goes to speak, but he pauses before dropping his shoulders. I got nothing. Fake sick? I can't, I say. Mrs. Rushmore will know I'm lying, and I can't cause any trouble, remember? Or else. Or else, Mayers echoes menacingly. Damn it, okay. Well, if you can't leave, and you have to be here, then you need a disguise. I hold up my hands. There's no way I'm doing the mascot suit again. He offers a huge smile and just points behind me. Oh, God. 18. The more you know. I'm thinking something subtle. The girl sitting in the chair across from me, Megan, is waving a paintbrush around in my face, as if she's taking mental notes. She's got a dolphin painted onto her temple and some shimmering scales on the other cheek. Maybe less subtle, I reply. Megan pushes some of her curly brown hair out of her face and narrows her eyes. You have such nice bone structure, she says. I think we should work with it, not against it. But I really... Please don't... She gives a beyond obviously forced smile. I don't want to fight the inspiration here, she insists. Don't you trust me? I do. I smile and sit up straight. Of course I do. It's just that I was hoping for something kind of dramatic and over the top, you know? I don't even want to look like myself at all by the end of it. Megan looks disgusted. Why not? Because I'm not very quick on my toes today, it seems. I search for a reasonable explanation. Because I'm actually hiding from my ex-boyfriend. Her face softens immediately, and she jerks over to grab her paints. Say no more. Thank you. I have a horrible ex-boyfriend, too, she says, reaching for my jaw and yanking my face forward. She begins painting, and there's a stark contrast between the heat from her rough hands and the cold, wet paint sliding over my skin. If I saw him, I'd want to disguise myself, too. I nod slightly, but she grunts and holds my face still. Don't move. Right. So what did he do? She asks, leaning back and examining her work before turning to her paint palette. I blink. Do? Yeah, why is he so horrible? Oh. My chest tightens. What is something horrible? He cheated. Megan practically looks aflame. What a dick! Ahem. The little girl in the seat behind me clears her throat. Sorry! Megan sings in a higher pitch like a Disney princess before turning her attention back to me. Her expression becomes severe, and she dabs more paint on my cheek. My ex cheated, too. I frown, but Megan jostles me a little. No moving! Sorry. Anyway, I feel for you. It makes no sense, right? How they can just cheat on us? She stares at me. Especially you. Just look at you. You're a total Citrus Harbor 10. A Citrus Harbor 10? What does that even mean? Thanks? She doesn't say anything, just keeps painting. You don't work at the Institute, do you? I ask, trying my best to make sure my mouth muscles barely move. I don't think I've seen you around. No, I work with the Citrus Ecological Society, mostly watershed and coastal restoration. Megan huffs. I got stuck painting faces this year because last year... She lifts her shoulders and sits back in her chair for a second. I have some very, very slight anger issues. she whispers. And we recently had a so minor, incident with a diorama. Right. Anyway, it's all good. I love painting. She works quietly for a bit, and I keep scanning the lawn to make sure Noel doesn't approach. I also have to make sure Mrs. Rushmore doesn't come out and find the ring toss abandoned, though I think I could tell her I wanted to have my face painted to make it more fun for the kids. Which one is he? Megan rolls her eyes. You're clearly like a hawk on high alert. Which one are you hiding from? I don't see him. Well, describe him. Describe him? Yeah, what does he look like? I shrug, and she keeps me steady. He's tall, with dark hair and kind of thick eyebrows and, broad shoulders. Megan chuckles. Just sounds like a dick. Ahem! The girl behind me cries. Add, make sure Noel's sister doesn't sit in Megan's chair to get her face painted, to the list of things I need to manage now. Okay, you're all done. Consider yourself a chameleon. When she holds up the mirror to my face, I nearly scream. I'm bright blue, and I look like a mix between the kid from Onward and one of those dudes from Avatar, with tentacles and barnacles and a giant orange sea star on my forehead. You're a vision of the sea, she says proudly, and there's no way anyone is going to recognize you like this. I thank her, and before I get up, she grabs my shoulder. Good luck. And if you need backup, just let me know. I grab a leftover Marine Institute 2022 Summer Splash bucket hat from behind the counter in the lobby and try to ensure all evidence of blonde hair is hidden beneath it. I've got on my Marine Institute polo, so that helps me blend in. Now I'm much less recognizable. In fact, I think a few kids have even given me terrified looks. What the shit is on your face? Mayers, always one for subtlety, stumbles backward and nearly topples over his snow cone cart when I return. I ignore him, waving to a couple of kids walking up to us. Hey, want to play ring toss? Stopping in their tracks, their faces twist from excitement into shock, then terror before they exchange glances and sprint in the other direction. Cool, I say, nodding. Yeah, I probably would do the same. You look. Mayor blows a raspberry. I'd ask for a refund. I wanted to look like this. Remember? A disguise? I look around. Where is Chip? No idea, he says. I gesture behind him. Why are you still standing in front of the snow cone cart? I'm just not ready, he says seriously. This is just like when you had that corner at Districts, I say. Remember what Coach said? You're never going to feel ready. You just have to do it. Mayers cocks his head. I don't know if that's helping. Today I was really hoping to just chill behind the counter and read some Twelfth Night, but now... Come on, I say. Now's the time for you to make some awesome snow cones for these kids. Shakespeare will still be there when we're done. Trust me, he's been around for 1,000,000 years. Mayers puffs out his chest and nods, going to stand behind the cart. Shakespeare was alive in the 1500s, he says quietly. Huh? I'm just saying, he hasn't been around for 1,000,000 years. You're thinking of the dinosaurs. Dude, I throw my hands up. It's an exaggeration. Okay. Just saying you should put some respect on his name. As a line starts to form for him, with children of all ages giving me side-eye like I'm an actor at a haunted house who might jump scare them at any moment, Chip finds his way back to me at the ring toss. He tries to hold in a laugh. You okay there, Zach? I huff. I'm just embracing the whole ocean theme, I see that. Chip smiles and stares at me for far too long without saying anything. It's for the kids, I offer. They love it. A few of the line-goers inch away, whispering to each other. Chip pats me on the arm and nods. It's really nice of you to do that. For the kids. From behind the recycling bin bouncy house, Noel laughs as he runs after his sister. She slides into the snow cone line and jumps up and down excitedly, now carrying a canvas tote bag that reads, "Reduce, reuse, recycle." Noel says something to her before turning his attention to his phone. Posting an Instagram story, no doubt. I figure this is a good moment to get Chip far away from here. But how? Mayers? Oh no, Noel. From behind the cart, Mayers activates his deer-in-the-headlights look and squeezes way too much bright red syrup onto the snow cone in his hand. "Oh, come on!" the boy in line shrieks. "What are you—" Noel looks around, and I think I'm safe. Except then, our eyes lock. 2.0? The nickname sends chills throughout my body. He knows exactly what he's doing. "You know him?" Noel's sister seems repulsed and tugs at his shirt. I shake my head. Nope. Chip glances between us, and Mayers coughs loudly, causing the crowding kids to back up a few steps. "You coughed on the snow!" one girl screams. "Disgusting!" "Ruined!" another echoes. In the chaos, one of the little boys reaches for the snow cone, and as Mayers goes to stop him, red syrup shoots everywhere, all over the line and the cart and the grass, as howls and shrieks erupt. Of course, instead of a couple of kids having red syrup in their hair or on their shirt and calling it a day, they all begin furiously waving their arms and bumping into each other, getting the bright crimson goop everywhere. Noel pulls his sister away from the commotion, and we make eye contact again. "I'm going to go get paper towels," I say to Chip. Rushing away from the scene, I weave through some of the stands. The crowd is starting to pay more attention to the snow cone disaster area, so I think I may be in the clear. But then I hear Noel shouting my name. Chip isn't here, at least, so maybe I can just say hey and we can both go about our day. Turning to face him, I point my thumb over my shoulder. "Going to get Mayers some paper towels for that whole snow cone disaster." "Right," Noel says, his sister trailing behind, the bow holding up her dark brown hair now looser from all the scurrying around. "What is going on with you two? Why do you look like that?" "Like what?" "You look—" Noel sighs and just shrugs, waving it off. "Never mind. I can't really say I'm shocked." I nod. "Well, I'll see you around." He narrows his eyes and takes a step forward. "Is this some kind of mind game?" "What? Is what some kind of mind game?"
"Hey, why don't you back off, buddy?"
Oh no. I didn't realize Megan was so tall when she was sitting there painting my face, but now standing there with her hands balled up by her sides, she absolutely towers over both of us. "Who are you?" Noel blinks.
"Doesn't matter who I am,"
Megan says, moving in closer.
"He said he'll see you around."
"It's all good," I say, trying to communicate with just my eyes. She shakes her head.
"Oh, I know that look."
Getting even closer to Noel, she bends down.
"Time for you to go."
Noel's face is equal parts confusion and annoyance, which I don't think is the ideal mix for this scenario. "I promise it's okay," I say louder this time. "This is all a really big misunderstanding." Megan tilts her head.
"Isn't this your ex?"
"Your ex?" Noel laughs. "In your dreams, Martin." Megan doesn't know this is his attempt at dry humor, and I watch the anger issues she mentioned explode, like Hulk bursting from Bruce Banner. Noel's little sister screams as Megan pushes her brother to the ground, and my hand covers my mouth instinctively. "What the hell?" Noel says, his voice unusually high. Megan doesn't seem finished, and I absolutely cannot let Noel get beat up, so I wince. "No, he's not my ex. Misunderstanding." Megan and Noel both freeze, and his little sister looks like she's watching a horror movie. "Big, huge misunderstanding," I say, "but thank you so much for, One of the Citrus Ecological Society employees hurries over. She looks pretty official, carrying an iPad and wearing a lanyard with some kind of credential. "Megan!"
"Shit."
She closes her eyes.
"Not again."
Megan gives Noel a mumbled apology before following the iPad lady back to the face-painting tables. Fully humiliated, with a small audience having formed around us, I feel sweat beading at my forehead and nose and wipe it instinctively. Of course, Noel's sister gasps and a few onlookers pull faces, making me aware of the fact that I've just transformed my face into a work of abstract art, shades of blue warped into the orange starfish. "Oh," is all Noel says. I take a step toward him and offer him my hand, but he shakes his head. "It's okay. You've got paint." He pushes himself up off the ground, and I swear I almost see a smile hiding under his serious expression. "Zach, what even was that?" The crowd starts to break up quickly, thankfully, and I groan when I realize how silly all of this has become. "Okay, I'm just going to tell you the truth. Laura, can we have a minute?" Noel speaks to his sister so much more softly than I've ever heard. She gives me a once-over and nods, walking away. "I didn't want you to notice me because..." I take a deep breath. "I really like Chip Cannon, and he doesn't know I took the fall for Ryan. I was worried you might say something to him about it to piss me off or make me look bad or something." Noel frowns. "You think I'd do that?" I scrunch up my nose. Yeah? I mean, you hate me. You threw that party. And at our first practice, you literally said you were going to rat me out. "I only did that because you threw a party and invited the whole team except me," Noel counters. "You started it. And you know I was angry in the moment, but I was never going to actually rat you out. I'm not an elementary school tattletale." Unsure of how to respond to that, I bite my lip. "It didn't seem like you were bluffing." "I was just pissed. Maybe I thought if I said that, you'd do the right thing." He rubs his forehead. "Look, I would never say that to Chip. I wouldn't do something like that to you. This might be somewhat hard to believe, but me throwing a party the same night as you isn't actually as cataclysmic as it might seem. I wouldn't do something to actually hurt you, Zach." Wow. How did I ever become someone who thinks a party is the end of the world? "You know," Noel says, "you may be a self-centered jerk sometimes, but you're my teammate." He winces. "You were my teammate." "You didn't formally quit," I offer, but he shakes his head. "Come on, man. You know we need you, and you were right, I need you. You're a badass player, Noel." "Oh? What was that?" "You're a badass player." "Before that?" "You were right?" He smirks. "That's good. But right after that?" "I need you," I say. "I need you by my side on the field." Noel nods and shrugs. "I wasn't going to actually quit anyway. You were going to play the charity match without me? Come on." Gritting my teeth, I force a laugh. Classic Noel. "Zach." He looks at me seriously now. "We've always had this sort of working relationship, right? You piss me off, I piss you off. We make each other better. We compete with each other a bit. You're all, look at me, I'm the best, and I try to check you. It's fine. It's sport. But you should know if it came down to it, I'd always back you up." I nod. "I guess I didn't know that." "I guess that makes sense," Noel admits, looking down at the ground before his eyes meet mine. "Look, I'm not Ryan's biggest fan. You know that. And with everything that happened and the whole captain thing, I tend to act a lot more aggressively in the moment when I'm pissed, or if something is heated, you know? But I'm not a bad guy." For the first time, I think I'm really seeing Noel. I might be a little nervous about believing him, but I can't help but think I might not have ever stopped focusing on how I felt long enough to give him a chance or get to know him. I think I may be way worse at reading people than I thought. No, You're not a bad guy, Noel. And I'm sorry for not seeing that. I offer my hand, but then see the paint and laugh, pulling it back. Fine, so we compete on the field still, of course, but off the field, teammates? He shrugs, keeping a straight face. Maybe we'll even get to off-the-field friends. You're full of surprises, Noel. That's what they tell me. 19. Did something change? Chip sits on my bed, scrolling through his phone as I look up tips for inspiring teammates on my laptop. Practice has been a push and pull, with mixed attendance, half-assed shots, and the icy silence between Beckett and I eclipsing those who show up and give it their all. Right now, we're far from record-breaking, but I'm thinking if I can start with mindset and motivation, we'll be able to get there in no time. We'd spent a couple hours in the pool, since I always do my best thinking outside. Chip obsessively reapplying sunscreen and talking about an event going on at the Kennedy Space Center as I floated on a raft. And I scrolled through Twitter hashtags for the Women's World Cup. After we ate an entire watermelon, a bag of chips, and a plate of pizza rolls, a brief storm rolled in from off the coast, and now we're inside. Chip's wearing a Marine Institute t-shirt and has his bare feet crisscrossed under him. Our plans for the petition are so easy to talk about. We basically have the wording all finished. But what's harder to wrap my mind around is how comfortable things are with Chip now. He's in my freaking bedroom. On my bed. He just acts like it's no big deal. And maybe it's not, since he keeps saying how we're only friends. But I, for one, am shook. I haven't considered what my bedroom looks like in a long time, especially not through someone else's eyes, someone who's still getting to know me. There's my bed, which is just a normal queen-size bed with a blue-striped comforter. Then there are the wooden nightstands, nothing special. On the left table, since I sleep on that side, there's a lamp, my retainer, lotion, a glass of water, and my PS4 controller. There's a ton of junk in the drawers, too. I have a small bookshelf, which probably pales in comparison to Chip's, mostly comprised of required reading from school. Primarily dog-eared before the halfway mark, never to be touched again. I filled most of the shelves with trophies, a signed baseball, and some framed photos with Mom and Dad. Odin keeps bringing a bone to Chip, which he consistently accepts, though it becomes increasingly slobbery, and tosses out to the hallway. He loves you, I say. Chip raises a brow. He probably just likes me because I'm playing fetch with him. I shake my head. Odin doesn't like fetch. What? He's literally playing fetch with me right now. He thinks you like playing fetch. I laugh. Trust me, he's just trying to bond with you. Chip gives Odin a strange look when he returns with the bone. You don't like fetch? Odin drops the bone and stares at him. He also doesn't play with, anyone, so he definitely likes you. Odin sits. Do you like Chip, Odin? I raise my voice. He probably doesn't know my name yet, Chip offers. Odin is very intelligent. I raise a finger. Odin? Where's Chip? He jumps up onto the bed and approaches Chip, sniffing his face, and then stopping with his nose inches from Chip's eyes before placing a paw on his leg and looking to me. Good boy! I grab a treat from the jar on my desk and toss it back to him. See? He knows who you are. As Odin takes his treat and Chip scratches his head, I consider that this might be the most adorable thing I've ever seen. And you said you don't read for fun, Chip says, reaching over to the nightstand on the right side of my bed. Then what are these? Oh, yeah, Abby Wambach's books, I say. I'm a slow reader, but they're good. She's like an Olympic gold medalist and has a World Cup under her belt, and she helps the world become a better place and all that. Sounds like a badass, Chip nods. She is. And her wife, Glennon, is a badass too. My mom met her at a women's writing retreat. That's so cool. Okay, well, what would you say to Abby Wambach if you met her tomorrow? I don't know. Thanks for being awesome? Thanks for being awesome? Chip barks a laugh. No way, you've got to come up with something better than that. Right, like I'm going to meet Abby Wambach. I say, why couldn't you? Chip shrugs. You can do anything. Well, so could you, I say, heart beating quicker. Chip looks at me, ready for me to finish the thought, to tell him how I think he could probably discover a planet or save the entire world with his brain and passion. But I just stare at him with googly freaking eyes. Chip smiles, bites his lip, and turns his attention to his phone, and I swivel back to my computer. Idiot. Can I ask you something? I turn back. Sure. And I don't mean for this to come off the wrong way. He starts and then drops his shoulders. Why are you so worried about how you guys play in the charity match if it doesn't affect your season? I guess it's a legitimate question, I say. He spins his phone on 2 fingers and looks off. Like, what you really want is to win states again next year, right? And if you lost a charity match, all that's really at stake is, like, pride? He winces as if he's not sure he should have said that. I know Chip is smart, just like Beckett, so it isn't completely surprising he's hitting me with the same line of questioning. Maybe you're right, I exhale. Maybe it's just pride. But there's this whole thing with legacy and streaks and, like, I can't be the one to break the record. Sure, it's a friendly, but my dad won when he was captain, and Ryan is expecting me to carry on his legacy. The charity match is a symbol at this point, a tradition. You lead the team to victory at the charity match. You go to the team party. You're voted captain. And it shouldn't be stressful at all. It should be simple. We go, we play, we win, like always. Except I don't know if that'll happen. Chip nods. I get it. I turn back to the screen, where there are several quotes and guiding lines for an inspirational talk. Empowerment, listening, goal setting, support, vision, personalization. It's overwhelming, to say the least. I can do this, I think, whispering it to myself. I can do this. Chip looks up, scooting over to the foot of my bed. His hair bounces a little, and he reaches up to fix it, eyeing my screen. I'm just telling myself I can do this, I admit. But I don't know that I can. You can, Chip says. I don't know how to inspire someone, I sigh. I'm good at motivating, but inspiring is different. Chip nods and licks his lips, straightening up. Practice on me. I laugh, but he just continues to grin, rubbing his hands together. The sleeves of his shirt rise over his flexed biceps as he fixes his hair and gestures for me to begin. Really? Inspire me. I can't, I say, making sure my eyes aren't caught on his summer-tanned biceps or the way his t-shirt stretches across his chest when he waves me away. I can't even think of anything you'd need me to inspire you for. Like, you're already a very inspired person. Well, there must be something, Chip says. Something I don't already feel excited about. What's, like, the least exciting thing you can think of? I watch as Chip's lips curl into another smile. Inspire me... Chip taps his chin and laughs as he comes up with it. Inspire me to join the soccer team. I roll my eyes. Ouch, that can't be the least exciting thing. Chip inches right to the edge of the bed and then crosses his arms. So, Zach, why should I join the soccer team? Well, I scoot the chair a little closer to him and bring my hands together, looking around like I might find the answer somewhere in my room. Try to keep eye contact? Chip says, his eyes focused on mine. I know it's hard, but it'll make a big difference. It shows, like, confidence. And it's more personal. Right. Chip brings his fingers up to gesture for me to make eye contact. Now, Inspire me. You'd have a lot of fun, I say. That's not going to inspire anybody, though, so I draw a breath and start again. You're already so fit, and more varied exercise will make you feel even better. Great leg workouts, of course, but good cardio, and as a team we participate in overall strength training, too. That's more convincing than inspiring. Chip blinks, not breaking eye contact. I think to inspire someone, you have to tap into their emotional side. Oh, right. Well, I scoot the chair a little closer, gaining more confidence. Playing a sport looks great to colleges, and on the Citrus Harbor High team, you have a chance to get a scholarship, because we're one of the best teams. That's not an emotional stake. Chip is smiling to comfort me, but I can tell this is painful to watch. I mean, for me anyway. Think about me. Inspire me? I sigh. This would be a lot easier if I'd prepared or something. I look at Chip, big dark doe eyes set on me and waiting for my inspirational speech. Well, I don't know, I say. Honestly, the team would be lucky to have you, you know? You're just super nice and smart and you're passionate and caring. You know who you are and who you are is great. So it's hard to be inspirational for you when I guess I basically feel inspired by you. As I shut up, I realize the wheels on the chair are almost brushed up against the foot of my bed. He's there, right in front of me, staring at me with a smile that's so slight, so soft. I wonder what he's thinking. I catch myself watching his lips, noticing how soft they look. And I blink, hoping he'll say something. Chip clears his throat. That's one way to go. Flattery is good. The space between us feels like it's buzzing, charged with static electricity or something. I wonder if he's going to close the gap. I wonder if I should. My body has started to feel magnetically pulled toward his. Odin whines, and Chip blinks and sits back. I think that would work. Maybe not full-on flattery, but complimenting the guys. Talking about their strengths, I mean. I nod. We were not about to kiss right now. We couldn't have been, because we are friends. Just friends. Because staring in each other's eyes definitely feels like just being friends. Yeah, okay, cool. Turning back to the computer, I push away my confusion about what's going on with Chip. My priority needs to be my team's game. Otherwise, we won't have a chance at playing well together. But seriously, what is happening? Is it still the prank that's causing him to hold back? I want to tell him it wasn't me so badly, but Ryan's threats replay in my mind on a loop. It feels like Chip is starting to like me. But what if I'm wrong? What if it isn't the prank and it's just me? He's already rejected me. And I don't want to push it if he doesn't feel it too. That would be humiliating. Okay, Zach. Eye on the prize. Head in the game. 20. True to form. Whenever the team went through rough patches, we'd find something fun to do that wasn't soccer, and we'd all bond and joke around and have a good time. Somehow, it'd seem to fix whatever the problem was, whether it was a teammate going through a breakup, a fight between two of the guys, or something as simple as a set piece we couldn't get right. So today, we're team building. Warm sunlight is filtering down through the canopy of pine trees, and the dirt of the forest floor is covered with needles and fallen leaves. Farther into the woods, one imaginary castle has been formed, complete with a jail and a hiding spot for a green flag. Outside of the trees, on the other side of a slightly overgrown field, another castle is envisaged, with its own invisible prison for opponents, and a well-hidden scrap of bright red fabric. The turnout is pretty weak, which I guess is to be expected considering how the summer has been going. Part of me wanted Beckett to show up, but another part of me was glad he didn't. Mayers takes a selfie to send to Hope, posing with Theo and Stefan in their green t-shirts. I'm in a red shirt, just like Dennis and Noel. It was all decided randomly, and I'm optimistic Noel and I can make this work after our little heart-to-heart, until I realize he is decidedly more irritable than usual. There's literally nowhere I'd rather be less right now, he says as we all gather together. I guess Rome wasn't built in a day, but I'm not letting Noel's angst mess up my day. Everybody knows the rules? I wait for confirmation in the form of nods all around, pulling on my foot behind my back to stretch a little before the competition starts. Mayers raises a brow. Remember, if you get tagged on the opponent's side, you have to go to jail, and you can't get out until one of your teammates comes to tag you. We know, Noel nods, eyes rolling back and weight shifting to one side. I'm not sure if he had a rough morning or what. But this feels like a 180 from the progress we made at Sustainability Day. Mayers and I exchange glances. We're all standing in a circle in the middle of the trees. The line is about to be drawn, and the game is about to begin. Last call for any final questions or concerns, Mayers says. Dennis winces. I should have used the restroom beforehand. Fuck's sake, Theo groans. Just go in the woods, Noel scoffs, starting to walk to our base out past the field. All right, guys. I clap a few times, not wanting Noel to get too far without us. Everybody to your bases, and when both teams blow their whistle, we're on. It's up to Dennis to blow the whistle for the red team, and Mayers has the green. I jog to catch up to Noel, and Dennis follows behind us. I'm not guarding the flag, Noel says in a low voice when I reach him. Just so you know. That's fine, I wasn't going to ask you to guard the flag, I say. He shoots me a look. That wasn't me asking your permission, and it isn't up to you who guards the flag anyway. I grab his arm, realizing how he'll take this just a moment too late, and pull my hand back. He jerks away, like I've just tried to start a fight, and stops walking. Look, Noel, what is going on? I can hear how whiny I sound, but I'm at my limit. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Dennis stop an earshot away. Just really not in the mood for this today, Ronaldo. Noel, I take a breath. Maybe it could be good for us to do some team building. Team building? Noel sighs. Come on, Zach. This isn't team building. It's smoke and mirrors to make sure we play well and you get captain. And then what? It'll be back to hanging out with Mayers and Beckett and pretending the rest of us don't exist outside of practice? You don't even acknowledge the rest of us. None of this is true, I try. Noel grins, sarcastically, but maybe a hint of defeat tracing his mouth as he looks down at the ground. When's the last time you got my input on literally anything? You always tell me how much the team needs me, but you just do whatever you want. This is a moment for team building. Noel's just bared it all, and I have the chance to make him feel heard. I have the chance to get him back on my side. Maybe you're right, I say, throwing my hands up in surrender. I guess that's possible. But can I just apologize? Because if all that is true, I genuinely didn't mean for it to come across that way. I really do think of you guys as brothers, you know? And I hate to think I've been taking you for granted. Really. This seems to register, and Noel's lip twitches. Huh, he says with a huff, glancing off to the side. But I'll be better? I'm grasping for straws here. Am I saying the right thing? The wrong thing? Fine, Noel says, rolling his eyes and putting his hand out. As long as you mean it. I do mean it, I say, shaking his hand. Course I do. Once we're done shaking hands, Noel starts walking again. I follow his pace, staying close beside him as we continue through the field in a shared silence, save for the random crunches and squishes of earth beneath our feet. I know I've been kind of a shit too. Like today. Noel says in a quiet, low voice. He avoids eye contact when I look over, just keeps walking, his gaze set forward. I'm supposed to be working on it, but... Supposed to be? I ask. What's that mean? Like, your parents? Ever since they split up. Noel grumbles. I wince. How could I have forgotten? They're forcing me to see a therapist, and she's making me do all these anger exercises. I just hate it. It's all crap. And it pisses me off even more that I'm a walking cliche. Kid can't cope with divorce. I should be able to brush it off. I frown. I'm sorry, Noel. I didn't even think about what you've been going through. And I know how tough that is. You're not a cliche, and it's not something you should brush off. A pit forms in my stomach, and I repeat myself. Sorry, Noel. This merits eye contact, and his mouth turns up into a slight smile. It's okay. Thanks. My parents had me see someone too. I think they wanted to make sure I had a healthy outlet or something. They'd always say so emphatically and on repeat that any feelings I had were valid, like I didn't know that. I know they were just looking out for me, though. I really should have been more understanding, I say. You know, my parents are divorced too, if you ever need someone to talk to, other than your therapist, I mean. Sure. He clears his throat. Do you split weekends? I ask. Noel nods. My mom got a condo. So annoying. The worst, I agree. I hate packing. And unpacking, Noel agrees. It makes everything feel temporary. I know exactly what he means. Right. Like, don't get too comfortable in one place. Exactly, he says. I just want to have one home. That's not too much to ask, I don't think. Yeah. Having just one home sounds nice, but it's not an option, so I haven't let myself think about it much. I don't want one home with both parents, so there's literally no way it could ever happen. We'll have one home in college. Of course, that's not really true, because that's temporary too. And then visiting for holidays, we're right back to splitting everything. It's whatever, Noel says. Just a new reality. There are positives, I offer. I know it probably doesn't seem like that, but there are. Apart from having 2 Christmases, your parents have the chance to be happy. That one is straight from the therapist, but I do know it's true. I'm not sure if my parents are there yet, but it's a nice idea. Right. Noel seems to consider this. For what it's worth, I exhale. It's not all crap. I know it feels that way. Trust me, I do. But in the end, some of it's really good stuff. My therapist would always tell me, you get out of it what you put into it. Noel doesn't say anything, just kind of grunts and nods, which I think is a good sign. I still can't believe I didn't put myself in his shoes sooner. Of all things to understand, a tough divorce is one I could really empathize with, and I only let a rift grow between us. What matters, though, is we fixed the rift, patched it up. That's the kind of thing a captain and his teammates do. Look out for each other, no matter what. I know you don't like Ryan, but he knew how to bring the team together, I say. I feel like a failure. People aren't showing up to practices. Look how many guys are here today, even. You're not a failure, Zach. Ryan brought us together to win, sure. But we never really had any of these, deeper conversations with him as captain. We never really got to know each other. I smile at that. Can I give you some advice? Noel holds his head high and puffs out his chest before exhaling. Maybe stop comparing yourself to Ryan. So what if maybe you're not like him? Maybe you're better. He might be wrong, but I can't help but cling to the idea that he might be right. Our big capture the flag game is pretty anticlimactic with such a small and unenthused group. I've earned a new scrape on my knee from dodging Stefan and hurtling into a bed of pine needles. It turns out Noel and I make a great team, and he spent a lot of the game taunting and faking out Theo and Stefan so I could slip into enemy territory. He's wicked fast, and gets just close enough to be tagged before skirting out in whatever direction they're least expecting. Dennis was mostly in jail, and nobody made it over to let him out thanks to Mayor's defense. All in all, very true to form. Exactly what is to be expected from this group. We all stand around while I hand out squeeze bottles from the cooler. Usually we'd go for some Gatorade or water bottles, but now I know where those bottles end up, so I'm doing my best. Remembering Noel's advice and considering trusting my own instincts went pretty well during our talk, I decide to go with my gut. I know what I'm doing. It's time to shake things up, so I go over the last season and this summer's practices in my head. I think back to the moments when someone surprised me, the moments when something special happened on the field. Coach would want me to do what's best for the team, so I take a deep breath. Okay, guys. I clap my palms together. For the rest of our practices, I want to try and challenge you guys a little more, I say, a droplet of sweat beading at the tip of my nose. Challenge us? Dennis asks. Yeah, what do you mean? Stefan pants. We aren't being challenged enough. I shake my head. No way. You guys are just playing where you're comfortable. It's my job to help you grow as players, to push you. So we're going to train in new positions and strengthen them for the charity match. Shit. Stefan hangs his head. We play where we're comfortable because it's where we're good, Theo presses. Mears folds his arms. Come on, Theo. Zach has a point, Dennis offers slowly. Theo, you're playing keeper, I say, bracing myself. What the f... Theo kicks at the grass. His anger gets the best of him as a midfielder. He's always getting yellow cards, and he's a liability. I'm thinking he'll be better suited where he can't let all that rage out on other players. The rest of the guys give me wide eyes. Stefan, you'll stay sweeper, I say, but we're going to limit your range. You tend to play forward when we don't have possession, which sort of defeats the purpose. He shrugs. I don't like letting them get too close. Fair, I reply, nodding. But you have to let the other defenders take care of that. You're sweeper, so play sweeper. Stefan looks around and sheepishly nods, his cheeks flashing red. Dennis, I say, you're going to be a striker. Dennis? Theo's voice rises 2 octaves. You're serious? This causes Dennis to shrink into himself, but I pat him on the shoulder and nod. Yeah, Dennis, I nod. You never take shots. I want you to start, and I'll head back to midfield to take Theo's spot. We'll try it out tomorrow and work out the rest of the team's positions as people show up. Everybody seems to be unsure, but I know these guys. I know what they need to grow into the best players they can be. And that isn't asking myself what Ryan would do. It's trusting myself. 21. What's the big idea? The next morning, my life flashed before my eyes. I had bought donuts for the would-be top 3 performers, though of course I secretly had enough for everyone because I would just suck as a captain if I didn't. In an attempt to get everyone to try their hardest. The sun was beginning to rise in the sky and the birds were chirping. It was a beautiful morning, save for the buckets of sweat and a couple of times I felt the wind knocked out of me. The air was warm, boiling even, but there was a distinct chill between Beckett and me. He's been missing more and more practices, and I can't tell when he's going to show up or why exactly he does. My feelings toward Beckett are like putty, stretching between annoyance and regret and betrayal and guilt and missing him. I know I want to make up, but I don't know how. And whenever I think about it, I realize he's not making any effort to make up with me or apologize for the things he said, and I just get stuck in this loop of overthinking and not knowing what to do. Beckett and I will figure it out. But clearly, it's not his top priority, and so I'm not going to make it mine. Still, I felt like I was keeping a handle on things overall, focusing on the game. But in the last few moments of our grueling workout, a mini circuit to close out on a high note, I remembered how much I wanted to kiss Chip and momentarily forgot how to maintain any coordination whatsoever. I narrowly missed the ball, my foot swinging straight up into the air, the earth sliding out from under me as my neck craned and the back of my skull slammed into the ground. How much had I been zoning out to miss such a simple kick? How many times can one guy get knocked down in one summer? For day one, the guys are all doing much better in their new positions, whether they can tell or not. Of course, they're not at 100% just yet. I know there must be some way to get them there. But I don't know what exactly it is. They're lacking something. Inspiration, maybe. Donuts don't seem to solve it. Now, it's late afternoon, after soccer and community service, and Chip looks to me, sitting on the other side of the rug in his bedroom. I've showered, changed into baggies and a t-shirt, and even brought some snacks from Shelley's, which we scarfed down in record time, along with 2 coffees. He's got all these pieces of paper scattered haphazardly, packs of markers spilling from their boxes, colored pencils rolling around, and random pieces of tape stuck everywhere. His room is exactly what I'd expect. A full-size bed with a blue plaid comforter in one corner, a desk covered in books and sketches on graph paper up against another. 2 bookshelves beneath his windows are packed full and overflowing, and the walls are lined with posters, NASA and movies and bands. Small win, Chip says. I got a bunch of email addresses from the spring message in a bottle invite list, and I think we can send the petition out to most of them. The only reason I know about the message in a bottle event is because my mom gave away a signed collection of her books there one year. Essentially, it started as a creative way for the Marine Institute to fundraise, an ocean-themed event with a silent auction where people were given a mystery certificate in a glass bottle at the end. It's gotten bigger over the years, and now it's not only the silent auction, but a whole party. So, we just need to come up with something catchy, he says. Something catchy. These are people who can spread the word. He looks excited. Message in a bottle earns so much for conservation and for the Institute. These are donors and people who believe in the cause. But I don't want the email to get overlooked. And I want it to really grab their attention and encourage them to sign the petition and forward it along. We only have 30 signatures right now, and they're all Institute employees. Sitting in silence for a moment, I realize how often I ignore emails. Have you ever done anything like this for soccer? He asks. Not really, I say. I've helped with some fundraising, but Beckett is way better with this kind of stuff. Chip nods. Maybe he can help. Yeah, I say, not wanting to get into that now. Maybe. It might not hurt to ask. It could even start a conversation I think you want to have. I do want to have a conversation, but I don't know what I want to say, and I'm guessing he doesn't either since he hasn't reached out at all. I'm not going to make all the effort, I sigh. Sorry. It's okay. Well, on top of that, we could use some graphics for some social media posts and a flyer or something, Chip says. He pulls out his phone. What do you think about incorporating something meaningful as part of the visual? A quote. He sips his coffee and snaps his fingers. Like this. Only if we understand will we care. Only if we care will we help. Only if we help shall all be saved. Jane Goodall. I shake my head. No way. It's too long. Okay, fine. Maybe... I really wonder what gives us the right to wreck this poor planet of ours. Kurt Vonnegut. Pass, I say, sitting crisscross. I have an atlas book on my lap to use as a makeshift tray. I'm coloring in a little dolphin I sketched up. Are you searching for, depressing environment quotes? It is depressing, Zach, Chip notes. The world is dying. Okay, Jesus. I grab another shade of blue and start to color in the shadows. You know what? People will like something a little more upbeat. Like when we needed to raise money, we did a car wash. What does a car wash have to do with this? Chip asks. I'm just saying we raised a ton because people were having fun, I offer. What if you did something less doom and gloom and a little more positive? Chip sharpens a colored pencil and draws a giant rectangle on a blank piece of paper. He slides it over to me. Fine. Show me something positive that also reminds people the world is dying. Taking the paper, I stare at it for a second. I need to do something to, spark creativity. Huh? I can't just sit here and look at a blank piece of paper and come up with something, I say. It's not blank, Chip tries. There's an outline. Come on. I set down the atlas and my markers and get up. Let's go. A badminton tent stands tall between Chip and me. The sand is hot on the bottoms of my feet, and I can already feel sweat on the back of my neck. This is how summer is meant to feel. You serve, I offer, tossing Chip the birdie. Under those nerdy t-shirts and masked by an unassuming temperament, Chip's ripped, with a strong, defined chest and tight abs. He doesn't have bodybuilder legs or arms or anything, but there's definition, substance, and, well, his ass is athletic, to say the least. Chip takes the birdie and pushes his hair off his forehead. This doesn't seem productive. He serves, and we hit it back and forth for a bit. We're getting the creative juices flowing, I say, trying to jump up and spike the birdie. Chip saves it, his wrist turning at a microscopic angle, controlled and effortless. He drives the birdie past my reach and takes the point. Frickin' tennis skills coming out to play. To my right, the ocean thunders and crashes onto the shore. Gulls swoop and a group of kids around our age play reggae music from a speaker, flipping through magazines and drinking from opaque plastic cups. The scandal, Chip says, tossing me the birdie. Chip Cannon defeats Zach Martin in a game of beach badminton. I flip the little piece of plastic around in my fingers and laugh. Not yet. Don't get cocky. Though Chip gets the next point, too. A slow back and forth that turns into us both defending up against the net. He's graceful, even, as he swats the birdie right over my shoulder. Then he gets the third point even quicker than the first two, and I sigh, stumbling back. I can do this all day. Chip shrugs. You're good, I admit. He twirls the racket. Do you feel creatively charged now? I still feel like I have all this. I jump up and down. Come on. I run down to the water and check over my shoulder, watching as he drops the racket and begrudgingly follows me. The water is chilly, but it feels good sweeping around my ankles, and I trudge forward, the little white waves hitting my shins and then my waist before I'm up to my chest. What now? Chip says, wading out after me. I'm not playing Marco Polo with you. Just, be, I say. Be? Chip swims out past me. He floats, his toes poking out of the water as he lies on his back and spreads out his arms. Right, this is definitely a good productive use of our time. I get all my best ideas by just doing stuff. Profound, Chip laughs. I've never had a good idea cooped up in my house, I say. Chip submerges before coming up for air and shaking out his hair. I swat him away. He swims around, hands in front of him like a little puppy. This is a silly use of time. My mom always says we have to respect people's wrong opinions, I tell him. I close my eyes and let my head fall back. I just exist like that for a moment. The sun beating down on my face, and surrounded by the sounds of the birds and the waves and Chip's paddling. We drift for a little bit, and I open one eye to peek at Chip, who's trying to float on his back. It's all about being in the moment. I'll admit I'm not the best at that, he says slowly. Try to count your inhales and your exhales until you feel calm. Chip begins to inhale and exhale slowly. A minute later, he says, "Well, maybe you're on to something." I lie there and smile, the sun's warmth drenching my skin. This is nice. This is how creativity can happen. Plus, it doesn't hurt that I'm here with Chip, who just tends to make everything better. Maybe today I can finally kiss him. I've been imagining it for so long, but I'm still slightly unsure. Does he still see me as just a friend? Does he believe I'm more than that stupid prank? It seems like he does, but I've also never cared this much about a guy, and I don't want to screw it up. Still, this might just be the perfect time. Floating out in the ocean together. A kiss could... Holy shit! Chip cries, and I open my eyes just as he's leaping onto me. He wraps his arms around my neck, and I catch him, holding him at his waist. He shakes his head aggressively, looking around. Whoa, no. Okay, let's go. What's wrong? I ask. The weight of his body is hard on mine as his chest presses against me. He slips out of my grasp, starting to swim toward the shore. I felt something up against my leg, he calls back. It could have been seaweed, I say, heading after him. I'll bet it was a little dory fish. A dory fish? Like in Nemo. Chip stands up in the shallows. Nope, it wasn't. I go to tell Chip he's just being paranoid, but something catches my eye. Something silver. Fin-shaped. We stare at each other, eyes wide. I thought you said you aren't scared of sharks. I'm not, Chip says, collecting himself. I just want to respect its boundaries, I think. We go back to Chip's and towel off before heading up to his room. He disappears to go change into a pair of blue fleece shorts and a gray t-shirt, and when he comes back, he looks at me expectantly. Well, I finally say, admittedly, I do not have a brilliant idea. Zach, Chip groans. Come on, you said, I know. I frown. Chip shakes his head. Are we not creative? You can't force these things, I say. We just need to let it come to us. I want the visuals to be amazing, and I want my parents to see just how much time and effort we put into this, and how important this is to me, he says. I fold my towel a few times and set it on his desk chair, sitting down and spinning to face him. Okay, we'll think of something. What would I normally do when I'm totally stuck and need guidance? I chuckle to myself, which causes Chip to look up. Oh, sorry. I clear my throat. You probably are not going to want to hear this, but I literally just realized how weird it's going to be next year without Ryan around. Like, usually if I need advice, I go to him. Chip pulls a face. That's a frightening thought. I know. He has pretty good advice, though. Honestly, all of the guys look up to him. Well, all of the guys except Noel. I think he probably is the only guy who dislikes Ryan as much as you do, actually. Holy shit. Noel, I say. Chip tilts his head. Are you okay? Yes, how did I not think of this earlier? Then, well, I guess I can see how I didn't think of this earlier. Zach, I feel like you're having an entire conversation with yourself right now. I kind of am, sorry. I ball my hands up into fists. This is such a great development. Noel's dad is on city council. So why don't I ask Noel what we do? Maybe he can help us pass the petition into an ordinance, or however you say it. Chip's mouth falls open. That is brilliant, Zach. totally brilliant. See? I told you I would come up with a big idea. 22. Damn, Shakespeare. Last week, I caught Noel on her way out of practice to ask about his dad. Even though our relationship is way better now, it was still somewhat nerve-wracking, mostly because of how stone-faced Noel can be, and because I have such a hard time telling what the hell he's thinking at any given time. Luckily, in exchange for an elevator pitch about single-use plastic, Noel gave a super-forced smile and said he'd talk to his dad. The best part is that Noel's dad penciled us in for a meeting in a month, which gives us plenty of time to get a ton of signatures and put together a super solid presentation. Noel has been treating me like a normal person. Chip is thrilled, and I feel like I finally have at least one win under my belt this summer, even if it was just making the connection. I slow to stop from my run and prop my foot up on a bench that overlooks the ocean, stretching my calf and rolling my neck. The field's morning dew got the better of my balance twice this week, which is likely because I was too busy thinking about Chip. Those adorable brown eyes, and that smile that could lure out the sun on a rainy day. There you go again, Zach. There is hope for him to go on a date with me. I just know it. It's a Saturday, and because Mayers is now so in love, he could only pencil me in for a short morning workout. He jogs up behind me and gives me a playful smack on the back. He doth bust his ass so often. Doth he recover? It was slippery, I protest, pulling my leg down. My hamstring does have a little extra tightness, but it helps that I've been doing strategic hidden lunges behind the counter and between the plushie towers when nobody is looking. And why have you been talking like that? Raising a brow, Mayers clicks his tongue to his teeth. My life truly has been changed by one man named William. I narrow my eyes. Shakespeare. Mayers practically swoons, walking up beside me. The ultimate. If only we still talked like that. Wherefore art thou? The last thing I need is something else I don't understand. I laugh, starting toward the Institute. I, for one, am very glad we don't still talk like that. If music be the food of love, play on, Mayers says. He clutches his chest. What the hell does that even mean, Mayers? He scoffs and then straightens up. I don't know, but it sounds romantic as hell, does it not? You know I'm not the romantic here. As I say it, my heart does a flip, as if to say, huh, Zach, you thought. Fair, but perhaps Chip will bring it out of you. Mayers smiles. Love sought is good, but given unsought is better. That one actually makes sense, and I consider it. I never sought Chip out, but now I can't imagine having not sought out anyone else. Damn, Shakespeare. It sounds like things are going well with Hope. That second kiss finally happened? Oh yeah, Hope, she's... Mayers puts his fingers together for a chef's kiss. Divine. Wonderful. Absolutely astounding. That's great, I say, and I definitely know better than to laugh. He nods, stopping on the sidewalk to look out at the beach. She's... I blink and follow his lead, pausing in place and looking from him to the horizon. She's where the sunlight touches the sea, he says, squinting from the brightness. I glance around. Hope is how the waves are. Mayers looks to me. She's like perfectly imperfect. She's not afraid of her emotions, and she's... Dude. I grab him by the arm and pull him along. Happy for you, but maybe less Shakespeare. He shakes his head. I have to. It's for school. Like that has ever been a thing Mayers Thompson has said. And it's like everything reminds me of her. The birds chirping, the ocean, the clouds. Love thoughts lie rich when canopied with bowers. Of course they do, I say. Mayers leaves to shower and get ready for his beach day with the love of his life, and I'm still feeling restless. With so much energy to burn and nothing to do for once, I jog up to the park between City Hall and the Marine Institute. The sun is still pretty low in the sky, just rising up over the ocean, and the boardwalk is mostly runners and a few older couples holding hands. Heading over to the pull-up bar and snapping on a Nike headband, I'm already sweating, so I yank my shirt over my head and toss it on top of my bag. I pop in my AirPods and press play, gripping the metal and drawing myself up. Turns out it's beyond boring to work out to a podcast, but it's about team building, multitasking at its finest. After a couple dozen pull-ups, I can feel my arms burning and my grip starts to falter from the sweat. I hop down and stretch my arms before dropping to the grass for push-ups. I roll onto my back and do bicycle crunches. My abs start to burn after a while, one of the best feelings. And then I see Chip paying at the Brew Bros cart. I stand up when I notice him waving and starting toward me. Hey, head intern. Want to join me for a workout? Chip sputters. Oh, I can't. I'm just walking through. I was getting coffees. Only messing with you, I offer with a grin. You're out early, he says, and I notice he's holding 2 paper cups of coffee. Went for a little run with Mayers, I nod, stretching to scratch the back of my neck. I can tell he's a little flustered by my bare chest and abs, and it's kind of adorable. I smile wide. Just getting in a workout since it's so nice out. That's good. Very smart. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows, and he tries to look me in the eye. Pulling my leg behind me in a stretch, I point to his coffees. My friend Lucas is a barista over there. He's always doing latte art. I grab a green bottle from my bag, squeezing some water into my mouth and wiping at my chin. Chip looks down at the cups and then straightens. I'm just on my way to meet my friend to help him with a project. A friend. A friend who he brings coffee to. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Friends bring each other drinks. Except maybe this is why he won't go on a date with me. This has suddenly become even more confusing. Oh, a project? Looking off to the side and fighting a grin, Chip flushes. Technically, it's a puzzle. Awesome, I say. Well, come on, I need more details. It's 3,000 pieces, he says. So it's ongoing. We did a 1,000-piece Rivendell, and now we're working on a map of Middle-earth. These terms are familiar, but I'm not quite sure where from. Chip must be able to read my expression because he chuckles. Lord of the Rings. Right, I say, snapping my fingers. That sounds super cool. I wasn't ever too good with puzzles myself. I think I'm too impatient, maybe. This gets another laugh out of Chip. It's okay. Everyone has their strengths. He gestures to the pull-up bar. You've got me beat there, for instance. I bet you could do more than you think, I say, glancing at his arms. You look pretty strong to me. I love how cute Chip is when he blushes. Suddenly, all of those things Mayer said about hope don't sound so silly or exaggerated. So, your friend. I have to play it cool, even though the idea of Chip having a friend who's more than a friend is threatening to leap out of my mouth in the form of a million frantic questions. Does he go to our school? Chip nods. Yeah, he's a junior too. Cool, I say. Cool. Not cool, Zach. Who is this guy? His name is Art, Chip offers. We've been friends since, preschool. He recently started dating this girl on debate team, though, and now we don't hang out as much as we used to. Sweet, I say, trying not to sound too relieved. Is he going to help with the petition? Chip nods. He's going to get some of the robotics club to sign. Oh, you have a piece of... He steps closer and brings his hand up, looking at me like he's asking for permission. I inch closer, and the knuckle of his thumb brushes my cheek as he pulls a blade of grass out of my hair. The space between us feels temptingly small, and Chip runs his tongue over his bottom lip, eyes locked on mine before he gulps and flicks the grass away, taking a step back. Sorry, I just saw it. Chip blushes, and his lips form a tight smile. No, I'm glad you got it. I clear my throat and try to keep from looking down at his mouth. I'm glad you had a good morning, he smiles. I do need to go, though. Only so much time to piece together Middle-earth. I'm excited to get to work on our presentation. Well, your presentation. I'd say it's our presentation. Let me know when you have some free time, I say. I know I'm just trying to keep him from leaving, but being too desperate isn't a good look. Have fun with Middle-earth. Running my hand through my hair, I give a thumbs up. A thumbs up? Zach, seriously? He bends his arm to show me that he's giving me a thumbs up back. Though he's holding the coffees, so it's even more awkward than mine. And I kind of love it. 23. The library. Me. Hi, what's up? Chip. I'm at the library. Me. You're at the what? Chip. The library. Me. Sorry, what? Why? Me. Is this a cry for help or... Chip. I happen to like the library. Me. Chip. Ugh. Well, do you want to come hang out? Art was supposed to, but he ditched me for work. Me. Mayor's ditched me too. Big date. Chip. I'm in the back corner by the teen section. Me. Where? Chip. The library! I decide to ride my bike, since the library isn't too far away. Despite my jokes, I do know where it is. Mayor's ditched me to go meet up with Hope, so I'm going to hang out with Chip in the most boring place on Earth. The Citrus Harbor Public Library is a modern single-level building with lots of windows and very little character. Back in the day, the library looked like it belonged in South Beach, pink and blue pastels and retro fonts. I think it looks cool now, even if it's just a clone of all the other modern buildings. But I never come here. When I lock my bike on the rack and walk inside, I met with the icy air conditioning and a very unfamiliar smell. I can't quite place it. Books, maybe? The librarians sitting at the big round desk look up from their computers to welcome me. I am seriously wondering what Chip does here. So far, it's all old people on the public computers, kids with coloring books laid out on the wooden tables, and a few college kids with their laptops and open textbooks, no doubt taking online classes for summer term and wishing they weren't. Chip is right where he said he'd be, his left hand holding his chin up as he scrolls on his sticker-covered laptop. He's wearing a hoodie and glasses, and the contents of his backpack are sprawled open on the table. An aluminum water bottle, pencil pouch, and a Tupperware of crackers. I can't believe you didn't text sooner, I say, sliding into the chair across from him. Gee, if I knew you were having this much fun. Chip rolls his eyes and smiles. It's a calm environment. Very calm. He glances to me, and then back to the screen. I figured I'd work on some of the designs for social media posts. Did you come up with something good? Nope. And we just need so many more signatures. Drowning a little here. We have time. I lift my shoulders. Right? Chip scans the laptop. We need a really solid presentation. And we should have a head start on signatures, and... I hold up my hands. Okay. Look, it's fine. We can come up with a kick-ass presentation and get a ton of signatures before we meet with Noel's dad. We could ask people at the library, right? They probably like the environment. Who doesn't? He looks around. And we have sponsors for the 4th of July festival event. We can try to get signatures from the people who are doing the catering, music, the silent auction, decorations, all of that stuff. We've got this, I say. We'll figure it out. Right? Right. Chip smiles. I just wish we could at least check off the invite and social designs. I know you think the ones I came up with are depressing, but what else would we do? Make them fun, I offer. Or make them funny. He narrows his eyes on me. What's funny about conservation? Nothing, I say. But that's not what I mean. More of a play on words? It's more about getting people interested. Okay, he blinks. Right. We'll brainstorm. We have less than 2 weeks, but we can totally pull it all off. Course we can, I shrug. Hopefully I inherited some creativity from my mom. I'm sure you did, Chip says, squinting at the blank paper. You're at your mom's this weekend, right? Yep. It's been boring, just hanging out with Odin, I say. Okay, speaking of... I do have to finally ask. I can't tell if Chip looks nervous or mischievous. Is Odin named after general Norse mythology or the MCU? The MCU, obviously. So, of all the MCU names you could have possibly have picked? Jeez, judgy. Not at all, Chip goes red. No, I just feel like it's an interesting choice. I mean, is Thor anybody's favorite? I hold up my hands. Yes, he is. Thor is just awesome. And for the record, Ragnarok is the best. Taika Waititi is a genius. That movie is... I mimic a chef's kiss. Chip tilts his head ever so slightly. It is a really good movie. It's just my favorite, I admit. I take a deep breath and stifle a laugh. Honestly, when we went to see it was the best day of my life. I was in 6th grade, and I had just won this huge soccer game before Thanksgiving, and the local paper asked if they could use a photo of me. And my parents were so excited about it, I'd never seen. They were taking pictures of me with the trophy, and they were all proud. Smiling, Chip nods. It was I was seriously the coolest kid on earth. I could do anything. My dad kept talking about my precision, and my mom was saying she always knew I was a prodigy. I laugh. And they took me to dinner, and we got ice cream and went to the arcade. And for the first time in so long, we all were just having the most fun. We didn't want to go home, so we went to Neptune's Theater, and we saw Thor Ragnarok. And it's the only movie I've cried in, which might be because I was just having the literal best day ever. And I just remember thinking Thor was the coolest guy. I don't know. I was 11. I look off. And that was it. That was the last time we all had fun together. Right after Thanksgiving, they sat me down and told me they were splitting up. Chip frowns across the table. Embarrassing, huh? Holding on to one day like that? I don't know. I think I wish I could just live that day over again. Just one more time. No, not embarrassing at all. Chip shakes his head. Not at all, Zach. Anyway, I clear my throat. I wonder how Mares and Hope are doing. I look down at my phone, desperate to focus on something other than what we were just talking about. He texted me and said they met up with some of her friends at the beach and were playing drinking games. I told him I'd pick him up later, just in case. Such a good friend, Chip nods. Thankfully, he's leaning into my subject change. What is the deal with them? Didn't she graduate? Shrugging, I sit back in the chair. It's kind of their first official date. I guess, just keeping it casual. A chill beach date. Is there really such a thing as a casual first official date? Chip props his elbows up on the table. In theory, it's casual, but realistically, you're both hyper-aware that it's the first date. It's a make or break for a whole potential relationship. I laugh. What are you, a cosmopolitan columnist now? No, I'm just saying. Chip laughs with me. I think, a first date is a big deal. And that psychologically, well, anyway, I wouldn't know, honestly. What's that mean? Chip rolls his eyes and wraps his hands on the table. This will probably come as a shock to you, but I've never actually been on a date. Ever? Ever. Not even a summer camp date or a school dance? Chip shakes his head. Nope. I stand. Come on, get up. What? Chip closes his laptop. What are you doing? I'm going to take you on your first date. I smirk. Obviously. Come on. It'll be fun. Chip shakes his head. I don't think so. I pull his arm, but he doesn't budge. It's not you, it's just... Don't laugh. I always pictured a very particular first date, and it has to be at night. It just does, because there have to be stars in the sky, and... Anyway, that's very cute. I will go on a date with you, he says, and it's like the heavens have opened and sung down upon me. After all this time, Chip Cannon has agreed to go on a date with me. But a nighttime date. I grin. Fair. Okay, yes. But how about right now we do a practice date? A practice date? Yeah, I say. Like we would before a game. I think of tennis. Or a match. Practice, learn the rules, warm up, and all that. You said you have to pick up Mayors later, Chip says. I shake my head. Not for a while. Chip laughs and finally stands up. Practice is good. I pull up to Chip's house about 30 minutes after we leave the library. I told him he had to go wait at home for me to pick him up. The only way this can be a real date, of course. I basically took a bird bath and changed into a short-sleeve button-down, just to add to the overall vibe, before grabbing some of Mom's tulips from the kitchen island arrangement, which you'll definitely notice later. Ringing the doorbell, I hold the flowers behind my back. When Chip opens the door, I pull them out and present them dramatically. He gives me a look that clearly expresses all of the sarcastic thoughts running through his mind, though he has also dressed up just a little. Remember, this isn't just for fun, I say, following him into the kitchen and watching as he takes the flowers and puts them in a vase from under the sink. It's a learning experience. Oh, Chip says, running the faucet. Lesson number 1, I say. Bring a gift on the first date if you can. It's a nice gesture and shows how thoughtful you are. Chip nods. Noted. Once he's done fixing the flowers, he guides me back to the front door. Even though it's a fake date, when Chip locks up and follows me to my car, I catch the way the golden sunlight and the warm ocean breeze paint him like a summertime masterpiece. Even though it's a fake date, I think the way he smiles at me before popping open the passenger side door is a kind of inviting I could get used to. So what's on the agenda? About that, I say, sliding into the car and pushing the start button. Don't give away the whole agenda. Leave a little room for surprise. Plus, if the date doesn't go all that good, you haven't already set it up to be longer. I start toward town, and Chip nods. Why does your car smell like snickerdoodle? Chip asks as we slow before a stop sign. My mom put these scent things in here. I shrug. After soccer, there are way worse smells than snickerdoodle. Trust. Chip laughs. Touché. We drive for a bit, with Chip going through my Spotify and questioning my taste in music. Palm trees stretch out all around us, and we pass a kid's lemonade stand, propped up on a chalk-covered sidewalk like a tribute to the elementary school summer hustle. Can you really not tell me where we're going? Chip looks to me. We've been driving for 30 minutes. I like this. being with Chip, on the way to somewhere. Anywhere. I'll give you a hint, in the form of another dating tip, I offer, turning down the song. I think you should always do at least one thing your date likes and one thing you like. So we're going to do something Chip Cannon approved. Hopefully. I'm 99% sure. Chip looks out the window. That's a high level of confidence. Leaves you very little room for error. Exactly, I say, taking a right and pulling into a parking lot. Okay, this was a good move, Chip admits. We've arrived at the planetarium, way down the coast. It's the Six Space Museum with an IMAX movie theater, an outer space gift shop, and an ocean lookout with telescopes people can rent out. I've been here exactly twice. A middle school field trip, and the time my mom's book, Her Sky Full of Lies, had a very extravagant launch party. Honestly, I never thought I'd come here again of my own free will. I see. A date that is out of this world. You going to tease all of your dates relentlessly, Richard? I raise a brow. Oh, yes. All my dates. All of my many, many dates. I turn the car off and see a missed text. Mayers. Okay, you can pick me up now. Mayers. I also cut my knee. Sad face emoji. Mayers. Twins. Me. Can it wait like an hour? Just got to planetarium with Chip. Mayers. I told you. Love finds a way. Mayers. Yeah, I'll just hang here with Hope until you're ready. Thank God. I turn to Chip. Try a compliment. You're, he bites his lip and thinks on it. You look really handsome. Okay, handsome? I blink. I appreciate the effort, but let's try something a little more, real. We're not in the 50s. Chip nods. That shirt fits you really well. I push my door open. Okay, we're going to work on that. What? Chip follows me up to the entrance. You're supposed to smooth talk your date disingenuously? Not disingenuously, I say. That's the point. Yes, the compliment may be tactical, but the actual sentiment should be genuine. Chip opens the door for me and shrugs. Sprinkling in some chivalry here and there. Nice, I say. Now, obviously, when it's two guys, there's the question of who pays. I just figure you see if anyone offers first, then you pay for the next thing. So, I'll pay for our admission, and then you'd pay at the concession stand, and we'd get into a never-ending loop of alternating. Doesn't sound complicated at all. Chip grins. That's my method, I say. I don't know if there's a right way or what. We get our tickets, and we're let into the lobby. I lead the way to the concession stand outside the IMAX theater. We'll get a drink, maybe some candy or something, then walk through the museum? I look to Chip, who nods. Pro tip, get a drink to share. Totally more romantic that way. Chip laughs and orders a Mountain Dew for us, and we mutually decide on Swedish fish. I pull a pouch out of my pocket and present a reusable straw, opting for no lid. Dangerous, but conscientious. Mayers calls me, and I know he's been drinking, so I send back one of the automated "I can't talk right now" texts that pops up. He sends through a response. Mayers. Hope says hi. Mayers. Don't forget to pick me up, please. Mayers. Should I ask Beckett? I scramble to respond. I don't want Beckett to get involved because I don't need him adding to his superiority complex that he's a better friend to Mayers than me. Me. Hi, Hope. And no, I won't be too long. Promise. I pocket my phone. I'll give myself an hour with Chip. So, Chip, tell me about yourself. I joke as we start into the first exhibit. It's pitch black, with lit-up glass cases showing random things like the Earth's size in the universe and what the texture of the moon looks like. We stop in front of a 3D model of the galaxy, illuminated by black lights. and Chip opens the bag of Swedish fish, offering me one. I open my mouth and he plays along, placing it between my teeth. "Is that your shampoo?" I say, leaning into the scent I pick up with him close. "Apricots?" "Peach." Chip laughs. "My mom picked it." He winces. Wow, that could not sound any less cool. "It smells good," I offer. "You smell good." Emboldened by the dark room, I glance down quickly when he turns to the placard, and I reach for his hand. I lock my fingers between his, and his hands are soft and warm, and suddenly I'm not sure I want to ever let go. I play it cool. And Chip just looks to me, smiles, and then pulls me farther into the exhibit. He doesn't say what we both know, that this is pushing it a little for our practice date, and that maybe, the way there's this mind-blowing voltage between us, this date is turning anything but fake. In the next room, there are empty rows of benches set up for a mini theater, and we sit and watch a grayscale film of a Mars rover on a curved screen that seems to take up the whole room. With Chip's hand still in mine, I catch myself looking over at him in the corner of my eye. He's just freaking cute. And maybe I'm in over my head, and maybe I don't want to teach Chip how to date other people because maybe I want him to date me. "This is so weird," Chip whispers, leaning in close. Even though there isn't anyone else in here to disturb. I'm on a practice date, holding hands with you. It's like, it makes no sense. "It makes plenty of sense," I say. "I wouldn't want to be on a practice date holding hands with anyone but you, actually." It's effortless, saying something like that to him, and the way his eyes soften and the corners of his mouth curl up a little. I want to say more things like that to him. My phone rings, and I let it go to voicemail, because if there's one thing I know, it's how chatty Mayers gets when he's drinking. I'll give him plenty of time to gab in the car after I've scooped him up, but right now, I'm here with Chip. "God, you're good at this," Chip says, turning away to the screen. This being... Chip looks back to me, our faces impossibly close, his lips impossibly inviting. I feel myself want to give in. Weak for this unbearably cute guy with that sharp jaw and those steady eyes, lit up by the black and white film. "Dating," Chip breathes, eyes locked on mine, like if he looks down at my lips, he'll be the one to break the space between us. Making someone feel special. Well, I don't want to make someone feel special, I admit. This is definitely not fake date talk. This is real. I want to make you feel special. I wet my lips, and this is it. Pulling his hand closer. I can't wait any longer. I want to make him really feel special. He swallows, and we both inch closer, the voltage between our lips palpable and agonizing. Then my freaking phone rings, again. I sigh, "Don't move." "Hello?" I whisper into the phone, mouthing an apology to Chip. I can just barely make out Hope crying on the other line. "What? He what? Holy shit. Okay, I'm coming." I stand without even meaning to, my hands shaking, and look to Chip. "Mayers, I have to go. There was a shark attack, and he's in the hospital." 24. That's so Mayers. When Mayers was 6, he busted his head open on a glass coffee table. I remember it like it was yesterday. The sound of him falling backward, the back of his head almost hollow against the iron structure of the table, and the shattering glass. It was like slow motion, and it was terrifying. The adults didn't know what to do. That's what I remember being most scared about, not necessarily the blood or Mayer's cries or the dog barking. I felt like if the grown-ups were scared, it meant I should be too. In 8th grade, Mayers broke his arm because he wanted to skate with Monty and his friends at the park. He knew better, knew Monty's friends were way too rough and could do way better tricks. Beckett and I sat it out, eating Fun Dip and watching, waiting. They had to call an ambulance, and Monty cried, though he didn't know we saw. Beckett and I are used to Mayers being hurt, whether by a fracture or a split or a girl. Once a year, at the very least, he twists an ankle, and he's out of game. So why were my hands shaking as I shifted the gears and left the museum? Why was I too nervous to say much of anything before dropping Chip off on the way to the hospital? I don't know anyone who's been attacked by a shark. That happens on TV, and maybe a couple of summers ago there was an attack down the coast in a neighboring town. But I can't remember for sure how long ago that was. Mrs. Rushmore says Osage tracks lots of sharks along the East Coast. She did a whole week-long series about famous sharks like Catherine and Lydia and Mary Lee. I remember all that. It coincided with Shark Week, right before the end of the year. But it didn't feel relevant. This isn't Amity Island. It's Citrus Harbor. Mrs. Thompson meets me in the lobby, and she's got tear stains on her cheeks. "The doctors are with him now," she says. "They're evaluating his leg to see if he might have significant tissue loss or nerve damage." Hope is sitting in the waiting room, her hair stringy and drying, cheeks marked with black mascara. I notice she's wearing Mayer's soccer hoodie. Mrs. Thompson heads off to find Monty in the cafeteria, and I sit with Hope, unsure if I should pat her on the shoulder or hug her. I opt for the first. "You okay?" She nods. "One second we're just laughing and having fun, and then he wanted to go surfing again, and he said the salt water would be good for the cut on his leg. Next thing I knew, it was like this scream." She shudders. "I couldn't even believe it at first. I thought he was trying to prank me. But then it was like all of a sudden, the whole beach was right next to me. The lifeguard was running into the water, and I lost my footing, and this man kept asking me if I was all right, and I kept thinking, is Mayers?" I pull her in tight. "He's going to be fine." "There was all this blood," she says. "It was everywhere, all over his board, and the sand and our towels." Swallowing my own fear, I nod. I know Mayers, and he'll be okay. I want to tell her I'm scared too. What if he's not okay? Beckett finally arrives, wearing an old 5K t-shirt and a backpack slung over his shoulder. My chest tightens. We still haven't talked, but given the circumstances, it's not the time to hash anything out. I can tell he agrees by the way he slides into the chair next to me, as if nothing happened. "Monica dropped me off," he says. He leans over me and looks to Hope. "How is he?" Like looking into a mirror, Hope's and Beckett's eyes match, glassy and filling with tears. "Beck," I say, completely out of my depth and trying to ignore the anger and sense of betrayal that comes along with being right next to him. "It's gonna be okay. It's Mayers. How many times have we been to the hospital for him?" Beckett sniffles and nods, sitting up. "He's such an imbecile." "It wasn't his fault," Hope says, looking over. "It wasn't anyone's fault." "This time," Beckett says. "I didn't mean that. It's just, he's an idiot, and I'm freaked out." I understand him, of course, because just like it's Mayers who's always in the hospital, it's Beckett who always has our backs. Beckett who calls 911, and Beckett who warns us both of things beforehand. Beckett was the one who wouldn't let Mayers eat leftover snacks he found on the playground, and the one who packed our backpacks with the essentials when we tried to ride our bikes to California at age 11, which didn't play out, by the way. It's hard for me to reconcile that Beckett, who's always been a constant, simply isn't anymore. He was trying to call me to pick him up, I say slowly. I should have just gone. Zach. Beckett narrows his eyes. This isn't your fault. But if I had been there, I say and wince, this wouldn't have happened. Nobody blames you, Beckett offers. At all. After a long while, once we've all nodded off at least once, Mrs. Thompson comes rushing over saying Mayers is doing okay and that we can come see him. It takes a lot to really scare me, but for some reason walking through the hospital corridor, not my favorite thing. Mayer's room isn't overflowing with balloons or flowers like some of the others. Just Monty shoving his Nintendo Switch in Mayer's face as he laughs. The whole gang's here, Mayers cries out. I take it all in. Mayers is hooked up to an IV, and he's wearing a hospital gown. But there's something new, something I wasn't ready for. His left leg is wrapped up in bandaging. Mayers, I say, hurrying over to hug him. Z. Mayers rubs my back, and I pull away, looking down at his leg. He nods. I know. I'm out. Beckett gasps and comes to join me at the side of Mayer's bed. He looks to the cast and pokes at it. Mayers flicks at his hand. Well, I'm out for the charity match, he says. I might be okay by fall. I nod. Mayers, come on, man, don't worry about that. I'm so sorry I missed your calls. I had no idea. Mayers waves me off. It's all good. Hope walks over to the other side and takes Mayer's hand. I'm just glad you're okay. Some first date, huh? Mayers offers his best cool guy smile. This is all part of my plan. You're an idiot, Hope scoffs, her eyes full of tears as she grins at him. Beckett inhales. So, my dudes, Mayers says, I'd like to extend an offer for you to be my personal servants for the next 2 months. Monty would love to bring you meals in bed, I offer. Monty shakes his head emphatically, sending his long curly red mop swishing around. No can do. I'm about to go on tour. On tour? Beckett says, and Hope traces her finger over the back of Mayer's hand. Monty laughs. Yep, we're talking serious indie shows here. Mrs. Thompson hangs her head, sitting in one of the chairs next to the window and reaching for the remote. Monty dropped out of Juilliard because he wanted to travel the world and then realized he had no money. Granted, Monty's job at the auto shop suits him perfectly, and he's great at what he does. He now drives a cherry red 80s Camaro with a sunset-style paint job on the sides. But his wishy-washy forays into music have not been great. Mom says Monty Thompson is a bad example. I'm honestly pissed I can't stick it to Menendez Day School for one last charity match, Mayers whines. But at the very least, I'm going to have a sick scar. He counts on his fingers. I'll be back at the Institute in, a week? Maybe less? I'm going to help you and Chip figure out the petition. And Mrs. Rushmore has those rules about us not missing any days. Petition? Beckett raises a brow. Dude, I laugh, don't sweat any of that. You need to focus on recovering. I'm sure Mrs. Rushmore and Chip will understand. You got bit by a shark. We're all just really happy you're okay. Hope nods. Yeah, seriously. Can't believe you got bit by a shark. I know it happens, but it's just so scary. It happens, Mayers says. Just gotta live, laugh, love. I'm never going in the ocean again, Hope says. There it is. That fear Chip was talking about. I remember what he said about sharks making mistakes. If that's true, it would mean the shark that bit Mayers wasn't trying to hurt or scare anybody. Of course, I won't ever know if that's true. But I realize it doesn't change anything if it's a mistake. Sometimes, the intention doesn't matter. The damage is done. 25. Is it a whale or a shark? Practice without Mayers is weird. He says he's living his best life, laid up with hope watching Netflix. But I have to imagine there's a version of his best life that does not include being injured by a shark bite. I'm not looking forward to working at the gift shop without him, which is funny since I hadn't anticipated him even being part of this whole Marine Institute thing. I pick up a few wrappers and an empty water bottle on the sidewalk between the park and the Institute, tossing them into the recycling bins outside the entrance. There's literally no part of my brain that can comprehend people leaving their garbage around. In any case, but especially when the ocean is right there. I mean, come on. We have recycling signs everywhere. The air conditioning at the Institute is extra crisp today. And I want to just pause, cool down, clear my head, and stretch my calves on the bench across from the welcome desk. But my shift starts in a minute and a half. I book it to the gift shop and see Jordan talking to Mrs. Rushmore. "Oh, perfect. Good morning, Zach." Mrs. Rushmore turns to me as I approach. I tug on my backpack strap and wave. "How would you like to shake things up today?" Jordan smiles and looks down at his feet. "What do you mean?" Mrs. Rushmore forces a big grin. "One of our counselors is sick, and we need someone to cover the morning shift. This will be great. Remember we talked about those presentations to the campers? If you could just give one for the first group and then supervise craft time." "Oh, well," I'm stammering, which I hate. "I just don't know if I'm ready to give a presentation. Like, I don't have anything prepared." Nodding, Mrs. Rushmore pulls out her phone and scrolls before pulling up a spreadsheet. She points to one of the cells. "This morning's lesson is simple. You could do it in your sleep. They're learning about whale sharks." "Whale sharks?" I lift a brow. "I don't know anything about whale sharks, Mrs. Rushmore. Not to mention, I've hit my limit with sharks for one summer." "Sure you do." She waves her hands around. "We spent so much time on endangered species in class, Zach. You can wing it, okay? I'm sure you'll do great." She glances from her phone to the exit. "I have a really important Zoom lecture in like 15 minutes, though, so come on." I hope Jordan can sense my desperation. I hope he might pipe up. Maybe Zach should just stay in the gift shop and I'll go teach the kids about whale sharks since I'm an actual employee here. Nothing. Following Mrs. Rushmore down the hallway, I do my best to think of anything I can remember about whale sharks. They're the biggest shark. The biggest fish, even? Maybe? I'm like 99% sure. It's fine. I remember that they eat plankton, and just about whatever else they can suck into their giant mouths like oversized vacuums of the sea. This stuck with me mostly because of the weird visual Mrs. Rushmore showed us. And that's it. I'm blanking. "Mrs. Rushmore, could I maybe just teach them about something else?" She shakes her head. A few steps ahead of me. "There's a curriculum and a theme for the camp. It's a whole thing." As quickly as I can, I pull up my phone and search for quick facts about whale sharks. They can grow up to 12 meters long, which is awesome. It'd be even more awesome if I could visualize a meter. I pull up a separate tab and do the conversion. About 40 feet. Holy shit, whale sharks are huge. Some of them live to be over 100 years old. Nice. Okay. There are some solid facts here. "It'll be fine, Zach," she says, stopping at one of the doors and giving me a forced grin. "They're just fun-loving kids who love sea animals. Really, you'll mostly answer questions. And if you get really stuck, pull up a kid-friendly YouTube video. Then crafting time. You got this. Oh, and this group is the manta ray group. It's how we keep track of them all." She opens the door and we're met with outrageously loud laughter and chatter, like there are hundreds of kids in this room, when realistically there are probably less than 20. They're dispersed around the room, congregated around beanbags and pods of little desks. Some are playing on a giant foam puzzle board, and some are gazing into the giant aquariums lining one wall. Across the room, a disheveled girl in a Marine Institute polo pulls her earbuds out when she sees us, standing up quickly from her desk chair and throwing her laptop into her backpack. Thank God. The girl's eyes are frenzied behind her round-framed glasses, and she exhales deeply once she's rushed across the room to the door and given us an appreciative nod. And then she's gone. Okay, listen up, manta rays. Mrs. Rushmore claps her hands together 3 times and then starts counting with her fingers until she gets to 5. The room goes silent. We have a special guest teacher today, Mr. Zach. He's a super fun teacher, but you all need to be very respectful and on your best behavior, okay? After they've all found their desks, one of the little boys raises his hand. He doesn't wait to get called on.
Mr. Zach looks like a kid.
I'm not a kid, I say with a slight chuckle, my voice going up a little. I clear my throat. I'm a volunteer. Mrs. Rushmore gives the little boy a stern look and then turns to me. The crafting instructions and materials are all on the desk. Dial the gift shop if you need anything at all. I'll be tied up, but Jordan should be able to help. You've got this. And then I'm alone in this under-the-sea themed classroom with a bunch of kids. I bring my palms together. So, how are you guys? Crickets and weird expressions meet my question. What grade are you all in?
First, third, second.
They all shout at the same time, but it sounds like third is the highest. So that means they're all 8 and under, I'd guess. Cool, I say, walking over to the whiteboard. The kids are all staring at me like I'm some kind of exotic deep-sea creature. I pick up the blue marker and pop off the cap and give my best shot at drawing a giant whale shark. Who knows what this is?
A blimp,
one of the girls shouts.
No, it's a whale,
Another girl scoffs.
We're learning about sea animals, remember?
You're such a know-it-all, Camille. One of the boys blows a raspberry, and his table erupts into laughter. Camille rolls her eyes and looks to me expectantly. Hey, come on now, let's all be nice to each other, I say. This is a whale shark. Another little boy at Camille's table scratches his head and raises his hand. I call on him, and he looks confused.
Is it a whale or is it a shark?
I grin. That's a great question. Wait, sorry, what's your name?
Wyatt,
he says. Oh, I have a friend named Wyatt. He's on my soccer team. He doesn't seem to care. Okay, yes, great question, Wyatt. Whale sharks are not whales. They're sharks. A little girl tilts her head.
Then why are they called that?
I say, and glance around. Probably because they're so big. They can grow up to 40 feet.
Probably.
Another girl crosses her arms. A few of the kids at her table laugh. Scientists do things to confuse people. A boy pushes his glasses up on his nose. It happens all the time. I nod, unsure of the correct response here. I wish I could have been more prepared. The reason I did so well in Mrs. Rushmore's class was because we had time to learn and immerse ourselves and study. This is like trial by fire, and I think I might end up burnt. Let's play a game, I offer. This was the only way I ever liked school when I was their age. Why don't I tell you 2 things that are true and 1 that is false, and you can guess which is which? The kids all clap at this, so I settle in, feeling like I'm finally getting something right. First, whale sharks don't chew. They just are like giant vacuums. The class considers this, and I continue. Next, they are an endangered species. a few frowns, and potentially a few confused expressions, unsure of what that even means. And last, whale sharks are faster than hammerhead sharks. I give them a few moments to think over the answers, and then start asking them to raise their hands for each if they think it's false. Most of them get it right, and I explain how slow whale sharks are. I count this as a win. I'm teaching them. They're engaging. This is all going swimmingly. Pun intended. But then Camille raises her hand again.
What else?
I blink. The long arm on the clock over the door has barely moved, and I have no clue how I'm going to fill the time. Great question, Camille.
We have our trivia questions at the end of every day.
Camille points to a bulletin board with all their names. Beside each student, a manta ray has moved along a winding path, like pieces on a board game. Camille's is much farther along than anyone's.
Winner gets to go in the treasure chest.
I nod. Right. So what kind of stuff is usually part of trivia?
Do they have gills? Are they part of evolution?
Can they eat humans?
They're nice. Haven't you seen Dory? You idiot. Don't say idiot.
You just said it too. I clap my hands like Mrs. Rushmore, but it doesn't stop them as they all begin bickering. Guys!
Camille, it's no wonder you have no friends. I don't want friends.
I cross the room and shut off the lights, which elicits high-pitched screams. When I turn them back on, everyone is silent. Listen. I head to the desk and wiggle the computer mouse. I attempt an upbeat disposition. I have a fun idea. If you all promise to be nice to each other and to work on the craft for the day, we can watch some Finding Dory. I'll skip to the part with the whale shark. All their faces flip from frowns to proud grins. Deal? They nod collectively, and I pull up Disney Plus, bested by small children once again. Seriously. I collapse onto Chip's bed and stare up at the glow-in-the-dark stars stuck on the ceiling. I think kids hate me. And this summer is cursed. And Mrs. Rushmore is going to be so pissed if she finds out I just turned a movie on. But what was I supposed to do? Chip laughs, shelving a book and tidying up his room somewhat frantically, but trying to play it cool. Like I'm going to judge him for a few things misplaced here and there. I mean it. They were so nuts. It was torturous when they all started arguing, all high-pitched and loud. I couldn't even hear myself think. Nodding, Chip sits in his desk chair and scoots closer. Well, it's over now. But I hate how I feel. I place my hands on my chest and exhale. Like, it's another thing I'm not good at, and marine science is something I am good at. I glance over at Chip. I didn't even realize until this moment, literally right now, that I even cared. But I do. Because I'm good enough at it that Mrs. Rushmore treats me like some kind of genius. And nobody treats me like a genius. Chip frowns. I'm sorry. For what it's worth, I don't think one summer camp educational session going south is enough to beat yourself up over. You had no idea it was coming, and anyway, kids that age are tough. I've done a few resource classes with the camp, and it's not a walk in the park. You're dealing with attention spans and developing personalities and different levels of interest and knowledge. I sit up and look at him. You always know what to say. No. He goes red. I just don't want you to feel like you're not good at marine science because of this one class. People go to school and, get educational degrees to deal with kids. You shouldn't let it get you down. It does, though, I say. For a moment, I try to dig deep to identify this feeling. Why does it bother me so much? Everything sucks. I'm letting everyone down all the time. Chip shakes his head. Hey, that's not true. Everything is going to work out. Remember? You can't keep telling me that if you don't believe it yourself. You're right. I agree. It probably sounds dramatic, but you might understand how this summer, all at once, almost everything I thought I knew is being blown up. I definitely understand. He smiles softly. Are you and Beckett still fighting? I shake my head. We're not fighting. I mean, we are, but I do miss Beckett, and I can't get into this with Chip, because he can't find out the reason we're fighting. I just want him to know the truth. But if Ryan finds out I've told his own cousin, I'm dead. It's just complicated. We've been friends forever. You know how it is. Clearly not satisfied with my response, but willing to let me off the hook. Chip nods. He's been my best friend most of my life, I try to explain. And then everything is flipped upside down, and I think maybe we're both waiting for the other to say something. Or maybe he isn't, and it's just me. I don't know. I open my eyes, and Chip shrugs. Sometimes with best friends, we assume things. Like what? Take Art and me, he says. We had our first ever fight when he first started dating his girlfriend. But I realized he wasn't trying to hurt me by hanging out with her instead of me, and I couldn't exactly expect him to apologize for that, even if it did hurt my feelings. We're not always going to be 100% on the same page as our friends. But we can still love them and move on. So, I scrunch up my nose. You're saying I should just move on? Chip drops his shoulders. Kind of. Obviously, I don't know your relationship like you do, and I don't know what actually happened. But I think if you want to be friends with him still, well, of course we're still going to be friends, I say quickly. We're fighting, for sure, but it's not like we're best friends, Chip. He laughs. So then I guess what I'm trying to say is that you can work on forgiving him, for your own sake. That way the friendship can get better. What if he doesn't forgive me? Chip chuckles. I'm sure he will. If you love someone, it's worth it to try and fix things. Maybe just ask to talk things out with him. Maybe even be the first to apologize. If you're right, and you're both waiting for the other to be first, then neither of you ever will be. This is so deep, I say. I have a lot to consider here. Thanks. Where did you learn all of this? Don't tell me you're not only a dolphin trainer, puzzle master, and astronomist, but also a therapist. He waves me off. I had a really hard time with Art getting a girlfriend, which is kind of embarrassing. But he's my best friend, you know? We spent every moment together before that. So it was either putting in the work to, figure out how to be a grown-up and make our friendship work, or act like a kid and lose my best friend. I swear, just when I think I can't admire Chip anymore. Chip stands up. Okay, are you hungry? Because I was actively trying to make sure my stomach didn't growl and ruin the moment there. 26. The joy of cooking. Chip leads me out of his room, 2 sets of bare feet padding down the light oak stairs and onto the cream-woven runner in the hallway. I catch a glimpse of a family photo in the hallway. Chip, maybe in middle school, with his parents and a golden retriever nestled in the dunes. I've never seen a dog when I've come over, and there are no signs of one in the huge kitchen, with its white cabinets and marble countertops. No dog bed, no toys or treat jars. I know what it means, but it's hard to even imagine. It feels almost like a movie set or something in here. There are wooden bowls of apples and oranges, and copper pots and pans hanging over the island. What keeps it from looking like a set, though, are the family photos, wedding invitations, and postcards stuck to the fridge, the little pencil marks on the wall next to the pantry door, with ages written next to them to document Chip's life in this house, and the plush crab from the Marine Institute that sits up on one of the counter stools. They make it clear this is a real home a family lives in. What are you in the mood for? Chip asks, drumming his knuckles against the fridge door before he pulls it open. I shrug and prop myself up on the counter. I don't know. We could just order pizza or something. Chip closes the fridge and looks to me. Order? Well, I am definitely not going to be responsible for burning down your house, I offer. So yeah, my suggestion is pizza. What? You don't cook? I furrow my brow. Is that bad? No, I guess not. Chip grins. Because once you're a famous footballer, you'll just have a personal chef who takes care of all your meals. Lifting my shoulders, I consider it. I hadn't thought that far in advance, but sure, I wouldn't be complaining. Today you're going to learn to cook, Chip says. It's like one of life's greatest joys. He takes a few steps over to a set of cookbooks nestled between a mixer and crocks of utensils, pulling out a cookbook and holding it up for me to see. The joy of cooking. I'm just warning you, I suck my teeth. I don't know how much joy you're going to feel cooking with me. Stuffing the cookbook back, he smiles. I have a good feeling about it. Well, I am on kitchen probation at my mom's house, I warn him. Like, actually, won't let me make anything but cereal. She thinks I'm going to start another fire. Another fire? He says slowly, and opens the pantry to grab 2 aprons hanging from hooks behind the door. Going to ignore that. Do you want blue or green? Green, I say, holding a hand up to catch the striped ball of fabric. I hop down and pull it over my head, tying it around my waist. How do I look? Like a natural, Chip says, fastening his blue gingham apron on. Just perfect. Where are your parents? They're out, he says, scanning the kitchen and reopening the fridge. I bring my hands together. You look like you've decided on something. He nods. Poulet à la moutarde. Then, tapping his chin. And what do you prefer with it? Mashed potatoes? Green beans? Brussels? I'll tell you what I prefer with it as soon as I understand what exactly it is. He snaps the fridge shut. Oh, just chicken. But it's the most amazing buttery mustard chicken. You'll love it. And it's easy. I want you to see. Cooking is fun. I don't tell him that, really. I'm having fun just being with him and getting to see that smile. Well, then, green beans are cool with me. Nice. He moves around almost rhythmically, like he has this down to a careful, orchestrated method. Pulling out the chicken thighs and the butter, plus little brown things that look like onions, along with garlic and chicken stock and a bottle of white wine from a small refrigerator under the island. He adds Dijon mustard to the collection of ingredients, and then packets from the fridge, organic bay leaves and parsley. All right, you're going to be on chopping duty. Chip hands me a wooden chopping board and then pulls out a huge knife, setting it down in front of me. He's overestimating me, but I sort of love it. We'll need the garlic sliced and chop the parsley. Then you're going to quarter the shallots. I grab the garlic and place it on the wood as he sets a cast iron skillet on the stove and starts the flame. I have to quarter the what? The shallots, he says, crossing back to pick up one of the little onions. These guys. Peel them and then quarter them this way. He holds his hand straight out and places it long ways on the shallot. I take a deep breath and nod, opting to focus on the garlic for now. You've got this, he says, putting olive oil in the pan. He's doing something with the chicken thighs, and I swear, I've never seen someone so comfortable in the kitchen. Where did you learn to cook? Your parents? Chip shrugs. My grandpa and grandma were both big into home-cooked meals and all that. I just always loved it. That's really cool, I say, using the knife to push aside the slices of garlic. They look uneven, and I'm not sure they're going to be up to his standards. If I were cooking with Mom, she'd say I did a good job and go behind me and redo it when I wasn't looking. Of course, if that happens with Chip, it's way more embarrassing. I'm not sure how he's doing all of this without sprouting an extra set of arms, considering how long it's taking me to chop up cloves of garlic. But the oven is preheating, and he's tossing green beans in a silver bowl, They fly out, almost artfully, shining from whatever he's coating them in, before he arranges them in a single row on a sheet pan. You're seriously good at this. I look down at my sad garlic. You're doing great, he says, crossing over to me. Okay, garlic looks good. Do you want any help with the parsley? Looking at the bright bunch of green, with long stems and leaves that look like shamrocks or something, I nod quickly. I have no idea where to begin or what parts of this I'm supposed to use. Sure, so you'll chop off the stems first. I bring the knife down on the parsley, setting aside the long shoots of green. And now, you'll bunch the leaves together in your left hand, he says, and I do. Basically use your knuckles as a kind of guide. But here. Chip stands behind me and places his hands on mine. His fingers find my knuckles over the bunch of parsley leaves, and he guides them down so that my fingertips are resting against the herb, pushing down into the wood. His other hand slowly shows me how to use the knife, chopping the leaves as my other hand, still safe in his, moves away. We're left with a pile of perfectly chopped parsley, but I'm not paying much attention to the cutting board. Instead, I can feel Chip's heartbeat pulsing through my hands, and his chest is firm against my back. See? You're great, he says, and his breath is hot on the back of my neck. I swallow and nod, but words are escaping me yet again. His hands are burning on mine, and I don't want him to ever let go. I drop the knife and rub my hands clean on my apron, turning around to face him. And when our eyes lock and his lips part and his brows rise, I know that it's not just me, that the complications have fallen away. I know he feels it too, and that gives me every bit of confidence I could ever need. I bring my hand to his jaw, and my mouth finds his. His lips fit against mine just right, and when I close my eyes, I see golden embers, warm and glowing. His kiss is sincere, his mouth opening ever so slightly, and his arms wrapping around my waist as he pulls me in even closer. I lick at his bottom lip, his jaw flexing against my palm, and I feel safe in his kiss. Chip grins, and his nose brushes mine. You're a really good kisser, he offers. I was just thinking you're a really good kisser, I laugh. He presses his lips to mine again, and any distance between us disappears entirely. Okay, he says, breaking from the kiss and taking a step back, his lips pulled into a smile. I have to flip the chicken, but more of that in a second. My cheeks are hot, and I nod, watching as he scurries over to the stove in his apron and grabs the tongs. While he's turned around, I touch my lips. They tingle, like we were just struck by lightning or something. I can hardly believe how sappy this guy makes me, but there's no denying the way my heart swells when I'm with him. The feeling reminds me of that tug in my chest as I score a 2-touch game goal. I'm really glad you kissed me, Chip says, back still to me. Smiling way too wide, I agree. I'm glad too. I wasn't sure if you wanted to. He turns around and sighs, rolling his eyes despite his grin. I thought it might have just been in my mind. No way. I shake my head and grab the shallots, starting to peel them. Definitely not. Actually, I thought it might have just been in my mind. Chip cocks his head. How could you have thought that? I don't know. I pick up the knife and place the blade against the cutting board. You didn't make any moves or anything. Oh, I see. Chip nods. You're used to guys just throwing themselves at you. Hey, I didn't say that. I chop the shallot in half like Chip showed me. Only teasing, he says, though we both know he's at least a little bit right. Still, irrelevant. All that matters right now is Chip. I just didn't know how to... I raise my brows and glance over. Really? It seemed like you knew how to kiss at least. I know I'm blushing, but I say it anyway. I've never had a kiss like that. Chip nods, bringing his hand up to the back of his neck. Well, I've never had a kiss like that either. In fact, he looks down at the floor before closing his eyes. I'd never had a kiss at all. I slowly set the knife down. Really? Really? You know I've never been on a date before. This can't be that surprising. But you don't have to be dating someone to kiss them. I instantly realize how that sounds. I didn't mean like, Chip grins. It's okay. All good. Oh no, I say. Oh no? Chip winces. No, not, oh no. I push my palms up against the edge of the counter. Just, was it good? I wish I knew. That was your first kiss, and I just kissed you after chopping parsley. I should have... He throws his head back laughing. Zach, are you kidding? That was like the best first kiss ever. I chew on the inside of my cheek. Are you sure? 1,000% sure, he says. I couldn't ask for a better first kiss with anyone better. He steps toward me, and our lips are like magnets, pulled together once again. Well, we have plenty of time to truly perfect it, I say. Chip nods, pressing his forehead to mine, and staring at me with his huge, earnest brown eyes. Exactly. Then he looks down to the shallots. But first, we need to finish chopping. I do finish chopping, and I occasionally make it seem like I'm actually helping, as Chip effortlessly cooks a gourmet dinner for us. Watching him breeze around the kitchen, occasionally dancing along to the music coming from the Bluetooth speaker, and pulling me in to join him, I see how one could be convinced there is joy in cooking. 27. Dream of spaghettification. Chip Cannon knows how to cook. We sit at the lightwood dining table between the kitchen and the living room, and I'm careful not to make a mess on the white slip-covered chairs as I dive into the food with full enthusiasm. The chicken is creamy and rich, and the green beans are perfectly crunchy and buttery. Chip even toasts bread to dip in the mustard sauce that is still warm in the skillet. Of course, I do have one problem. Now that I know how soft his lips feel, I just constantly want to lean over and kiss him. But at the same time, the more Chip goes on about his favorite spatula or the recipes he loves, the more I just want to listen to him talk forever. Obviously, kissing and talking will need to coexist, and I'm going to have to figure out the perfect balance here. This is so good, I say, trying to slow down so it doesn't look like I inhaled everything. I feel like I'm eating at a gourmet restaurant. It's all thanks to your chopping skills. Chip imitates a chef's kiss. Neither of my parents ever let me help cook, I say, because of that fire. Chip laughs behind his fist. It really was only one time. I was trying to make homemade fries, and I just put a pot full of oil on high heat. Lesson learned. Chip nods. We'll take baby steps. It's for the best, I say. But really, you could legit do that professionally. This makes Chip laugh harder. What? I'm serious. I appreciate the compliment, of course, but I don't know about that. Once we've finished eating, and I've helped with the dishes, Chip walks over to the living room and scans the media console. Do you want to play a game? Watch a movie or something? We will get to event planning, but... I wrap my arms around him and press my lips to his. Sure, a game sounds good. He wiggles out of my grip and laughs, brushing my hair off my forehead and staring into my eyes. What do you want to play? Whatever you want to play. Oh no, Chip frowns. Now that we're kissing, you're going to be all congenial. I narrow my eyes. Tell me what that means, and I'll tell you if you're right. It means you're just going to agree with everything I say now. He chuckles. Okay, yeah, I shake my head. That's just not true. I disagree with you on plenty of things. Like if you said you were a Manchester United fan, or Yoshi isn't the best on Mario Kart, or that Thor wasn't the greatest Avenger. The greatest Avenger? Chip winces, but when I screw my face up, he raises his hands. I'll just let you have it. How about we play FIFA? I can download it and... You don't already have FIFA? I gawk dramatically. There he is, he replies and smiles. No, I don't like... I just mean... Oh, whoa. I take a slight step back and raise a brow. Oh boy. What were you just about to say there? Chip flushes red and brings his hands up to his face, practically all giggles. You misheard me. You just don't like... soccer? It's not that I don't like it. He rolls his eyes, one corner of his mouth pulled up. I don't have FIFA, that's all. We can table this discussion too, I offer. But when we do finally discuss the Avengers and your disdain for my life's purpose, Chip grabs a PS5 controller and turns on the TV, ignoring my theatrical miming of pain. In the corner of the living room, by a pair of French doors, there's a giant black telescope. Is that yours? Yeah. Chip says, logging into his PlayStation. I'm studying it, but I don't say anything. Do you want to try it? Chip asks. No, I'm good. It's almost a full moon, he offers. It'll only take me a second to set it up for you. Nah, it's fine. You're already... No big deal, he says, setting down the controller on the coffee table and walking over to join me. It's really cool. He opens the doors and brings the telescope out into the backyard. The sky is turning into night, after a pink and orange sunset, and the stars and moon are getting brighter by the second. We stop in the grass beside a rectangular swimming pool. It doesn't look like they hang out here too much, since the chairs on the pool deck look dirty. Maybe dust and pollen? There are even some cobwebs on the rack of pool cleaning supplies up against the wooden fence. Stargazing is the actual best, he says. Chip messes around with the telescope. He screws the cap off and grabs a little cloth to wipe the eyepiece, precise and concentrated. Okay, so you look in here and let me know if you need me to adjust the magnification, or... I lean down and press one eye to the piece of black plastic, my eyelash brushing against the glass while I keep my other eye shut. I don't see anything. Relax your eyes, Chip says. You don't have to squeeze your other eye shut. Sometimes that blurs your... And then I see it. Whoa, I say. The stars are freaking magnificent. It's honestly overwhelming, and I draw back. What do you see? Chip says seriously, moving toward the telescope. I force a laugh. Okay. Confession? Space kind of freaks me out. I mean, stargazing sounds cool and all, but it's a lot of nothing out there in real life. Makes me feel all claustrophobic. Chip finally cracks a smile. In real life? Like, Carol Danvers' space is way different from what... I watch Chip fight the urge to laugh. What? Don't make fun of me. I'm sure you have some weird phobias. I just didn't expect that from you, is all. I've talked about space so many times and you haven't mentioned this. We went to a planetarium. And you have a phobia of space? Of course we did. Because I knew it would make you happy. He smiles and glances away. Thanks. I nod. A fear of outer space could never keep me from putting a smile on Chip's face. So, you wouldn't go to space if you had the chance? I shrug. I'll do a lot of shit. I want to bungee jump and climb mountains and deep sea dive and whatever else. On Earth, not in outer space. Chip considers this before shaking his head, suddenly animated. You don't want to see what's out there? Nope, I say. How? Chip sets the flashlight down on an Adirondack and runs his hand through his hair, gesturing toward the telescope with wide eyes. God, there's so much. There are stars, yeah, but what about planets? I mean, there are all kinds of astronomical phenomena you can't even imagine. I don't want to imagine them, I counter. There are any number of celestial or transient events you have no idea. Chip is talking way faster now, a sense of mind-boggled urgency bursting at the seams and manifesting in pursed lips and furrowed brows. Supernovae? Gamma rays? What about tidal disruption events? You don't care about spaghettification? I open my mouth, but Chip wags his finger at me. Never mind. I set myself up for a joke about Olive Garden. I was actually going to reference my mom's spaghetti, not Olive Garden. So you hate space, Chip says, slowly digesting this. I laugh, crossing my arms. And you hate soccer. I don't hate it, Chip shrugs. Looking up at the sky, I lift my shoulders. We'll move past this. I mean, you don't have to love soccer, and I don't have to love space. Right, Chip says, nodding slowly before shaking his head. Except for the fact that astronomy is probably the single coolest branch of science. There's so much. Okay, fine, I like space now. I wave him away. I do! I laugh as he gives me a pointed look and takes a step back. All right, look, stay here for a second. Staying here. As Chip goes inside, I look around the backyard, ignoring the telescope that mocks my completely irrational hesitation to stare into the immeasurable unknown. There's a tennis ball stuffed under a bush, which isn't surprising, and a frog stares at me from the pool. Past the chairs and folded-up umbrella, it looks like there's a hole under the fence. It's wide, actually, like an animal was digging in from the other side. I'm not sure what kind of animal digs like that. Maybe a mole? Do moles live in Florida? I make a note to tell Chip, especially as I scan the perimeter and see a few more spots where the ground has been dug up. I'm not sure what to do with myself as I wait for Chip. I stuff my hands in my pockets and stand still, but only for a second, until standing still is unbearable. Finally, Chip returns, his arms held out under a stack of linens and pillows that hide his face. He uses his heel to close the door and then proceeds to toss the pile onto the grass just before my feet. He smiles, letting out a breath and gesturing to the blankets. How about we start small? Look up at the sky without the telescope. Yeah, okay. I may not be particularly fond of outer space, but I am fond of Chip, and lying under the stars with him sounds like the best thing in the world right now. We spread out 2 blankets on top of one another for extra padding, and he places 2 pillows next to each other. Once we're both lying there, the stars hanging over us like a canopy, I take his hand in mine, and everything feels right. Can you actually make out any constellations? I ask. To me, the sky is a spattering of little white dots, like someone flicked a paintbrush, wet with ivory paint, against a navy canvas. I don't see rhyme or reason, and definitely couldn't connect any dots to form a zodiac sign or a Greek god. Some, Chip says. They're tricky and depend on the time of year and all that. Personally, I like observing planets more. I've never observed a planet. I blink. I mean, I've observed Earth. Chip laughs. Well, you hate space. But if you did want to see one, you just have to know what to look for. You may have seen one and not known even. I don't have a telescope, I say. You can see some without one. He glances over. No way. I scan the sky for anything out of the ordinary. Chip looks back up and squints as well. You can see Venus during the day sometimes. Venus and Jupiter are the brightest. And you can see Mercury sometimes without a telescope. But there are pretty tight windows. That's so wild. I'm boring you, Chip winces. Sorry. I shake my head. No, you're not boring me at all, really. You know how you said there's a whole lot of nothing out there? Chip chews on the inside of his cheek. Maybe that's true. But I think instead of feeling like there's a void, or that the unknown is scary, I think of it as, I don't know, possibility. There's more to life and existence. There's more to learn and see and experience. When he says it like that, it makes sense why he loves it so much. The idea that there's more out there isn't that scary, I guess. It's encouraging. That's a good way to put it. I squeeze his hand. A noise rustles in the bushes, and I sit up. I bet that's it. Chip jerks up, looking around quickly. Bet it's what? The mole, I say. Mole? Chip furrows his brows. Yeah, I noticed there are these holes dug under your fence. I point to one past the pool. See? Chip frowns. Oh, yeah. No, those aren't from a mole. Well, what the hell are they from, then? I immediately try to see if there's any movement in the bushes. A bobcat or, even worse, given we're in Florida, an alligator. Do they dig? There's silence for a minute. Our dog, he swallows. Rover. Remembering the photo in the hall, I nod. But I don't know what to say. We went on a camping trip, kind of near Orlando. Chip sighs. Rover and I went for a walk, and he went chasing after something. I had no idea what it even was. But he must have gotten lost. I hold his hand tighter. Yeah. He nods. It was a year ago, but it's still... I just think of him out there, wondering where we are, if we're going to find him. I'm sorry, Chip. I pull him in for a hug and hold on tight. I can't imagine if that were Odin. And suddenly it makes even more sense that Chip wanted to bring him to me that first day we met. I squeeze him in my arms and rest my chin on his shoulder. Nodding into the crook of my neck, Chip exhales. Sometimes I picture him with a new family, super cozy and spoiled. I bet he is, I assure him. He's probably doing great. Yeah. Breaking from the hug, Chip smiles softly. We both are. 28. I swear I don't love the drama. I rub my palms against each other and stare up at the house before me. It's a house I know nearly as well as my mom's or my dad's. An open floor plan, 4 bedrooms, and a garage converted to a game room. Family photos lining the hallways, a piano that taunts me because I have no musical talent, and French doors that are more modern than the rest of the house, because they were installed after mayors kicked a ball through the old ones. The thing is, I have to fix things with Beckett. I really do. He and Mayers are my oldest friends. They know me inside and out, my hopes, my fears, my vulnerabilities. They're practically family, and I've always thought of them as brothers more than friends. But the stuff he said, it seems like to Beckett, I went full-on brutal. Or whoever stabbed Caesar. I let him down, and I've been letting him down more than I want to admit. I'm hoping I can fix this. It's not like he's reached out to me since Noel's party, or even since we talked in the hospital waiting room. We've been cordial at practices, and in the group chat, but that's it. Chip is right, though. Best friends are worth the effort. and someone has to make the first move. I walk up to the doorbell and for the first time ever hesitate to push it. Did I make a mistake by telling Mayers and not Beckett? Definitely. But the three of us are best friends, and it's not supposed to feel like some competition or dynamic where we keep score. That's for on the field, not friendships. I have to own up to how I left him out. The whole thing sucks. I knock on the door. Mayers and Beckett and I are all still synced on fine friends, so I know Beckett's home. I also know, since it's Sunday, his parents are at church, and Monica is likely with her boyfriend. This means there's only one person it could be when footsteps approach the other side of the door and stop for a long, silent moment. He's probably looking through the peephole and deciding if he's going to open it. I know you're home, Beck. This doesn't seem to do anything, as the silence continues. I just want to talk. The lock turns and the handle whines as he pulls the door open. Beckett looks just like he always does on Sundays. Pajamas, AirPods, and his rabbit slippers. The only difference is how he's looking at me like I'm not his best friend, which makes total sense. What's up? He's as cold as he's been all summer, and it still feels wrong. First, I want to just say, what do I want to say? Come on, Zach. You had so much time to think of some brilliant opener. Basically, I glance down. Actually, I think... Are you trying to apologize? I blink. In this moment, I remember my mom asking about my feelings at the start of the summer. Before, I might have just decided to fix this now and deal with the emotional part of it later. That isn't going to work, though. I feel awful, I say finally, and I do want to apologize. And I should also say that I'm not just apologizing because of the other thing I came here to talk to you about, but first, yes, apology. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the Ryan thing. He just looks at me for a minute, nodding slowly. I'm sorry if I ever made you feel like me, you, and Mayers aren't equal best friends, I say. The truth is, maybe I just think of you as so stable. You're always there, and you're like way more mature and good with emotions and doing the right thing. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I might have taken you for granted. I didn't put enough effort in, and that's not fair. To make it all worse, I told Mayers something that I should have been upfront with you both about from the beginning. It wasn't intentional. I promise. I appreciate that, Beckett says. I nod. Not having you around as my best friend just doesn't feel right. We're always supposed to be there for each other. And if you are right, and this is our last fun summer together before college, then I really don't want to waste that. So, I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive me for keeping the secret from you and making you feel left out, and for just kind of being an idiot in general. Beckett nods. I forgive you, of course. And I'm sorry for the stuff I said too. I was just mad and jealous. For the first time, I'm actually not feeling that stable. I'm really having a hard time dealing with growing up. You are? Really? Yeah. He shuffles his feet. I got this big internship, just like I wanted. And you're going to be captain. He smiles. For sure you are. We're applying to colleges in the fall, and we're just at this point of our lives where it's like, a lot of stuff is starting. But those things mean a lot of things are ending. I take a breath. I don't know that I'm actually ready for things to end, he admits. When this summer ends, everything is just going to happen in a flash, and you know that. It feels like just freaking yesterday that we were picking caramel out of Mayer's braces in 7th grade. How did we get here so fast? I don't know what the hell I'm going to do when I don't have you and Mayers around, Z. I really don't. Taking a tiny step forward, I shrug. You don't have any reason to worry. We're always going to be around. Maybe during college it'll be on FaceTime, but we're still around. Always. Thanks, he says. I just don't know when I started to feel like this. I can't control it. Sometimes I just feel like life has crept up on me and I can't do anything about it. And with this internship being so fast-paced, and us so focused on soccer, we're going to look up one day and realize we blinked and it's all over and we're like 40 with entirely new lives and we never even see each other again and... Dude. I stifle a laugh. Beckett's lips form a tight line and he rolls his eyes before bursting into laughter. I know. Okay, I know. But it's scary. Don't be scared. We'll go through life together, dude. We've been through it all. I'm sorry again. I shouldn't have wasted so much of the summer as it is. Thanks. It's okay. We're just going through it. He nods slowly. And speaking of going through it, has Ryan given you any indication that he's going to get you out of this mess anytime soon? I shake my head. I only know he's going to do it before the vote. Right, Beckett says. I just have to ask, now that it's all out in the open, why did you take the blame? I guess I felt like I had to, I admit. He scratches the back of his neck. You know, I think part of me is jealous of Ryan, which is absolutely mortifying to say out loud. And it's not even for any reason you may think. Why? You'll do anything to be friends with him, he says. I know it sounds stupid, but there were little things. Like a couple times you sat with him and his friends at lunch, or went with him to get ices instead of hanging out with me and Mayers. And I think I was always a little nervous one day you would just stay with them. I can see the appeal. My stomach sinks. I'm sorry, man. I never meant to ever do that. I know. It's cool. We're not in third grade. I recognize that. Deflection. Playing it off. It still sucks. Everybody wants to be popular in high school, Beckett offers. So I wouldn't beat yourself up. It's not even like I actually want to be popular, I say. It's more that Ryan and those guys, their lives are just easier. Everything is easier for them. But I think this summer I'm realizing a lot of stuff. Like my friendship with you and Mayers isn't something I've ever had to earn, you know? Hence me taking it for granted. I wince. But with Ryan, I've always had to prove myself to him. I swallow. Saying these things out loud is no walk in the park. Point is, I'm sorry. I'm going to be a better friend. You're a good friend. He offers half a smile and folds his arms. I just hope this whole prank thing is worth it. It will be, I say. I'm not sure if I'm convincing him or me. Okay, well, what's the other thing you came to talk to me about? I rock back on my heels. So, you need that stone thing for your internship, right? My capstone? He says. Yeah. Well, I know the perfect thing. It's basically all about philanthropy and being involved with the community and helping the environment. I offer. Beckett lifts a brow. Go on. You probably already know all this, but Irving Banks donated the new conservation wing to the Marine Institute, and they also did a ton of upgrades to the gift shop and stuff, I say. The Institute will have an event on the 4th of July after the parade, kind of for overflow traffic from the festival, and Chip is collecting signatures for a petition that will ban single-use plastic in Citrus Harbor. I thought maybe you'd be able to help. I don't know a lot about any of this stuff. but you were in charge of the NHS fundraiser. And look how awesome that was. Love that, but it doesn't really have anything to do with my internship. I'm not sure how I could make this my capstone project. I'm not sure either, I admit. Dude, I hadn't even heard of the word capstone. I just know Irving Banks obviously likes the Marine Institute. Maybe you could get them to go and sign the petition. Or maybe they'd want to sponsor the event, and that's how you get involved, and then help Chip? Even if I could. I'm not a communications or marketing intern, which is what something like this would fall under, he says. They do events and community stuff. I nod slowly. Well, it was worth a shot. Beckett lifts a brow. Is Mrs. Rushmore letting you off the hook for community service if you do this? I nearly take a step back. What? No. Why would you ask that? He holds up his hands. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound bad. I just have never seen you, involved with anything other than the team. Really, I'm sorry. Just kind of new. I actually really like the Institute, I say. And it's weird, this is the first time I've ever said it. Maybe it's the first time I'm realizing it's true. It's awesome. Beckett nods, smiling. And that's all you like? I also happen to like kissing Chip Cannon. There it is. He grins. I knew it. Okay, look. Maybe it won't be my capstone. But I'll help. Really? Yeah, of course. I know I'm not involved in the Marine Institute like you and Mayers, but I think it's a great cause, of course. Thanks, Beck, I say. Of course. Can you text me Chip's number? I smile. Totally. This is going to be awesome. Want to play FIFA? He gestures inside. I'm allowing myself 4 hours of recreation before I get back to this project for the firm. Duh, I want to play FIFA. Air whooshes out of my lungs. Good, Beckett smiles. And I need to hear all about you and Chip. Right now. Laughing, I follow him inside. That afternoon, I joined Chip at the library again. I swear, I thought volunteering at the Marine Institute would mean I'd avoid this place. But here I freaking am, on a perfectly gorgeous sunny day nonetheless. As far as natural habitats go, the library is just not it for me. It's cold, the air is too dry, the lights are a sickening cool tone, and it's the total opposite of upbeat. Whatever that is. Which, okay, maybe I need a thesaurus every now and then, but I have my phone. Regardless of my undiagnosed allergy to the library, I can find some strange comfort in feeling like I've been invited to one of Chip's happy places. There's something special about that. Chip is better than the sunshine, anyway. He's wearing his glasses, and his curls keep falling over his face. He's talking about a new documentary series he's excited to watch while working on his iPad, drawing some designs for social media posts to try and get more signatures. They're cute, simple, and effective recycling and oceanic-themed illustrations, with a nice, clean aesthetic and a cool blue palette. Is there anything he can't do? We've talked about how great things went with Beckett, and how his parents are giving him the time of day about the petition now that we have the meeting with Noel's dad in a couple weeks. We're both on top of the world. When an email comes through on my phone and I see the small preview, I pause. A million thoughts flood my brain when I open it and read the 2 paragraphs that quickly change everything. Suddenly, the world is knocked off its axis. I glance up at Chip, who is blissfully unaware, his lips pursed and his eyes set on the iPad screen as he masterfully draws a manatee. Shit. Okay, I say finally. Some news. Great. He hangs his head and sighs. That doesn't sound like good news. I drum my hands on the table. Well, it can be good news. It's about how we look at it. Noel's dad can't meet with us that day. Apparently he's super busy, has a bunch of travel to Tallahassee or something. How could that be good news? He sets down his Apple Pencil and folds his hands. Because, I hold up my index finger. Noel said his dad is going to be at the 4th of July festival. I guess he's speaking at the opening remarks. But he said he'd stop by the Marine Institute to meet with us because he has a free block, and there was some other stuff he mentioned, which, I'm not going to lie, went over my head. It sounds like they have some environmentalist group that will be there or something. Basically, it is good news. It's just a lot sooner. Holy crap, Chip says. That's amazing. But the 4th of July, that's in 2 days? His face pales. There is just no way, he says. Absolutely no way. We're not ready. The presentation isn't finalized. I haven't practiced my formal pitch, and we don't have enough signatures. We were supposed to get a ton during the 4th of July festival. Progress is good, I say. We can show him how many we have and that we're getting more. It'll be fine. He'll be impressed. Still, we're just not ready. We haven't prepared, Zach. I can see the panic in the whites of his eyes. Sometimes you aren't prepared, I say. You can't let that stop you from giving it your all. You just have to trust your instincts and your skills and wing it. Wing it? Chip gawks. Look, maybe we should just table this. Maybe this is a sign of some kind. Are we just two high school kids trying to do something too big? Are we out of our league? Because I don't think I can do this anymore. What are you talking about? I reach for his hand, rubbing my thumb over his. Chip, you can do this. Not only that, but you owe it to yourself to do it. And you owe it to the sea turtles. He exhales, closing his eyes. Then they snap open. But I can't do it alone. You won't have to. Taking another deep breath, he shakes his head. 4th of July. It's your big charity match and your soccer party. I swallow. Yeah, I'm gonna skip it. Skip it? Chip doesn't need to know that my stomach is twisting in knots right now. But if this is our chance this summer, I have to be there for Chip and for the environment. The match. I'll still go to the party, but I can miss the match, I offer. The guys are doing so well. They're playing a lot better, and I think they'll be fine without me. They'll totally win. And then I will show up to the party after, and we'll have passed a bill or, whatever the legislative terminology is. It'll be fine. Are you sure? I'm sure. They're gonna kill it without me. I'll make sure of it. Chip frowns. But Zach, you've been leading them. They need you. Noel can lead them, I say, and I can't tell what's more overwhelming, the sinking realization of this, or the fact I can trust him to do it. Jesus, so many feelings lately. Plus, we're so close, Chip. We'll definitely have enough signatures by the time we meet with him, with the way things are going. Chip focuses on me. It'll be fine. I can do this and make it to the party. Repeating it, I'm not sure if I'm saying it to convince myself. The fight or flight instinct rages against my chest, and I nearly want to take back everything when I think about the guys and how they'll react, how they'll play, what I might be risking. But then, when I look at Chip, I know what I'm risking if I choose the match. I want to do this. He smiles. I know this is a big deal. So thanks. Of course. The guys will understand. Won't they? 29. All that matters. Tomorrow's the big day. Meeting with Noel's dad, the game I won't be playing in, the vote. At our practice this morning, my nerves about breaking the news are only calmed by how amazing the guys are doing. In terms of the game, the guys have made awesome developments. All morning, we keep improving on the skills that have been our focus areas. Theo's saving every shot, from midfield, corner, and penalty kicks. We try drill after drill and angle after angle, and he catches every single one. His punt is as good as always, which is a given since he's usually offense, and I'm noticing his cooperative side take over more. Just like I'd hoped, there's a lot less of the anger I was worried about. I think he's trusting me. Dennis is scoring just about every shot past the halfway line. For a while, we just had him shooting. But then we started doing a drill where Lucas, Stefan, and I work the ball all the way up to the goalie box, but we don't take the shot. Eventually, Dennis started to take the hint, and he's getting more comfortable with it. I just need him to keep that momentum tomorrow. Now that Dennis is primed to start taking shots, we've been testing Stefan, who is finally staying in the sweeper's zone. Beckett is steady and reliable as a striker. All in all, our team is stronger than ever, even missing Mayers, and without me joining them on the field. I know they'll be fine without me tomorrow. I just have to keep reminding myself how awesome they're doing. When we finish, and the guys are hydrating, I clear my throat. This isn't that big of a deal. Except it is. And if anyone would have tried to tell me it isn't a month ago, I would have lost my shit. So I don't know who I think I'm kidding. You guys are killing it, I say. The boys all look to me with smiles and wide eyes. I realize, as I'm about to wipe those smiles off their faces, that without Ryan here to shout at them or pick their performance apart, they're left only with a mix of surprise and pride when I tell them what a good job they're doing. We're low-key the best we've ever been. Dennis grins. Noel squeezes his shoulder. You're not wrong. Turns out you were right, Zach. Sometimes it's good to shake things up. Well, I do have one more fun little surprise, I say. I wince. Definitely not the right thing to say. No. Okay. I stand up straight. Beckett nods for me to go on. He knows it's coming. He coached me on breaking it to the guys before practice. On a serious note, something came up, and I can't make it to the match tomorrow. At least I'm pretty sure I'll be busy the whole time. I'm really sorry, but I know you guys are going to take the match. Easy. Noel lets go of Dennis. Wait, what? Murmurs break out among the boys. What do you mean, something came up? Theo says slowly. Well, you know I've been volunteering at the Marine Institute, and I've been working on a petition with Chip and all that. We had a meeting with Noel's dad, and it fell through, but he's agreed to meet with us tomorrow. Theo tilts his head. So, you're choosing the guy you're dating over us? No way, I say. How could he take it like that? It isn't that simple. We've worked really hard on the... What about how hard we've worked? Theo scoffs. Noel, can't you ask your dad to, reschedule? Noel raises his hands. If only. He glances over at me. Zach, do you think there's any way Chip could take the meeting? I look to Beckett, who seems unsure. Honestly, I think I need to be there to help. And it's not that I'm choosing him over you guys. I just have to figure out where I'm needed most. Dennis is right. You are the best you've been. You can absolutely win without me. Silence. You won't even know I'm not there. Are you missing the vote too? Noel asks. No, I'm going to be there for the party and the vote. Don't worry. This is just not exactly how the tradition goes. Noel says, slowly. He shrugs. But it's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. The rest of the guys are seemingly unconvinced, avoiding eye contact and heading off the field. Sure, this sucks, but tomorrow it really will be fine. They'll win, and they'll totally forget about me missing the match. Then we'll have a fun party, and the vote can still swing in my favor once Ryan clears things up. Shit. That does remind me that as of now, if I hadn't pissed the guys off by missing the match tomorrow, they still might not be my biggest fan for the prank they think I pulled. Which means I am officially at my lowest approval rating all summer. Am I making a mistake not playing in the match? I really need Ryan to tell the damn truth already. After that slight disaster, I chug a Gatorade and rush home to change before meeting Dad at the beach club. Your mom's worried. Dad lunges across the court and flicks his wrist just right, the ball returning to my side. I smack it back to him and sigh. It's the worst time to play tennis, since the sun is right at the top of the sky and it's hot as hell. But Dad wanted to squeeze in some time to hang out during his lunch hour, and I needed to keep moving. The sprawling jade tennis court feels too big today, like it takes too much effort to cross, and I only want to keep up. Want to keep winning, even when I'm losing. She says you're taking on too much, he grunts and hits the ball into the net. I'm not, I say, grabbing another ball from my pocket. Well, what is she talking about? Dad holds up a finger, walking over to the bench for a drink of water. Jesus, it's hot. I don't even know. I rub my thumb over the ball. I know you threw a party the first time I was gone this summer, Dad says. My eyes go wide, but he holds his hands up. Your mom doesn't know. She'd flip, especially after the whole incident. He pauses. You're not doing drugs, are you? Dad, do I seem like I'm doing drugs? I ask. I don't know how I'd seem, but I imagine it'd be less productive, less motivated. I'm just doing my best. Dad drinks more of his water and wipes at his forehead. I was surprised, that's all. It's not like you to do something like that behind my back. You could have asked me. I know, I say. It didn't even really happen. The party. Everybody went to Noel's instead. Furrowing his brow, Dad spins the cap on his water bottle. What? He threw one too? Yeah, basically just to screw with me, I say. He doesn't seem to know what to say as he turns the racket over in his hands and walks back over to his side of the net. I'm sure if it were him, he wouldn't have had that issue. A guy like Noel would have respected him. What is he upset about? I look down at my feet and pretend to adjust my stance. Serving the ball, I shrug. He's not anymore. We're friends now. Well, good, Dad says, and I concentrate on the ball flying back and forth. You're going to be captain, so you want to make sure you have good rapport with all your guys, you know? I'm working on it, I say, my racket almost missing the return. They're not exactly thrilled that I have to miss the charity match tomorrow. Dad actually does miss, and chases down the ball and pops it up with the toe of his shoe and his racket. What do you mean you're missing the match? I've got a prior commitment, I say. What commitment was possibly made prior to the charity match? Dad serves. It happens every year. I send it back and consider the answer. Well, I guess it's not a prior commitment. More of a new commitment. The ball goes across the net a few more times. As I replay the summer so far, I watch the neon yellow-green ball fuzz floating in the air like a ghost after I slammed my racket against it. Son, you can't just abandon your team. Isn't Mayers out too? How can I win here? I'm either abandoning the team or a chip. The ball flies by me, and I don't even try to hit it. Instead, I snap to, exhaling. I have a super important meeting. Dad furrows his brow and walks up to the net. What are you talking about? Chip and I have been working on a petition, I say. Noel's dad is going to be giving the opening remarks for the 4th of July festival this year, and he's going to stop by for a quick chat. Well, you can let him know you need to change the time, Dad offers. I'm not changing the time. I'm not playing. I blurted out, because ever since I decided this, I've dreaded telling Dad. He looks confused, as expected, and I sigh. We've already had him reschedule once, and this is really important to Chip. Noel's dad is super busy, and it's so hard to get on his calendar. Dad shakes his head. Why can't Chip do it without you? Because he needs my help, I say. Your team needs your help too, son. No, Dad. I want to rip my hair out. That's the thing. The team doesn't need my help. They're going to be fine without me. Finally, Dad frowns and steps over the net. You have worked so hard to get where you are, you know? And I realize you like this boy. It's not about that. Okay, that's fine. He nods. I just think you need to make sure you're being a team player. A team leader. Everything is so confusing. I was so sure of my plan. Until now. Can't I be a leader and miss one match? Zach, you are going to be the captain. You can't just show up when it's convenient, Dad says. You have to make sure your guys feel empowered and confident. You're there to lead them, motivate them, set an example. You have a responsibility. Even if you went and you didn't end up playing, just being there is the biggest thing. I blink. Wait. What do you mean if I didn't end up playing? Why would I go and not play? What about if you're not first, you're last? I was just saying you have to be there for your guys, he says, but the point still stands. It's not all about you, son. It's about the team. Whether you play or not, you win together. It's not a one-man show. You always talk about how you were, like, the best in the army, I say. Top of your class and all that? Dad nods. Sure, and those personal achievements are great. But brotherhood is about looking out for each other. That part is non-negotiable. Same goes for you and your teammates. I sigh. I don't know what to do. Dad nods. Well, Mayers is out, and I'd bet the guys need you, even if just for moral support. Don't you think Chip would understand and take the meeting himself? When I leave, I'm reeling about how I'm going to handle this. Dad's right. The guys do need me, but not just for moral support. Playing without Ryan and the other seniors is one thing, but without Mayers and me? I can't set them up like that. How could they possibly see me as a leader if I did that? And that would mean the vote would be a wash. Taking the blame for Ryan and this whole summer of community service would have been for nothing. That night, dread washes over me as I send Chip a text. Me. I'm so sorry, Chip, but I can't make the meeting tomorrow. Please don't be mad. I have to go to the charity match after all. I know you're going to do great. Text me if you need anything, okay? By the time I go to sleep, I have a pit in my stomach and no response. 30. Nobody trusts me. This morning it is offensively hot. With melting dew on the grass and tall, still palm trees, there's hardly any wind to cool us down. I thought the guys would be glad to see me. I thought it would be a happy surprise after I told them I wouldn't be here, but instead, I met with indifference. Maybe even something worse than indifference. Do some of my teammates dislike me? From their perspective, I must seem unpredictable and self-centered and just overall nuts. Are you sure we can do this? Noel says, when it's just the two of us by the bench. Mayers really is one of our best forwards. I don't know. Maybe. It's fine, I say. They're short a player too. I point across the field to the roster. We've been training hard, and the guys are ready for this. Noel raises a brow. But you have to be confident, I say, almost worried I sound too much like Ryan. Noel laughs. Some things never change, do they? Just trust me. I do. Noel crosses his arms and forces his brows together. But I need you to understand, if we don't win this, it doesn't even really matter. Let's use this to help the guys play as one team. Well, I just need you to understand, we will win. Whatever you say, he says, laughing under his breath and jogging over to find Leo on the field. Coach is over by our bench, on his phone, not paying attention. Ryan finds me to share his version of a pep talk, which begins with a friendly reminder that the Menendez guys think I pulled the prank with the hammerhead and that they might be playing dirty. Great. You just need to really lay it on with the offensive, he says. If we just dominate, then they won't even try anything. We'll be great on offense, I assure him. Look, Ryan, about the prank, do you think we could try to clear it up sooner than later? Maybe now could even be a good time? Ryan laughs, but when I don't join him, he scoffs. Wait, really? You think now would be a good time? Shake them up before they go on the field? Come on, Z. You've got to start thinking more like a captain here. Okay, well, how about after? Then everyone's going to want to celebrate, Ryan counters. We have the party. I study him. The way his eyes are a little darker than I remember. The way his smile is a little more self-satisfied than I recall. So when is a good time? He blinks. I don't know. The agreement was before the vote, I say, swallowing any piece of me that is intimidated by him. These guys aren't thrilled with me right now. Ryan rolls his eyes. Chill. First, there was never an agreement. There was you desperately throwing yourself under the axe like the slightly pathetic little tryhard you have always been. He steps forward. Second, there are other ways. Ways to not completely kill the vibe today or to tarnish my reputation. His words stick to my brain. Pathetic. Try hard. Just drop this whole thing, okay? He flexes his jaw. You'll be captain. Got it? You don't mean... He sighs dramatically. Zach, I swear, this summer you have just been too much. I can never tell. Is some of this an act? Please tell me it is. Or are you really just this naive? My cheeks burn. I don't want to win that way. I mean, what about my reputation? Ryan smiles, a laugh caught behind his lips. Dude, what about it? You're 2.0, so just be 2.0. Take the captain title and make the most of it. Quit overthinking and trying so hard, and just being so soft. Noel suspected it. Beckett suspected it. Did everyone see Ryan but me? Take a breath, he says. This isn't a big deal. I know it seems like it is, but what's important is that you're going to win this charity match, get captain, and the rest will be history. Okay? It's cheating, I say. I just want the guys to want me to be captain.
This is just how it goes, he smirks. You think the guys would have voted for me?
It's like everything I've ever known has been a lie.
We'll talk after the match, Ryan says. Just focus on winning. You're the captain. You owe the boys a win.
He walks away, and I don't even know what to think. The thoughts swirling around in my mind are conflicting and confusing, and this is the absolute worst time to face a crisis of this magnitude. Mayers shows up just before we start, walking on a crutch with his foot still bandaged up. He stretches his leg out straight on the bench.
You've got this, he says. You look...
Fucked. I run my hand through my hair. Because I am. Ryan... I don't even know where to start. Ryan is a whole thing, and I can hardly stop thinking about Chip. He's gotta be so pissed. And I bet he's freaking out about the meeting. I texted him like 1,000 times. Nothing. And also, Ryan reminded me, these guys think I pulled that damn prank, Mayers.
Chip will do great at the meeting. I know he will. And you guys will be happily in love. It's practically Shakespearean. And don't worry about Ryan or the Menendez guys, Mayers says. Just do your thing. I'm going to be rooting for you from over here.
I give him a tight smile. Thanks.
And after this, when we go get milkshakes to celebrate, things will be normal with the three of us again, he says, looking out at Beckett as he stretches. I'm so glad you guys made up.
I nod. Yeah, me too.
I try to be Switzerland, he shrugs. Doesn't work.
What do you mean, Switzerland?
It's a thing Hope says, he explains and nods. It means I'm like, trying to be on both sides.
I pat him on the shoulder. Well, you don't have to choose sides, Mayers. We're all good. And anyway, I'm glad things are going well with Hope.
Oh, yeah. We compared our astrology charts and everything, he says. Basically, we're totally compatible. She was going to come today, but I told her I needed to be in the zone. She's very affectionate. We never actually watch a whole movie. She just wants to make out.
Nice, I laugh.
You and Chip are going to be fine. He's going to understand.
I really wish he was here. Actually, I really wish I was with him like I was supposed to be. But I'm not going down that rabbit hole right now. I've made my choice. I need my head in the game. Ryan isn't going to tell the truth, I blurt, like at all. I don't think he ever planned to. Mayers lets out a breath.
Shit.
Yeah. And he says he's just going to make me captain, but I don't want that.
Okay. Well, that's good, he smiles. Then I think for now, just focus on earning captain. Let's win this match, and then we'll go from there.
Right.
You got this, man.
Coach gives us a pep talk that I'm not entirely paying attention to. I'm watching the other team. I notice their steps and movements are all alarmingly in sync. After the talk, and a round of clapping and fist bumping, I inhale through my nose and breathe out through my mouth. The opposing captain and I step up, facing each other on either side of the ref, and he holds out a coin. He looks to me, and I call heads. Watching the coin spin in the air, it feels like I'm back at a championship game, with the fate of the world depending on the next hour and a half. Only now I'm in Ryan's spot. Finally, the coin lands in my favor, so I point to the goal behind the opposing team, and the ref tosses the ball to Wyatt. Once gameplay starts, I keep telling myself it's going to be a piece of cake. But it isn't. I need to let the guys shine, first and foremost. The team, my team, needs to perform. We're doing okay.
Murray and Carlos are completely in sync as they press forward, and Matt and Trevor are in lockstep, passing back and forth, and shifting defense to offense like it's a breeze. The problem is that the other team is performing better than I've seen any of them play, and that's without their graduated seniors. We end up playing the entire first half with no goals, and only some attempts that are too wide or too close and under pressure. During halftime, as we fill our water bottles with lemon-lime Gatorade and catch our breath, I'm getting restless and a little bit anxious. I can't remember the last time we went a whole half without scoring. And it's not just the defense, but their offense is giving Murray and Stefan a run for their money. I'm a little nervous they're going to be tired for the next 40 minutes. What happens if it's like a wash? Dennis raises a brow as he drinks. Theo hawks spit onto the grass. It's not even a real match. I shake my head. You guys, we're not going to have a wash. We're going to win. Come on, don't even think like that. Noel leans in. I mean, it would kind of suck if you skipped the meeting with my dad and Chip, and we still lost. I wince. That would really suck. We're gonna win, Beckett says. Positivity, guys. But we haven't. Lucas catches the sharp look I give him and drops his shoulders. Murray and Stefan, you guys are absolutely murdering defense, so keep that up. Stefan the sweeper, I can sweep all day, Stefan smirks and bumps fists with Murray. I'm feeling great. I glance around. And Dennis, I'm going to need you to do like we practiced, okay? Just start taking shots. I'll be passing it to you. Dennis offers a meek nod, but I know he can do this. I've seen it. Hey. Ryan calls me over and squeezes my shoulder. Don't fuck this up, Zach. Okay? Everybody's watching you. Uh-huh. My voice comes out a little too high and squeaky, and my chest is on fire. As I run back onto the field, I hear his words echoing. Everybody's watching you. The pressure bores against my skull, and my heartbeat quickens. Beckett offers me a sympathetic look, but it doesn't help right now. Not when so much is on the line. We play into the second half, and it's more of the same. One ball off the other captain's foot nearly makes it in, bouncing off the goalpost as Theo slides toward it. Because Stefan's in the perfect spot, he manages to save it before one of the opposing players can make a header into the net. It's just too close for my liking. We're nearing the end now. I'm not going to take a wash, and my team is too tired to perform well in overtime. I get possession and dribble backward a little, stretching my arm across my chest and craning my neck, as it's just me in midfield for a moment before they swarm me. I scan the field. The two defenders are going to be too easy to get past, and their captain is going toward Dennis. Their keeper is a little panicked, like he knows we're about to score the only and thereby winning goal. The ball rolls with me, right around the forwards and onto the opposing side. Now's the time, Zach. Everybody's watching you. I can't go back and tell Chip I skipped our meeting just to lose. I'm not doing this for Ryan. Mayers is right. I need to earn captain now. I need to show these guys they can count on me. We need to win. Count off. 5. Fancy feet. 4. Fake to the left. 3. Confusing their defender. 2. Dart to 2 o'clock. 1. Sharp right. And the ball hits the inside of my cleat. Beat. Beat. It's so easy it almost feels choreographed. Press. Sprint to catch. Roll my foot over the top of the ball. It's me and the guy in the opposing goalie box. Dennis is open, but their captain has his eyes on the both of us, and I can't risk it. I can't take the chance that Dennis gets the ball and doesn't know what to do with it. I watch for the right fingers to twitch, just ever so slightly, and once he anticipates it, I instantly turn my chest, see the confirmation in his eyes as he lifts his foot to defend his territory. Kick. 3. Off the metatarsal. 2. The keeper's eyes wide as he dives to the right and the ball spins, airbound, to his left. 1. The net quakes like it's hit by lightning. Pause for a spike in the crowd's roars. The keeper hits the ground ribs first, arms outstretched. The Menendez guys all hang their heads. I'm drenched in sweat, and my shins are itchy from the guards and the socks and the grass blades that have found their way to my skin. I'm swarmed. My teammates are piling onto my back and demanding high fives because, yet again, we have won. All my guys are ecstatic and celebrating. This is what we've been training for. All my guys are flipping out. Except one. Dennis. Taking a quick breath, I break away from the group. I get it. I should apologize and let him know it wasn't personal. We just needed a win. And it was right there. Hey. I'm sorry, Dennis. It just so happened, you asshole. Dennis says, his face entirely red, and the vein in his forehead starting to pop. 31. This is why we can't have nice things. Whoa. I stop walking and feel everyone's eyes turning toward us. Dennis, I was just going to say. He shakes his head and balls his hands up into fists beside him. You could have passed to me, but you didn't. You had to be the one who scored. After all that talk about us being a team and challenging ourselves and working together, I bring my fingers up to pinch between my brows. Listen, it's not like that at all. I just had an open shot. Yeah? So did I. He's right, but I'm conflicted with no time to figure out the best way to handle this. All right, look, let's take a step back, take a breath, and talk this out later. No, Dennis scoffs. I'm not. I always wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. You pretended to believe in me. You made me think I could make a goal, made me think I should try. But really, all of this, every practice drill and every strategic move you made, it was all to make you look best. That's not true. I swallow. Everyone's silent behind me, even Coach. And everybody's right about you. He takes a couple of steps forward until we're an arm's length apart. You only care about yourself. All the rest of us can go to hell, right? Zach Martin's gonna be the new captain. Where is this coming from? Yeah, dude, chill out. Noel steps between us, sweaty and defeated and visibly annoyed. None of this even really matters. We have company too, remember? He gestures toward the other team. I'm relieved to have backup. Dennis, why don't you get some water? And Dennis takes another step forward. Why don't you, Zach? I don't say anything, and he puts a finger on my chest. Go ahead. You always... He pushes deeper. Have to be... And then he pulls his hand back and raises both square to push me. First. I only take a tiny step back. Dennis, I know you're upset with me, but... Quit being so fucking lame. Ryan walks over with his nose turned up. Zach scored a goal, Dennis. It happens in soccer. It's actually a good thing. You're acting like a giant pussy and embarrassing yourself in front of everyone. I know I just let Dennis down big time on the field, as a leader and as a teammate, period. And hearing Ryan talk to him like this is really throwing me off. Ryan truly might be the apex predator. To him, we're nowhere near equals. We're all just chum. You should be thanking Zach for actually having skill and taking initiative to score, Ryan adds. Instead, you're whining. It's weak and pathetic. Dennis's fist finds Ryan's face so quickly, I don't even have a second to process what's happening before he's stumbling backward. Dude! Noel's rushing over, and I think he's trying to hold Dennis back, but Theo shoves Noel to the ground, and then it's all just game over from there. It takes probably 5 seconds for all the guys to start throwing punches and grabbing at shirt collars in a state of muddled rage. I get knocked over as an elbow hits my face, and I stand back up, just as Dennis punches Ryan in the face, again. Leo cleats Trevor in the back of the leg as he tries to stop Dennis, and Wyatt comes to Theo's rescue, just in time for him to instantly lunge back at Noel. Coach is blowing his whistle and cursing and stomping over to pull Theo and Noel off each other as Lucas yanks Stefan away from Murray mid-uppercut. I'm on the ground, with blood on my hand. I'm not exactly sure from where, and it feels like my teeth have gone through my bottom lip and my nose might be cracked in half. I'm thinking that might be a slightly dramatic assessment, though, given how Coach and the guys look at me but don't rush to help me up. "What the hell?" Coach huffs, putting his hands on his hips. "This isn't Fight Club. Have you guys lost your minds?" I realize everyone is watching us. The opposing team, everyone in the stands. "Some of us have," Noel says, digging his cleat into the grass and eyeing Theo and Dennis. Of all the surprising things to happen this summer, Dennis punching Ryan and Noel being Team Zach are currently taking the cake. Beckett stands beside Coach, smart enough to avoid getting involved in the fight. Ryan looks supremely pissed, covered in blood with flared nostrils. "This is..." Coach raises a hand, entirely unamused. "This is ridiculous. You should all be embarrassed. Dennis, this is completely unacceptable. I don't think I've ever had any of my own guys hit each other like that. You're lucky it's summer and I can't give you in-school suspension. Really, you're lucky I don't kick you off the team for..." "Go ahead," Dennis says. And there's some attitude, but he almost sounds weak. Tired, maybe. What does it matter? I deserve it. And I'm just going to go back to defending, giving the ball to Zach and Noel. I really do feel for him. I know what it feels like to only make other guys look good sometimes. I know how shitty that is. "Every position on that field matters," Coach snaps. He points to Dennis and shakes his head. "Dennis, we're going to have to deal with this. You can't just punch people." He pinches the bridge of his nose before turning to point to me instead. "Zach, what do you have to say about what just happened?" I look around. Me? What do I have to say? I search for the right words, but I have no clue. I get why Dennis is upset, but... It's always but, Dennis says quickly. "But you needed to score, right?" I nod slowly. I mean, yeah? "Zach?" Noel rubs his palms together and squints. "I think some of the trouble lies in Dennis not feeling like you value him. He's speaking to me like he's a kindergarten teacher and I'm a kid eating paste." "It's fine," Dennis says, dropping his shoulders. "It's my own fault for thinking anything was different." I push myself off the ground. "Dennis, come on. You were awesome." "But you were better." Dennis keeps it short and looks to Coach. "It's all good. I think I just got confused. For a second there this summer, I thought we weren't getting Ryan 2.0 as a captain." The guys all go silent, and Ryan scoffs, laughing like he hasn't just become the butt of the joke. "I'm not Ryan 2.0, I say. "You are," Dennis says. "I knew it for sure as soon as you confessed to that stupid fucking shark prank, because that's exactly what Ryan would do." When Ryan smirks, something inside me snaps. I'm done. "Yeah," I say. "Yeah, it is. Because Ryan did pull that prank. I only took the blame so he wouldn't lose his spot at Duke." "All right," Ryan forces a laugh. "Right, okay. Who's going to believe..." Mayor steps forward. "Zach is telling the truth." "He is," Beckett says. Ryan's eyes narrow. Of course his buddies are going to say that. Noel claps his hands together. "You're a piece of shit, Ryan. And a liar, too. Zach did you a favor and you don't even have the decency to own up to it?" Coach's jaw has dropped now. "And for the record," Noel adds, "we're all Zach's buddies." My chest warms at that, but I know this isn't the time to celebrate Noel's newfound affection toward me. I take a deep breath and turn my back to Ryan. "Dennis, I was Ryan 2.0 at the start of summer, or I wanted to be at least. I wanted everyone to like me. Wanted to be popular and cool and captain of the soccer team. I wanted to be immune to having people laugh at me, immune to feeling awkward or uncomfortable or judged. I shake my head. But I'm not that guy. And Ryan isn't someone I want to be like. Ryan groans. Oh, come on. I love this team, I say to Ryan. Whether they like me or not, I love these guys. And I like myself now, so I don't need to be like you or gain your approval. I'm good. And it's funny because all this time I thought you were this badass leader and everybody loved you. But they didn't. They were just afraid of you. And I recently learned you can be a good leader and have respect without fear. Dude, fuck off, Ryan says. Good luck with your pathetic second-string squad. Remember that I literally made you, Martin. You've always been so threatened by Zach, Noel says with a hint of a laugh. I was too. I get it. He's our best player. But without him, where are you exactly? How's it going to go for you at Duke? Little fish in a big pond? Coach clears his throat. Yeah, we're gonna have to see about Duke. What? Ryan's eyes go wide. Coach, listen. All this is so stupid, and it's already summer. I've graduated and... Well, I guess that's all going to be up to the admissions office then, isn't it? With that, Coach's metaphorical mic drop moment, Ryan storms off the field, and I can't believe the weight that is lifted. Dennis, I'm super, super sorry. Apart from maybe Noel, Mayers, and Beckett, I can't imagine anyone's Team Zach right now. Everything can't be undone that quickly. It's fine, Dennis says. There's a lot of shit we need to unpack. He looks around before sighing. Coach, I'm sorry for, Yeah, if I'm honest, I'm not entirely sorry, but I will be as sorry as I need to be to stay on the team. The guys all laugh at that. But I think we're all good now, he adds. Coach rolls his eyes. Thanks, but I think I make that call, and it is not all good. It's so far from all good. But don't worry. I hate when Coach says not to worry. It usually means we should be very worried. You all are going to have plenty of time to make it all good. When I get back from vacation, I'll be sending out emails to your parents with a new training schedule for the rest of the summer. Intensive. And I think we need a damn therapist to do at least 3 group sessions. For now, consider our 4th of July party officially canceled, he says, and we'll regroup for the captain vote once everybody's no longer acting like wild animals. Everybody's eyes bug at the same time, and the hushed beginnings of whispers become full-on shouting in a matter of seconds. Zach? Coach brings his fingers up to rub his temples. I actually don't know what to say to you right now, son. I'm half proud of you and half very disappointed in you. He sighs. Maybe 70-30. I don't know, I can't get into it right now. I can feel the judgment and frustration from the guys, and as Coach walks off, we're all left here with grass in our hair, bruises and cuts on our bodies, green stains all over our clothes, and all eyes on us. The team doesn't give me a chance to explain. They just start heading off the field. Now that Ryan's gone and the truth is out, I almost don't know what to do with myself. I don't know if I should even be thinking about captain. I don't know how to fix things with my teammates. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, even. I do know one thing for sure. I have got to go find Chip. 32. You're off the hook. The 4th of July in Citrus Harbor means packed beaches, a huge festival at the boardwalk, and lots of red, white, and blue. I make my way through the crowds who are playing carnival games by the pier, or lined up for hot dogs, funnel cakes, or various other delicious-smelling treats, and head toward the place that has unexpectedly become just as familiar as the field I just left. I follow various signs up to the rooftop of the Marine Institute, which is decked out in aqua streamers, silver and blue bunting, and turquoise pinwheels, along with perfectly arranged nautical floral centerpieces on high-top tables. The sign over the bar has block letters and an adorable drawing of a dolphin that has Chip's name all over it. The roof is packed with people. Some volunteers are shuffling around at one end of the roof working various tables with merchandise and games, and others are manning the silver pans of food or piling little cookies and cakes on top of each other. "Zach!" One of the senior volunteers, Pearl, waves me over. "Oh, what happened to your face?" "Soccer," I say. She nods. "Listen, I'd love to have you on the silent auction." Pearl points to a row of tables along the edge of the rooftop. There are different-sized glass bottles and jars, stopped with corks and housing rolled-up papers inside. "Well, first of all," I say, "I have no idea what a silent auction is. Is it like miming, or—" "People just go around and write down their bid on the clipboard," Pearl says. "You can direct people." "I'm sorry, Pearl," I interrupt. "Second of all, I'm not working today. I'm actually trying to find Chip." "Oh," Pearl says, and frowns. "He's not here." "Are you sure?" She lifts her shoulders and gestures around the crowded rooftop. "I don't know if he's come up at all, actually." Pearl gets distracted by a little girl grabbing at some of the streamers and rushes away. Before I go any further, I text Noel to see if his dad mentioned the meeting, and then I look everywhere. But I still can't find Chip. I walk around until I reach the bar and find a guy with chin-length blonde hair studying a piece of paper, photos of blue cocktails with recipes beside them. He scratches his head and with his free hand traces along the text, nodding like he's beginning to get it. I clear my throat and the bartender looks up. "I know this kid, a year older than me, just graduated, and attached to a mega-wealthy family. His older sister, Everly, was the object of Monty's affection when they were in high school." "Oh, you're Foster, right?" I hold my hand out. "Right, and you're—" "Zach Martin," I say. "I'm in the grade below you." "Look, Zach, if I weren't on the clock, I'd hook you up with a White Claw or whatever, but I'm pretty sure I'd, go to jail if I served you, so—" No, I laugh. "I was just wondering if you've seen Chip. I figured he'd be checking in with you, since you're the bartender. He's head intern." "Technically, I'm an apprentice." Foster puffs up his chest and grabs a glass. "I'll be a bartender in no time, though. But nah, I haven't seen Chip. I'm not sure what head intern is exactly, but I was hired by the events manager." I feel my eyes narrow. An apprentice? Foster nods, filling the cup with water and handing it to me. "To make drinks?" "It's an art," Foster says, before leaning closer and whispering, "Honestly, I just needed something to get my parents off my back until I figure out what I want to do now that I've graduated. Mixologist sounds legit, don't you think?" I shrug. "Oh, right. You don't know what you want to do?" "I'm hoping my social media takes off," he smirks. "500,000 views on my last TikTok, and I've got these surf and travel vlogs, plus there's Instagram sponsorships. I just don't want to sell weight loss tea." "For sure." "Everything good with you?" I nod. I'm trying to fix things, but I'm pretty sure the guy I like is mad at me, and I don't really know how to make it better." "Good on you for trying to fix things, at least," Foster says. "It's like they say, apologies are great, but words only mean as much as the actions that accompany them." That sounds like a Pinterest quote. Foster nods. "Very inspirational place." I watch him attempt to make a cocktail, which ends in him swearing under his breath and dumping the concoction before starting all over again. "Why is your guy mad at you?" he asks, not looking up from the mint he's muddling in the bottom of a glass. It's a long story. I take a deep breath.
Maybe I should do a shot after all.
You're kidding.
Yes, I say. Definitely kidding. My phone buzzes, and my stomach drops when I see the text that just came through. Noel. My dad said meeting with Chip was okay, but super short? Okay, yeah, not just upset with me, probably actually furious, or what's a bigger, more dramatic word for disappointed? I inhale through my nose so much my back straightens. I don't know what to do. Foster nods. I just don't want to lose a really amazing guy. I don't know how or if it even makes any sense, but I feel like he saw me and understood me, even when I wasn't telling him the whole truth, and you'd think that'd be impossible, but somehow he did. I inhale and exhale again, and my body feels tight. I don't even know this feeling, this particular blend of anxiety and fear and uncertainty. I really don't want to lose him. And I know he's so beyond upset with me right now, and I let him down big time. He gives me a subtle smile.
I think you should be telling him all of this.
I take another sharp breath. Right, yeah, of course. As I try to gather up the courage, I think I was less nervous to go into the state championships than to go find Chip. I feel like my heart is about to fall out of my butt. I don't even know what it is. I just can't believe I hurt him, given how great he was to me and what an awesome person he is. Okay, Zach, chill the F out. I decide to try somewhere I think he'd be if he was upset. It only takes me one guess. I find him in the conservation wing, in that same shorty wetsuit, tossing a Nerf ball into the water for Daisy to bounce back to him with her snout. I'm going to need one hell of an apology to get things back on track. Hey, I offer a smile as I walk over to where he sits on the edge of the deck with his legs dangling in the bright blue water. He looks away and grabs the ball as it floats toward him. How did the meeting go? I ask. He's quiet a moment, then gives the ball an underhanded toss. Badly. I felt really... He trails off, unable to find the words, and I say quickly, Look, I'm so sorry. Zach? Chip tilts his head, still avoiding eye contact. Yeah? He looks up at me, shielding his eyes from the sunlight. I don't really want to do this right now. I take a step forward. Please, Chip, you didn't show up. He shrugs. I wanted to, I say, but I just felt so torn. The guys really needed me. I needed you, Chip says. Right, and I screwed up, but I can explain. Chip sighs, a long, slightly aggravated sigh. I don't want to see you right now. I swallow. But can't we talk? Will you tell me more about how the meeting went? Can you let me fix it? I don't really want to get into it, he says, and Daisy submerges. I don't have anything to say. Wait, so just like that you're done with me? My eyes sting, but I blink away any trace of weakness. Like, one thing goes wrong and that's it? All of a sudden you change your mind about me? Chip exhales and gets up, then walks over to grab his towel. One thing didn't go wrong, Zach. I don't really know, to be honest with you. I knew you liked being the hotshot popular soccer star, and that was fine. But I guess I didn't believe it was all you care about. That's not all I care about, I say. I knew I shouldn't have tried to minimize that prank you pulled at Menendez Day, Chip says. I wanted so badly to, ignore. Chip, I step forward. That wasn't me. I didn't pull that prank. Ryan did. What? I took the blame for him because I thought I'd be helping him and the team and that he'd tell everyone the truth eventually. I shake my head. I couldn't tell you because he's your cousin and he threatened not to own up to it and, now I know he was never going to own up to it.
Okay. This is good, at least. This is going to help. It's out in the open, finally. Chip knows I'm not that person now. Honestly? Chip frowns. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't change anything, does it? Of course it does. What does it change? He lifts his shoulders. You didn't pull the prank, Zach. I'm glad to hear it was Ryan, not you. But somehow I'm not convinced you're any better than him. I knew you wanted to be like him, but I didn't think you'd actually become him. That pierces my chest with a harsh finality. But I still have to try. I came here to apologize for missing the meeting, because I am really sorry about that. But I always have good intentions, Chip. I only took the fall for Ryan and went to the charity match because I wanted to help the team. You sure about that? Chip says. Or was it for you? Honestly, I don't know anymore. It's so frustrating. When I'm winning championships, the guys love me. When I'm flirting with Chip, he gasses me up. But the minute things go south, everybody wants out. What am I supposed to do with that? I swallow. I thought you understood. And I thought I understood you too, Chip says. I was clearly wrong. The guy who just ditches me? That isn't the guy I want to be with. My anger surges. Well, don't worry. You were never with me anyway, so you're off the hook there. Hurt marks Chip's face, and he shakes his head as he wraps the towel around his waist. Wait, I'm sorry, I say, regret instantly taking over. I'm just dealing with a lot right now, and don't worry about it. He picks up the Nerf ball and tosses it into a basket next to the door. Before he goes inside, he stops to look directly at me and frowns. Consider this one less thing to deal with. 33. The treasure chest. After the absolute catastrophe that was the 4th of July, I am just glad to be distracted with a shift at the Marine Institute. The captain vote has been rescheduled to next week, and I have no clue what will happen now everything's in the open. I'm not sure what's going to happen with my community service hours either. I'm assuming they'll tell me I don't have to complete them anymore now they know I didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I did do plenty wrong. Still, I think I want to find a way to keep coming to the Marine Institute. Not only because I'll probably run into Chip, which I really hope happens, but because now I can't imagine not being part of the Institute. Today must be my lucky day, because Mrs. Rushmore needs my help again, and I've wound up back with the summer camp kids. Not only that, but I'm back with the manta rays. I offer a wave when I walk in. Hey, guys! Mr. Zach, Camille says, folding her arms and lifting a brow. Everybody else looks thrilled to see me, but Camille narrows her eyes. You know, we're supposed to be learning here. Please tell me we're not watching another movie. Glad Mrs. Rushmore is already off down the hall, I shake my head. No movies. The rest of the class whines in response. It's Fun Friday! We didn't even do trivia last time, Camille adds. I glance over to the board, where she's still firmly in the lead. Honestly, none of the other kids even stand a chance at the treasure chest. That must suck. Poor Camille, one of the girls says sarcastically. You just want to play because you know you're going to win. Yeah, a few other kids moan. We're learning about starfish today, Mr. Zach. Wyatt offers a smile and then points to the bucket on the desk. I'm going to leave the starfish in there, I say, if that's okay with you guys, just because Mrs. Rushmore knows how to properly handle him, and I wouldn't want to hurt him. It could be a her, one of the kids says. Or them, another says. I nod. Yes, of course, totally right. I don't want to hurt the starfish is all I mean. Wyatt agrees. That's okay. Camille, on the other hand, is displeased. So far, we've learned that starfish are not fish. We also have learned they have no brain. And they can't live in fresh water, one girl calls out. And they have billions of tiny little feet. Not billions, Camille huffs. I grab some paper from the craft cubbies by the door and begin passing it out to each desk. They already have cups of markers and colored pencils in the middle of each pod of desks. I want you all to design your dream sea star, I say. Nothing is off limits. Use your imagination. Could mine be made of bubbles? A boy asks. And can mine be made of cake? I shrug. Why not? The only requirements are that your sea stars have arms, spines, and a disc. And you need to label them. If you need help with the labeling, don't worry. We'll do that together at the end. Once they all have paper, I carry the bucket around to each pod to let them peer in and ooh and ah, while I point out the different body parts. When I'm done, I stop next to Camille's desk. Can you come over and help me with mine? She exchanges glances with her desk mates before nodding reluctantly and following me over to the desk. I sit in the rolling chair and spin to face her. She's not entirely intimidating when she isn't frowning. She's just a little girl in a Marine Institute summer camp t-shirt with a tight ponytail atop her head with a cerulean bow. Why do you need help? She whispers. I laugh. I don't actually need help, but I wanted to talk to you. She taps her foot impatiently and stares at the blank piece of paper on my desk. Like us not working on it is driving her nuts. She's driven. I'll give her that. What do you want to talk about? She picks up a pencil and leans over, starting to draw the outline of a sea star. Well, can I be honest? She blinks. I'm 8. I can handle it. Okay, I say, trying not to laugh. It's just that the other day, I remember you and some of the kids getting into it a little bit. Nodding, she continues to move the pencil along the paper. And I think somebody said something pretty mean, like, you don't have any friends. I try to say it softly. And you said you didn't want any. She keeps drawing. I have a couple of friends at ballet, and I have a friend at my school. I give her a smile. That's great. I guess what I wanted to tell you was that friends are awesome, and it doesn't hurt to make more. How come you aren't friends with the kids in your camp group? Camille finally stops drawing. Because they all get mad that I win. Oh, I see. I want the treasure. She looks over to the treasure chest behind the desk, which looks like a prop from Pirates of the Caribbean. And if they want to be babies about it... Fair, I say. I know how you feel. But, she raises a brow. What if winning the treasure isn't everything? I offer. What if you didn't win the treasure? What would happen? Camille considers this, but there's no response. Would it be the end of the world? She shakes her head. No. It'd be awesome to win the treasure, I say. I totally get that. But you don't have to lose other stuff just to win. You don't have to miss out on making friends and having fun. Dropping the pencil, Camille studies me. How come you want to help me? I laugh. I guess I understand. I mean, I don't understand winning trivia or being super smart at 8 years old. She laughs at that. But I understand wanting to win and be the best, and I just want you to know there's way more important stuff. Camille sighs dramatically and looks over at the other kids, who are getting louder, but still diligently drawing their sea stars. What should I do? Drop out? Let someone else win? Nah. I tap my fingers on the desk as I think. Maybe instead of it being you versus everyone, it could be you with everyone. Maybe you can all win, together, all part of the same team. That isn't really how trivia works. She catches the look I give her and corrects, nodding. But I think that would be okay. Good. Camille eyes the unfinished sea star on the desk. So, how do we win as a team? I'm going to change the game. I look at the board. We'll play one trivia game today, Team Manta Rays, and if you can all answer the questions together, then everyone can get a treasure. It's team building. Team building. Camille taps her chin. But Mr. Zach, I don't think Mrs. Rushmore will be very happy with that. We've been doing this trivia game every day, and it's not supposed to end until the end of camp. And the rules say we can't help each other with the answers. Grinning, I shrug. Mrs. Rushmore will understand if we break the rules for a good cause. When I give the news to the class, everyone claps and cheers, and they embrace Camille like she wasn't just totally roasting them a few minutes ago. Now these kids are all on the same team, and Camille's competitive side is at least temporarily tamed. I'm hoping she'll see how fun it is to work together, and this won't be a one-time thing. Camille helps me to change the trivia board so it's just one manta ray traveling across it. As I hand her the names, she looks at them in her hands and smiles. Thank you for helping me make friends. I guess I have a lot of cupcakes to make. Cupcakes? I laugh as she follows me back to the desk where I search for the trivia cards. Mommy says it's nice to give your friends cupcakes, Camille says, and then she furrows her brow. Well, only for Valentine's, so I think I have a while, but everyone loves cupcakes. I'm not allowed to put them in the oven, though. I'm not allowed to use the oven either, I say, and Camille gives me a really weird look, but suddenly everything clicks into place for me. Before we start trivia, I send a text to Mom. Me. Can we discuss my kitchen probation? It's important. 34. On the same team. I trust Odin entirely. He is, after all, the smarter one between us, obviously. It's a Saturday, and while I can think of 1,000 things more exciting to do right now than read, there's a guy a little farther up the beach who's doing just that. Okay, I say very seriously to Odin. You're going to go get Chip. Odin is sitting at the edge of the towel, giving me high brows and a slight pout, half annoyance and half curiosity. Reaching forward, I unhook the leash from his harness, and he keeps his eyes on me. No reaction, no movement. You're going to get Chip, I say, gesturing up the beach. You love Chip. Odin whines and lies down. Do you want me to play bird noises? I will play bird noises. He stands up and huffs, glancing over in the direction where I'm still pointing. Good boy. Go get him. I'll give you a treat if you run to Chip. This finally does it, and he's off like a rocket. The beach is mostly empty this morning, save for the towels spread across the sand by the surfers in the water. It is slightly unusual for it to be this quiet on a Saturday in the middle of summer, but ultimately a good thing, because it should be a straight shot for Odin to find Chip and not run into any trouble. My dog runs in a blur toward the bright yellow speck that is Chip's backpack. When Odin stops running, Chip stands up, raising his hand over his eyes to look down the beach. Of course, now that they're slowly making their way back to me, I do wonder if I fully thought this through. The answer is likely no, but I still think it could work. With someone like Chip, who's so smart and has so many interests and is emotionally intelligent and mature, there's only one real way I can appeal to him at this point. Well, apart from sending him to outer space, but that felt out of reach. It's going to be great.
Finally, Odin and Chip are almost here. Chip looks like the sun rose over the waves this morning just to glow for him. His hair is messy, and he's wearing another slightly too big t-shirt with swim shorts. And I think there's never been a cuter guy in existence. Ever. Odin, on the other hand, looks extremely pleased with himself. He's going to want that treat, so I stand up and grab it from my back pocket. Last time he at least had his leash. Chip stops a few feet away from me and blinks. What is... As I toss Odin his treat, I step off the giant beach blanket I stole from my mom's closet and gesture to the spread I've masterfully laid out. Buttered pancakes, waffles that were not frozen in a box, bacon, sausage links, and perfectly crispy potatoes fill a few of the plates. Then there are a few bowls of fruit, strawberries, blackberries, blueberries, a grapefruit with a knife and a spoon. Last but not least, orange juice in a fancy glass jug, and hot coffee ready to be poured. I even ground the beans. I wanted to make it up to you, I offer, wiping my palms on my shorts. I don't know if I expected to be this nervous, but my heart is racing, and finding words is a struggle. When we first met that day, you were probably right to say no to going on a date with me. I raised my index finger. Actually, you were definitely right. I was the guy you were worried I was. What I mean is, I was super selfish and cared about the wrong things. Being cool and winning, and I was Ryan's friend. And when it came down to it, I chose soccer over someone I really care about. I didn't show up. Chip opens his mouth, but I shake my head. Enough said. But I learned a lot this summer. Really. I learned about myself and other people. Chip looks down at the ground, and Odin sits, leaning against his leg. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm really sorry. I'm not that guy anymore. And a big part of that is thanks to you. You helped me see what matters. And I'm so beyond sorry. Chip nods. Thank you. So, I know I can't bring Rover back to you. I exhale. But I figured you can spend the morning with Odin, since he loves hanging out with you. And you can hang out with him whenever you want. But yeah, this is just my way of apologizing. I actually did cook it all. I had to appeal my probation. And you're right. It is pretty fun. He looks to the blanket. All of this food is for me? Well, yeah, you don't have to eat it all. You can bring your parents some leftovers. Zach, this is really nice of you, but... My heart sinks. But I don't know. What happened with the prank was one thing, but then the fact that you lied to me about it? I take a deep breath. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I don't want to say why I did it because that'll just sound like excuses, and I don't have any excuses. I like you so much, Chip. I do. I like you so much it hurts, honestly. And I have since that first day. And I guess I didn't know what to do with that, maybe. I've never liked someone this much. And I felt like my whole life revolved around being popular and the best. But at some point, I realized I want my life to revolve around you. Chip laughs. Zach! Can't you let me say sorry? I'm just really sorry, and I'm not going to be that guy anymore. I want to show up for you. Will you tell me more about what went wrong at the meeting with Noel's dad? I sit on the blanket, and it feels like a miracle when Chip joins me. He rolls his eyes, but I get the feeling it's at himself. I just couldn't do it. I said so many words, Zach, and I don't think they meant anything. He was super nice, but I ran off after like 3 minutes. I give him a sympathetic smile. Why? I felt really alone. I open my mouth, but he holds up a hand. You already apologized. I just wasn't prepared to present by myself. I suck at presenting. Okay, well, I say, I get it if you never want to hear the word microplastics come out of my mouth ever again. But I've been thinking a lot about it, and I want to help you get in front of Noel's dad again. Chip groans. Again? There's no way he'll agree. Third time's the charm, I insist. I was going to send this email myself, but I didn't want to do anything without asking you. Warily, he takes my phone to read what I wrote out to Noel's dad. I spent all night on a letter that firmly throws me under the bus for not showing up. Chip looks up with the smallest spark of hope in his eyes. Please, Chip? This is so important to you. You can't give up just because I fucked up. He chuckles. Okay. Send it. We'll try again. Thanks. And it's okay. We're okay, Zach. Good, I say, fighting the foggy glaze forming over my eyes. I blink and nod and then, wait, we're okay? He nods. Friends have disagreements. He says it so casually, just like he always did before. Right. Friends, I say. Just friends. Chip nods. Just friends. But Chip shakes his head and offers a smile. It's better this way. Defeat washes over me. Isn't there something else I can do? Why did almost losing soccer feel less painful than losing Chip? You should eat with me, he says. It smells really good. I can't believe you cooked for me. You cooked for me, I say. He hands me one of the empty plates and starts putting food on his. This is a ridiculous amount of food for one person. As I put food on my plate, I force a laugh. I mean, I was definitely hoping you'd invite me to eat with you, but I wasn't sure. Friends. The word keeps replaying in my mind. How can a word that's supposed to be good hurt so damn much? Chip jabs his fork into a pancake, lifting it onto his plate and grabbing the syrup from the little lunchbox on the corner of the blanket. He pours some onto it and cuts off a bite, closing his eyes and nodding as he tastes it. This is a superior pancake, Zach. Thank you. I tried. And I'm guessing there were no kitchen fires? He laughs, cutting another piece. I shake my head. No fires. I'm nowhere near your level, but I'm making progress. Progress is good, Chip says. Dad, are you done? I laugh. It's okay if you're too tired. Dad insisted we play tennis again, so he could try to win, but really, I know he could tell I was upset over everything that's happened recently. Still, it's another hot day, and I can tell he's absolutely done for. What do you mean? He says, leaning his head back against the fence and closing his eyes. I'm not tired. Since my talk with Chip this morning, my brain feels like the time I took a header and saw stars for the rest of the game. Basically, I'm a mess. I'm glad he seems ready to forgive me, but crushed about the friends thing. And the rescheduled captain vote is looming, but I haven't talked to any of the guys. I have no idea what to say. Zach? My mom is barreling toward us on the sidewalk like a little blonde tornado of Tory Burch doused in Dior perfume. You're not answering your phone. Mom and Dad are in the same place, and it isn't a soccer game. It really is the apocalypse. Sorry, Daphne, we're playing tennis, Dad says, breathing out and somehow looking even more tired than when he was actually on the court. "I see Zach playing tennis," she says with a smile, adjusting the pink leather bag hanging from her shoulder. One of the country club employees is hurrying after her. "Miss, I'm sorry, you can't wear heels on the—" "It'll only be a moment," she says, and blinks. "It's just we have a very strict—" "All right, Thomas," Mom says sweetly, patting his chest. Thomas is Mom's favorite, maybe one of the only people she won't argue with. She stops outside the court and grins at Thomas before looking to Dad. She smiles politely and waits for Thomas to walk away. "Zach?" Mom turns serious once he's gone. "We talked about this. I have a video call interview with Vanity Fair this afternoon, and I need you to help me with the AV or whatever." "Oh, I completely forgot," I admit. "I can't work any of the lights. All this shit goes over my head." Mom sighs. "Sorry, honey." "You can say shit," I offer. "Language," she points to me and then raises her eyes at my dad. Then she says, "Zach, walk with me." Dad and I exchange glances, but Mom is already heading off. She looks back for me, impatient, and I grab my stuff and jog to meet her on the sidewalk. "How are you handling things?" she asks. "You're dealing with a hard time, and—" "I'm actually doing good," I say. Mom stops at her SUV and digs around in her purse. "Are you sure? Because I have never seen you like this. I mean, fighting, Zach? You're hardly sleeping, and you haven't walked your poor dog." "Odin and I are on good terms," I say. He hates going on walks anyway. He enjoys being a lazy POS. Mom raises a brow at me. "I know what that stands for, Zachary." I can read her mind. "Your coach had a lot to say about this whole debacle with Ryan and Dennis, and I know how committed you are to soccer. And I know if you want to make a career out of it, you can't squander your opportunity with silly things like this. But," Mom shakes her head, "no buts, Zachary. If you want to make a living out of this, you need to focus. This just doesn't seem like captain behavior." Mom opens the car door. But it's like time stops. When I stop walking toward her, she just gives me a strange look. I walk over to one of the benches and sit down. And then she and Dad are both standing over me. They just stare at me longer. This time I take a minute to stare back. There's Dad, with his hair that's just a little overgrown. He's wearing an old army t-shirt and gym shorts, and he looks concerned, maybe thinking of what to say next. I can't bear to let him down, especially after all those talks about him quitting the college team and those regrets. I'm his great legacy. I'm a prodigy. I've got all this talent he wished he had. I stare back at Mom, in all her polish and refinement. She's a ball of nerves, even more tightly wound than usual. What if all I'll ever be is a disappointment? I say. I don't even necessarily intend to, but it comes out. It feels like I'm not even good at what I'm good at anymore. Dad shakes his head. What do you mean, bud? I tell them the parts I've kept to myself, the feelings of doubt, and the way I found myself clinging to the soccer team for a sense of belonging that I'm not even sure I deserve. The way Ryan made me feel. I start at the very beginning, and then I find myself here. Oh, honey. Mom starts to pinch her nose, which means she's seeing red. I'm going to... That is unacceptable. Zachary, you listen to me. Don't let Ryan get in your head. She clenches her jaw. Okay, Daphne. Dad nods. I agree, but let's just... Right. She looks to me and takes a deep breath. And all this time, I was so desperate to avoid being unhappy, like being a loser or uncool or not fitting in. I gave up being happy. I laugh a little. I mean, it's kind of funny in a sad way. Don't get me wrong. I do love soccer. But I had a better time at the Marine Institute this summer than I've had in years doing anything else.
and I didn't even fully realize it. Well, Zach, what are you saying exactly? Mom's tone is softening. Do you want to keep working at the Marine Institute? If you're passionate about it. I shake my head. What does it matter if I'm passionate about it? Now I've screwed up the only thing I'm actually good at. What do you mean? Dad asks. The guys all hate me, I say, my chest suddenly crushed by the weight of a cement block. Saying it out loud hurts even more than thinking it. I don't think I'm going to be captain. I'm sure they don't hate you, Mom says. Dad nods. I don't know the last time I saw them agree this much. They're quiet now, both processing this. Shock and probably heartbreak overcoming them as they realize I've screwed up my soccer career. Look, I know I'm letting you guys down. Wait, why would you say that? Mom suddenly straightens up. Because I know you guys want me to play in college and then professionally, I say, and now Mom and Dad exchange looks. Don't you? I ask. We just want whatever you want, Mom says, her tone shifting into something apologetic. Do you feel like... Are you only on the team because you think we want you to be? No way, I sniff. I love the team. I love soccer and the guys. I just thought it was everything, you know? You're always saying I need to dedicate more time to it, and I need to focus more and all that. Mom sighs. I only say those things because I want to help you achieve your dream. I don't care what you want to be. You could be a tightrope walker for all I care, as long as you're happy. But, Dad, you were clear that I needed to play in the charity match. Like it would be the worst thing ever if I didn't. Dad frowns. That was about honoring your commitments, son, and being a good teammate. Those things are still true, he says. But all we've ever wanted is for you to be happy, Z. You tell us what that looks like. Really? Tightrope walking might be too dangerous for my taste, Mom concedes. And of course, if you're playing a sport, we're going to encourage you to win, Dad adds. But we're just trying to be good parents. We would never think any less of you if you lose. It's like a wave of relief is washing over me. Maybe it's more like a tsunami, barreling over me and pounding me into the sand. Because this has taken all the words away. I don't know what to say or how to feel. I've never even considered Mom and Dad would be happy with a son who didn't get a bomb soccer scholarship. Never realized they were just doing their best with the information they had. Well, I do really love the Marine Institute, I say. I think I'm going to try to get a promotion, if that's even possible as a volunteer. Fantastic, Mom nods. That would be cool, Dad agrees. Really? I sound like a broken record. Is it this easy? Has it been this easy all along? We are your parents, Mom says. We support you, Zach. Dad points to me. You made a difference with Chip on that petition. Well, almost did, I say, still somewhat in shock by the direction this conversation has taken. Did you do the best you could? Mom's shoulders rise. Because I've known you 17 years and you always give your all. I haven't yet. But if I do and the results are the same, does that make this even worse? From now on, try to focus on what matters to you, Dad says. Yeah. The stuff with Ryan? Mom looks off. I know it's hard when we look up to someone or think they have the perfect life. It's easy to compare, or to try to be something we're not so they'll accept us. But the thing is, even as lovable as you are, Zachary, you just can't make everybody love you. And honestly, it just isn't worth trying to make them. It's all noise. The right people will love and support you when you're just being you. I've always just done whatever I had to do to be the best, I say, a laugh escaping my lips. I just wanted you guys to be proud of me and feel like I'm good enough. Zach, of course we're proud of you. All you can do in life is give it your all and do your best. Dad puts a hand on my shoulder. We don't care if you're the best, Zach. We just care that you do your best. Whether that's as a teammate, or a volunteer, or a friend, or a boyfriend, or whatever. We just want you to show up. Boyfriend. God, I screwed up my chance at that one. My chest aches at the thought. I think things might be looking up with Chip. But how do I show up for the squad? Is it too late? I need some sort of plan. Obviously, a simple apology isn't going to be enough. I don't know how to fix all of this with the guys. Dad shrugs. You just need to remind them you're on the same team. I sigh. Maybe that's the problem entirely. 35. It's your call. It's Friday morning, and Coach is flying out for vacation in 7 hours. But it's time for us to vote for captain. Making it up to the guys isn't going to be easy, but there's only one way to do it, and I'm ready. Mentally. Albeit maybe not emotionally. I've been up since 5:30 because it's been a hard habit to break, and I've run drills and driven the ball into the net from almost everywhere on the field. I've practiced headers, throw-ins, corners, penalties, fake-outs, and sharp passes. As much as I can on my own, at least. Now the sun is fully out, and I line up the ball to take one more shot before this all starts. I exhale, and the last few weeks play in my mind like a movie. I slide back to prepare the shot, and can't help but think about how many times I've done this, and how things have to be different now. My foot meets the ball, and the ball meets the net. And it's not impressive because there's no defense, no distractions. But it isn't about that. As my teammates start showing up, my stomach is doing flips, and I jog over to get the ball. Mayers, with his wrapped foot and crutch, sits down on the field with Beckett, and I nod to them from inside the goal. Theo, Lucas, and Stefan arrive next, then Noel, Murray, Trevor, everyone except Dennis. I keep an eye on the parking lot for his red sedan, but nothing. All the guys are laughing as Mayers repeats his over-the-top recap of his date with Hope, and the megalodon-style shark that rose from the depths to take a chunk of his foot and leg. The screams of the beachgoers and the fight for his life. They sit there, a group of guys I can't believe I took for granted. A sea of Nike and Adidas logos, and scratches and bruises, and familiar smiles. It was lost on me that, instead of pushing and competing and fighting, I could have just enjoyed my time with these guys before our last year of playing together. Listened to Lucas and his concerns, empathized with Dennis, and paid more attention to Stefan. I could have bonded with them and strengthened those one-of-a-kind relationships. Noel and I could have figured out the things we had in common so much sooner. We could have worked together and understood each other. But there's time to fix all of it. At least I really hope there is. Coach arrives last and is grumbling on his way onto the field, spinning his key ring around his finger. This had better be good, Martin. I've got 3 kids who seem to have forgotten how to pack a suitcase, and we don't have TSA pre-check. It is, I think. Finally, it's going to all be good. I'm about to start talking, walking closer to the group with the ball under my arm, when I finally see the red car pull into the lot, and Dennis is rushing over, waving his arms. I'm here! The guys all laugh, and he slides to sit at the end of the group next to Theo.
Sorry, he says. No, it's okay. I drop the ball and crack my knuckles. How do I start? I'm sorry, actually. Nobody says anything. Coach lifts his chin. You know, I don't think I did the best job of appreciating you guys, I say, letting out a long sigh. I do, though. Noel, you always come up with the best plays, especially in overtime when it's make or break. Theo nods. That's true. Noel offers a tight smile. And Theo, you have all of our backs, I say, sometimes maybe too aggressively. According to the yellow cards, Leo points out, and everyone laughs. The atmosphere is becoming more relaxed, and there's a sense of ease that's returning between us. Like the blowout never happened. Lucas, you're a team player, and you put others before yourself, I frown. Even when you don't have to. Trevor shakes his shoulders. Yeah, Lucas, you selfless bastard. Mayers hoots. He brought me several cartons of cookie dough Ben & Jerry's. Forever in your debt. Even though I can't burn the calories at the moment. Murray nods. Lucas also brought us dinner the night my grandma went to hospice. Coach smiles at that, and everybody is praising Lucas now. I go around the horn. Matt and Trevor are the life of the party. Stefan the sweeper always looks out for us. Leo is always the comic relief. Carlos and Murray are the kings of mind games and faking out the opponents. I keep going until I met with the two most familiar faces. Mayers and Beckett. You guys have been my best friends since we were little kids. I don't think I even let you know how much I appreciate you, I say, and it goes silent again. I do. Appreciate you, a lot. You're both always there for me, and always there for all of your teammates, and I maybe take you two for granted the most. Beckett's expression is softer than I've seen it all summer. It's okay, Z, Mayer says. We all know you appreciate us. Now we do. Murray chuckles, and Theo hits him on the arm. Only kidding. Finally, I drop my hands to my sides. Dennis. I really want to say I'm sorry for how I acted at the charity match. I say. He shrugs, and I take a step forward. No, really, it was beyond uncool. I just disregarded all the stuff we worked on, and I didn't even think of how you felt. And then you basically just told him he was wrong for feeling that way, Stefan adds, but looks around to notice the looks from the guys and apologizes. Stefan's right, I say. I was being stubborn and selfish, and one of the worst parts is that I'm supposed to be a leader, and you trusted me enough to put faith in me, and you were really excelling in the forward position. Instead of lifting you up, I took a big moment away from you. Coach nods slowly. Do you know how many times we won because you passed to me? I shrug. Can't even count, honestly. I shouldn't have only been looking out for myself. It's unacceptable, and I'm really, really sorry. Dennis stands up, and all eyes land on him. It's okay. I know you didn't mean to. It isn't okay, I say. I hold up my hand. But I want you to know how awesome you are, regardless of me acting like a jackass. Eyeing my hand, Dennis shakes his head and pulls me in for a hug. Patting my back, he nods. All good. He sits back down. You know, we were playing a game, and you scored us the winning goal. That's why you're the best. I run my hand through my hair. No, I think you could have made that goal, Dennis. I chew on the inside of my cheek and glance down at the grass. There haven't been many moments when I put others before me, and that's an embarrassing and sad thing to have to admit. I'm not going to screw up when I have a chance at being better. You could have won without me, I say, looking up. That's why I'm going to step aside. You guys can be so much better without me. Step aside, Mayers and Beckett say at the same time. Theo blinks. You don't mean... I'm quitting the team. I sigh, and then hold up my hand. Never has Coach emoted so much. His eyes are bugging like he's seen a ghost, and I can't tell if he's shocked or angry or both. He opens his mouth to say something, but then he shuts it. The fact that he's not speaking is making me jittery, like butterflies in my stomach, only worse and more intense, maybe hornets instead. Don't quit, Dennis pleads. I swear it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, we kind of need you, Leo mutters, picking at the field beneath his crossed legs. You guys don't need me to be incredible. And this doesn't mean I'm not still going to hang out with you guys or go to every game and cheer you on, I offer. I just think this is best for the team. I want to finally do what's best for you guys. Giving this up isn't some light, spur-of-the-moment decision. Giving up what makes up my being, what lights me up and gets me out of bed, and what consumes my thoughts and my actions. There's no way to prepare for what that will feel like. As the words tumble out, it's worse than how I imagine graduation will feel. It's a severing, and I honestly don't know if anything has ever hurt more. Still, if there's anything I've learned, it's that caring about these guys means I need to take the right steps and let the spotlight shine on them instead of hogging it and the ball. Are you sure? Beckett says weakly. Yeah, I say, and Mayers frowns. You really don't have to quit, Dennis offers, and some of the guys nod. We're not upset anymore. You apologized. I drop my shoulders. I just don't want to do the wrong thing anymore. So just let me try and fix this. I shrug. Truth is, these apologies are real, and I mean them wholeheartedly. But changing takes time and effort, and I don't want to pull another stunt like I did at the match in the heat of the moment. I need to step back, figure some stuff out. Coach crosses his arm, a frown spread across his face. So, you're quitting? You're really quitting? This isn't some prank? He looks to Mayers and Beckett, who are both as shocked as everyone else. Just me trying to do the right thing for once. With that, Coach nods. It's your call. Noel stands up. If Zach quits, I quit. What? I throw my hands up, and now everyone is whispering. Me too, Dennis says, standing up. Theo follows, saying the same. Coach brings his hands to his face and groans. You guys, I roll my eyes. Stop. Seriously, what are you doing? Taking a step toward me, Noel laughs and flexes his jaw. You're an idiot. We're not going to let you quit the team, Zach. This is all a little melodramatic, really. What about all those things you said about me only caring about myself? My voice goes too high, and I straighten up. You weren't wrong. Noel shrugs. You said you're working on it. We don't want you to quit the team, man, Murray offers, standing up next. Once everyone is standing, after Beckett has helped Mayers up and onto his crutch, and there's a roar of voices speaking over each other, each giving me reasons not to quit. I can't stop laughing. We need you, Noel says. Everybody nods, punching arms, and I swallow. I think it's what's best for the team, Noel says. As the guys all murmur in agreement, I nod, cheeks warming. Seeing them all stand up for me, I'm trying with everything I have to blink away the tears. Hey, man, Noel shakes his head. You don't have to be embarrassed with us. We're not going to make fun of you for having feelings.
And when a few tears do fall, none of the guys laugh or make comments. Okay, I sniffle and laugh. I guess I could stay on the team, but about the vote.
Oh yeah, hell no. Theo shakes his head. Yeah, we're not voting you captain.
I huff out a laugh. I guess I deserve that. Stefan nods.
We've just had some time to sort of discuss.
Mayers claps me on the back. But the words don't disappoint me as much as I expected. I wait for a panic that never starts. We appreciate everything you did for the team this summer, Dennis says, shifting positions and stuff.
Well, to be fair, I say, realizing exactly where this is going. I wouldn't have even thought of that if someone hadn't given me some pretty good advice.
Beckett gives me a nod of approval.
We doing this?
Coach asks gruffly. The guys nod, and Coach asks for a nomination. Someone shoves Noel forward, and he rubs the back of his neck as the team casts votes. With a grin on my face, I vote Noel for captain too. There are cheers and backslaps all around. Coach claps his hands.
All right. What the hell is this, Friday Night Lights? Zach's on the team, Noel is captain. I'm proud of you all. Now I'm off to Italy to drink wine and listen to my kids complain for 3 weeks, he says. You guys all set? Noel, we'll touch base when I'm back. And you guys are not getting out of the group therapy sessions. Are we all good for now, though?
Noel and I exchange glances.
We're good, Noel says, standing up straight.
I feel more confident than I have in a while. Not in myself, but in these guys. As Coach leaves, most of the guys follow suit. Noel is still standing next to me, though, and he looks suspiciously happy as he types something on his phone. Mayers and Beckett are hanging out a few feet away.
Hey, Zach, Noel says, eyes on his iPhone.
Yeah?
I don't think my dad has ever given anyone a third chance. But you and Chip are invited to celebration dinner tonight.
Seriously? I say, but it's your time to celebrate.
I'm good, Noel offers a smile.
One that's a little hesitant, a little nervous, because maybe it's used to being let down by people.
This would be for a good cause. And I'm more excited to celebrate with my friends later.
You do mean us, right? I tease.
Of course I do. Noel snips.
He then relaxes.
Oh, you were kidding.
You're going to have to get used to that, I offer. Hey, Mayers, Beck. How do we feel about 2-on-2? Mayers looks Noel up and down.
Doth he wish to lose most violently?
He means you're more than welcome to join us, Beckett says, rolling his eyes. Mayers grins and throws up a shaka.
Bring it on, Hawthorne.
Noel's lips relax and break into a big, genuine smile, and he nods in agreement. He turns to me.
Okay, meet us at the Lighthouse Restaurant at 6.
He says it so casually, like this isn't going to be a huge deal. I bite my lip.
Don't be nervous, Noel says. Zach, for so long I judged you. I thought you were a vapid prick.
A bark of laughter escapes my lips.
But I was wrong,
Noel admits, putting a hand on my shoulder.
You're a great guy, and it's time for you to officially stop worrying about Ryan's legacy and start focusing on leaving your own.
36. Back in the game. I only have a chance to text with Chip, so I don't know quite how stressed out he is. I've spent the afternoon poring over Chip's info, as though I don't already know as much as I'm ever going to about it all, but I still feel unprepared. I need this to work. For Chip. For us. I'm walking up to the Citrus Harbor Lighthouse, sandwiched between the beach and Casa Madre. Back dried up on the golf course and park.
practicing what I'll say once I get to the super fancy seafood restaurant. The sky is starting to melt into purples and pinks, and the sea oats are swaying softly. On the patio, I see Noel with his dad at a high-top table. Noel has a water, while his dad reaches for an amber-colored drink with 2 huge ice cubes. I'm back in the game. I can do this. I will do this. Well, well, well. Foster Billings walks up beside me, a golf bag slung over his arm, wearing a tucked-in polo and khaki pants with golf shoes and a white cap. He has a totally different vibe going on today. Still, he has this energy about him that makes me feel like we're old friends, even though we've only talked once. Right now, when my nerves are sizzling and popping inside me like roadside fireworks, that is a welcome feeling. Hey, dude, I gesture to the clubs. How'd you do? He shakes his head. I'm not playing. I'm holding the clubs for the dude who plays. I'm a caddy. I cock my head. You are? I thought you were a mixologist. A mixologist's apprentice, he says. And a golf caddy. And I've taken on a few other roles that require highly skilled craftsmen. I do work part-time at Much Ado About Bubbles, for instance. Sometimes I deliver for McGuire Grill. Occasionally I install Ring doorbells. I like to think of myself as a pretty true Renaissance man. My best friend wants to be a Renaissance man, I say and nod. You and Mayers would actually really get along. Sweet, Foster says. If he wants a job, the discount at the soap store is pretty badass. I shrug. Never know. I'll see what he says. Once you get past the Shakespeare stuff, it's pretty cool. Shakespeare? Foster nods. Yeah, the whole store is themed. Taming of the Shampoo, Midsummer Night's Peach. Haven't you noticed the name of the store? I laugh. Honestly, nothing you just said made any sense to me, but I know the store. And I actually think Mayers would want that job. As you lime it? He makes a face like I'm supposed to think it's hilarious. But when I just laugh, he shrugs. It's not for everyone. You and Mayers are going to be great friends, I say. Then I take a breath and wipe my palms against my pants. I didn't realize how sweaty they were. I actually have to run, but I'll send you a DM or something. Sure thing. Got a date with your guy? He smiles, wiggling his brows. I wince. No, not exactly. And he's not really my guy. Wow. That actually is somewhat painful to say out loud. We're friends, even though I really tried. His expression shifts. Your advice was great, I offer. But I screwed it up past the point of being able to fix it, I guess. Foster nods. I know it's a bummer, but you have to just keep moving forward. I just wish things were different. For what it's worth, they say if 2 people are meant to be together, they will be. I stifle a laugh. Well, we are not together. Not right now, he says and shrugs. But like maybe one day. We know what we are, but know not what we may be. I'm going to guess that's our pal William. Beaming, Foster straightens up. See? You'd be fine at Much Ado About Bubbles. Never has a summer consisted of so much time in the library, or so many Shakespeare references. Okay, well, I'll let you go. He pokes his tongue in his cheek and takes a step back. This guy is probably wondering where his clubs are. Then he shrugs. I'm a caddy in training. Have to start somewhere. I wave goodbye to him and take several deep breaths. My mind is replaying what he said about people who are meant to be together. And I can't tell if it's giving me more anxiety or calming me down. Breathe in, breathe out, Zach. Right now, what matters is making it up to Chip and doing all our efforts justice. This is bigger than me, and it does feel nice, even if I'm more nervous than I was for states, to do something good. Noel and his dad are both dressed down in golf polos and white shorts, heads topped off with black Titleist caps. Catching Mr. Hawthorne after a nice round of golf, a delicious meal and a glass of whatever he's drinking, seems almost too good to be true. I hear Noel point me out to his dad, who nods and gestures for me to hurry closer. Zach. He reaches for my hand and shakes it with a startlingly firm grip. I nod, suddenly feeling exceptionally jittery. Good to see you. It's good to see you, sir. The only time I ever see Mr. Hawthorne is when he makes it to a game. But he's the only parent on the team involved in local politics, so he tends to stand out, even though he really is just a total Citrus Harbor beach dad at heart. All right, Zachary, Mr. Hawthorne says. Now, my son tells me you have all these brilliant ideas. Noel looks confident, but it doesn't help my nerves. Yes. Fantastic, Mr. Hawthorne grins. Ah, there's Chip. I've never whipped my head around so fast in my life. Chip looks like a dream come true walking up to the patio. He's wearing one of his internship outfits, a button-up and nice pants, and he has his iPad in his hands. He gives me a smile. You got this, I mouth. Hi, Mr. Hawthorne, Chip says, cheeks pink. I'm sorry for the shortened presentation I gave the other day. Don't mention it. Mr. Hawthorne waves his hand. Now, what do you have for me? Well, I think we could pass an ordinance, Chip says. Noel and his dad nod. So, as you know, Chip unlocks his iPad and holds it up to show off a slideshow. Well, as you know, single-use plastic is, He clears his throat and closes his eyes for a second. Sorry, not great at public speaking. It's just a conversation, Mr. Hawthorne says. No pressure. But I know better than anyone that just saying no pressure does not take off the pressure. And I know how much this means to Chip. Right, he inhales. Single-use plastic is, of course, really bad. Obviously, it is, His mouth forms a tight line, and I can tell he's embarrassed. Come on, Chip. You can do this. You know this like the back of your hand. When he struggles to start again, I try to think of a way to help him that isn't steamrolling. I really want him to do this. I know he can, and he deserves to. But he's in his own head. He's playing on the defensive. That's it. I take a tiny step forward. Sorry to interrupt. No, please, Chip says. I have an ordinance I want to pass too. Maybe I could do mine first? Chip and Noel both give me strange looks. Mr. Hawthorne seems unsure of how to answer. I mean, couldn't we both get our ordinances passed? I ask. Oh, well, Mr. Hawthorne stammers. I'm sure you both are familiar with the way legislation works. I can't just force things to happen. I can do my best to help you win a majority, but I'd barely have the time to read through and fine-tune one proposal, and the state of Florida could still deny the local ordinance, so it's more work than... Well, that said, I think maybe we should table this. I can set up individual meetings in the fall, and we can see which... Dad, Noel urges him. Or... I guess a little healthy competition is good. Let's just hear them both? Mr. Hawthorne offers it like it'll be good fun, though I can tell he's already regretting this entire meeting. I don't mind setting up a meeting in the fall, Chip offers. We're already here, I say, desperate not to let this get us off track. I think we should go ahead and make our cases. I mean, we all know how long legislation can take. I'm talking out of my ass, but they all laugh along with me. Okay, Chip says. I stand up straight. I'd like to propose we spend less time and money on environmental impact and more on tourism. Chip's eyes immediately start narrowing. I think we should have stricter regulations for our beaches. Fewer dogs, by limiting the hours they're allowed to walk, no smoking, regulate sports both on land and sea, and enforce metered parking throughout the city. Chip's face says 1,000 things. Mr. Hawthorne looks like his eyes are going to bug out of his head. Now, Zach, that is quite a... It'll get you reelected, I say. How? Chip asks. Nobody wants to pay to park, and nobody wants to be told all the things they can't do on the beach. Senior citizens and the really wealthy, I say. They're going to vote for you if you regulate more, keep the town quiet and more calm. This is ridiculous, and by the way Chip's brow is lowering, it's working. I do think most of Casa Madre residents would appreciate some extra regulation. Noel agrees. He understands what I'm doing, which doesn't surprise me. I feel like more people would oppose this, Chip says. When all eyes are on him, he shrugs. Dunno. The re-election angle is good, Noel notes. Chip looks furious. Okay, well, I think we should spend more time and money on environmental conservation. I propose that we reduce plastic use in Citrus Harbor, he says, by passing a local ordinance. Some people with disabilities need straws, so I'm not saying we ban them, but make them available upon request instead of being automatic. I have over 1,000 signatures on a petition already, so there's plenty of support. Mr. Hawthorne seems to be getting a kick out of this. Oceana says 17.6 billion pounds of plastic end up in the ocean every year, Chip says. That plastic kills reefs and marine life, and... Chip gestures around the seafood restaurant. Well, the chemicals in the plastic can end up negatively affecting us too, because it can exist in the fish we eat. Mr. Hawthorne recoils at that. It's strange how an adult who is so smart and so powerful could be unaware of something so basic. We have the ability to save our ocean and its inhabitants, Chip says. Isn't that worth trying? Mr. Hawthorne nods. It's absolutely noble, but it does seem difficult to enforce. The average person wants to use their straws and have their groceries in a plastic bag. It's just the reality. Chip continues with facts and figures, including some he pulled together recently about successful bag bans in other places. Finally, I see that confident, engaged look on his face he always has when he tells me about this stuff. Well, Mr. Hawthorne finally says seriously, I need to think about this. I'm going to get the check. Just then, as Mr. Hawthorne calls over a waiter and pulls his wallet out of his pocket, it clicks. He has a surf wax comb poking out of his wallet, which appears to be well used, along with a leash tan on his ankle. My ordinance would help with some potential problem areas, I say, demanding everyone's attention. Dangerous ocean activities, for example. Chip gawks at this. Tourism drops when there are shark bites, I say. Surfers in the water keep families from enjoying the beaches. In fact, I bet those voters I mentioned would love if we banned beach sports, sending them to the next town for their surfing and whatever else. Less people in the water means less risk overall. Noel nods. No way, Chip says. We're a surfing community. That culture is important, and the ocean is why we have the tourism we do. We need to lean into that, not shy away from it or make decisions based on fear. Sure, there are sharks, but along with keeping our ocean clean, more education and resources will better prepare people to enjoy our beach. Very well said, Mr. Hawthorne says, holding his hand out for Chip. Send me your materials whenever you can. I'm happy to help. Chip is illuminated by the string of fairy-like bulbs that hang from an archway over us, and the ocean offers a hushed roar as we walk toward the lighthouse beach access. The sky is pink and purple, the lights sparkling like fireflies. You really had me back there, Chip says. I was so confused. I thought I was being pranked. I shake my head. No, I just knew you could do it. You knew it all off the top of your head. I figured I'd treat it like a soccer game. Like a soccer game? Chip chuckles. Yeah, like a soccer game. I went on the offensive. Oh, and sometimes the defense is the best offense, right? I nod. Exactly. Well, thank you for making that happen. You made it happen. You know what I mean, he says. I honestly don't know if that petition would have ever gotten off the ground this summer without you. I wave him off. No way. You'd have made it happen. Now that this is happening, it's going to be enough to get my mom off my back about skipping tennis camp at least, he laughs. My dad said she's coming around, whatever that means. Hey, that's a start. I'm always here to help however I can with that stuff. We stop walking. Chip, I'm really sorry about how everything happened. So incredibly sorry. You and I got so close, he says. And I really felt like I knew you and I trusted you and I was excited. You were my first date and my first kiss. He looks down at the sand. But you didn't show up, he frowns. And you also lied to me the entire time. You're right, I exhale. I can't believe I didn't show up for you, or that I lied to you. And I wish I could go back and undo it all. I wish I'd just told you the truth when we met. I guess I was scared. I cared about the wrong stuff. His eyes lock on mine, and I feel brave enough to keep going. We joked about 8-foot poster Zach, I say, and I sometimes think of him as past Zach or something. But the truth is, he's the Zach I wanted to be. He needed to win and be liked and be the best. But with you, I don't feel like I need to be 8-foot poster Zach. It's natural. It's me. And I'm just Zach. And I'm better with you because of you. And because I'm better with you, I'm better with everyone. Zach, he argues, and his cheeks redden slightly. You're not better because of me. Maybe I am, I say. I actually like myself for the first time in so long. Just me, as I am, regardless of anybody's opinion. Chip smiles. Well, there is one person's opinion I care about, I admit. I just want you to know how sorry I am. I feel tears in my eyes. God, now here I go. He takes my hand. It's okay. I'd really like the chance to prove I'm not a jerk. I lift my shoulders. Chip grins. I know you're not a jerk, he says. You made that meeting finally happen, and go right. Plus, Noel told me you tried to quit the team. Yeah. I look out at the ocean. I'm glad the guys convinced me to stay. But I'm also glad I'm not going to be captain. God, I never thought I'd say that. I laugh. Noel is going to be a way better captain, though. I'm actually excited. You're a good teammate, Zach. I smile. Thanks. Although I am going to be super busy with my new promotion to camp counselor. Chip's eyes go wide. What? That's awesome. I thought you were kind of struggling with the kids. Had a breakthrough, I say. Another thing you taught me, really. Relating to them, getting on their level. Plus, I remember so much more from marine biology than I thought. It's fun. Well, Mrs. Rushmore said the 4th of July silent auction actually brought in enough to keep Daisy an extra month. And a few students from UF's Aquatic Animal Health Department are coming to do a seminar with her,
and it's going to be broadcasted. So Mrs. Rushmore thinks we'll get even more donations. I love how Chip lights up when he talks about Daisy. That's such good news, I say. And hey, a month? That's plenty of time for us to have a few more brainstorming sessions. I say Daisy's not going anywhere. Chip grins. I do like our brainstorming sessions. They're pretty fun. We could even have some in the library. And who knows what else we could do? Ambitious. I like it. I think Foster may be right. Or I guess Shakespeare may be. The dude is a genius. Because if there's one thing I've learned this summer, it's that we for sure know not what we may be. Which is actually pretty exciting. I mean, single-use plastic isn't the only problem, but hey, it's a start. You know, we could go volunteer on barges that scoop up gallons and gallons of plastic. Chip looks impressed. You will totally change the world one day, Zach. My cheeks go hot. What a feeling, to be here with Chip Cannon, and for him to believe in me that much. I grab his waist and kiss him, this time pulling him closer to me than ever before. I really like you, I say, taking a breath and staring into his eyes, his nose brushing my cheek as I exhale. I really like you too, Chip nods, resting his forehead against mine. Holding my breath, I capture everything about this moment in my mind. When Chip smiles, I press my mouth to his again. I bite softly at his bottom lip, wanting this to last forever. This kiss is everything, all in one, mesmerizing, cosmic. Mayers was right, I say. Best summer ever. 37. Better than I ever was. The sun is low in the sky, and the early October breeze carries the smell of popcorn and funnel cake. The excitement and energy of the homecoming soccer game isn't anything new to me, but this is my first time up against the back of the brick concession stand before the game starts. My fingers are tangled in Chip's hair as one of his hands moves around my waist and his other finds my jaw. His eyelashes tickle my cheek, and I smile into our kiss before deepening it, his mouth melting into mine. I swear there are sparks between our lips and our bodies and from his fingertips. Every time I kiss him, it's like a fireworks show. Okay. I break away reluctantly and brush my thumb over his chin, sunlight flecking his curls with gold. I should go now. Right, he says, breathless, eyes set on mine, his mouth just parted, strawberry red lips slightly bitten. I can't resist, so I lean in, and he pulls me as close as we can be. When he grins, I drop my forehead to his. Okay, now I really should go. He blinks his perfect eyelashes, and I can't help but kiss him again. You really do need to go, Chip says softly. I know, I say, biting at his lip. I know, okay? I take a big, exaggerated step back, and my cleat scrapes the pavement. Chip's still up against the brick wall, smiling like he knows not to come any closer or else we'll get caught up in each other again. He looks so damn cute in his ringer t-shirt and shorts that hit above his knee. And I'm not even the more sentimental one between us. But I want to take a picture of him here, right now, to remember this moment. Good luck, he says, locking his fingers together and nodding slightly to the left in the direction I should be walking. Thanks. And thank you for coming today. I know you hate soccer, so... Chip furrows his brow. Oh, no. I told you, I'm never going to miss a game. I'm going to be one of those super annoying boyfriends in the stands with a sign. What did you just say?
I ask, lips curling into a grin, even as I can see Chip starting to flush. Oh, well, what I meant was like, maybe, okay, I was only trying to say are we not? Duh, we are, I chuckle and rush in to kiss him again, one last time before I need to go, because I can't leave my boyfriend without one more kiss. You're my boyfriend, I say, against his lips as I grab his hand and lace his fingers with mine. I'm your boyfriend. That has a nice ring to it, and it's really fun to say. It might sound cheesy, but of all the things I am, soccer player, part-time Marine Institute employee, homecoming king, being Chip's boyfriend might be the biggest win. I'm going to be one of those super annoying boyfriends at your tennis matches, too. Chip snorts. No, that's like, nobody does that. Spectators are typically quiet, and there are definitely no signs. What? I exaggerate my surprise. Can I do, like, a foam finger? We'll figure something out. I shrug. I can be a super annoying space launch boyfriend. Oh, yes, Chip says. That's more like it. Let's see. Coming up, we've got the Griffin lunar lander, sourcing water this year. And next year, we've got a launch to one of Jupiter's moons. Oh, and this one is nuts. First landing on the moon with a crew of astronauts since Apollo. That's next fall. I love when he gets all excited and starts talking like this, even if I'm immediately picturing all the things about outer space that creep me out. Much to look forward to, I say. We can road trip to the Kennedy Space Center. And I can bore you to tears, he kisses me. And also do that. He looks off. God, it's going to be so cool for that crew. Can you imagine? That's basically going to be like my World Cup. I nod. Speaking of, I miss the World Cup already. It felt so short this year. Didn't it feel short? Okay, no, it definitely did not feel short. Chip laughs and snaps to, gently pushes my chest. You need to seriously go. I just can't believe I'm Richard Cannon's boyfriend, I sing. Chip rolls his eyes, fighting a smile. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Okay, fine. I grab his hands. I won't call you Richard. Unless it's absolutely necessary. It won't be necessary, he offers. But I guess we can still be boyfriends. I thank him with one last kiss. And don't tell him I'll totally find a reason it's necessary to call him Richard in the near future. Now I guess I understand all the songs and the cliches about falling in love in high school. I was never looking for it, not even a little. But I can't imagine my life without Chip now. I can't even remember what it's like to not have someone to look forward to seeing, or to not feel a surge of excitement every time I get a text, hoping it's him, even if he's just sending me a dumb meme. I can't think of anything more electrifying than wanting to spend every moment with someone who wants to spend every moment with me. When I round the corner and see my teammates stretching on the grass, I'm reminded of the other half of my heart, my first love, and one that's just as important and as thrilling. There's nothing like that striking, bright green grass field and the memories that are made there. Wins, losses, cuts, and bruises. A roller coaster of friendships, fights, laughs, and tears. And ultimately, out on that field, if we're lucky enough, we grow. Look who finally decided to show up, Noel says, pressing his forehead to his outstretched knee. He peeks up at me as I slide onto the grass next to him. You're blushing. I am not. I grab my toes. Young love, Mayer sings from the bench. He's our water boy today. Except he keeps insisting he's a water man. And he's refilling our water bottles. Reusable, of course, since single-use plastic is officially being phased out wherever possible in Citrus Harbor. Mayers looks around squinting. Where is the boyfriend? Yeah, is he coming? Theo raises a brow. I shake my head. How did you guys know? I turned to Mayers. Did he tell you he was going to say it or something? Beckett's jaw drops. He said it? He said it? Mayer's voice squeaks. Holy shit! He said it. Noel punches me in the arm, and I wince, massaging it. It just happened? Dennis chimes in, and everyone is looking at me expectantly. Yeah, just happened, I say, scanning the area for Chip. I spot him walking up the bleachers toward Hope, who's back for homecoming. But you guys have to play it cool. Dennis nods. We're super cool. Mayers agrees. The coolest. Leo and Murray exchange glances, and Beckett looks to the other side of the field, where the Menendez Day guys are getting in their stretches. They don't stand a chance, Stefan says when he notices Beckett looking. Carlos nods. As long as Theo doesn't get ejected. I'm cool, calm, and collected. Theo lifts his chin with pride. The coin toss is in 60 seconds, and the crowd is starting to get pumped up. Sure, hearing everybody cheer my name is fun and all. But it turns out there are tons of better things. I grin and wave to my parents, who are sitting beside Chip and Hope. Mayers cheers from the bench, holding up a cup of water, and Beckett tightens his laces. A collective roar of excitement takes over both teams and the crowd as the players start to get up. As we step onto the field, Noel pats me on the back and gives a nod. This is it. The homecoming game. A tradition. And my last one as a Citrus Harbor High School student. I can't wait to see which one of my team is listening.